Chapter 1. Duke gathered everyone outside the inn to say his farewells before departing. He had returned everyone to where they were supposed to be after dividing up the loot from the dungeon. There were a few items that interested him personally, but he had given the majority of the loot to everyone else. Duke didn't need the money, and most magic items didn't last in his grasp, though he had kept the dragon heart at everyone's insistence. Tonight, Duke stood resolute, his eyes fixed on the heavens, having made all the preparations needed to be away for an undetermined length of time. Portals had been set up so that Havenreach could trade with the rest of the world, and only the specifically selected traders could make the normally months-long journey to the trading hub. He had even set up a tax collector who would visit the city to collect the unpaid taxes and deposit them in the kingdom's vault from time to time for the treasurer to manage. Duke had been given very specific instructions as to the limit of what could be taken so as not to overflow the royal treasury with the city's wealth and potentially cause inflation. He was no economic genius, but he knew that too much money flowing into an economy could cause problems. Duke had even sent troops to set up a garrison near the border with Post's kingdom. He still wasn't sure what they were calling themselves since the death of their ruler. Duke was just happy to see them rapidly devolving into civil war. He was overjoyed to take in as many refugees as wanted to come to Stormstride. There were still plenty of unoccupied houses and apartments in Cloudspire that needed people to live in and maintain. The concern over the possibility of spies infiltrating the settlement remained, but he was sure that they would be found in time. Besides, the benefit of more citizens outweighed the risk. It had taken all of 4 days to get things set up for his departure. Officially, the explanation for his absence was that he was touring the kingdom, which amused him greatly. Duke was sure that his absence wouldn't significantly impact Stormstride in any case, as he rarely showed up at court when he was officially in town anyway, happy to let Duke Madrigal handle the day-to-day goings-on. The fact that Madrigal was far more prepared for such things was not lost on Duke. "I know you will all be fine when I'm gone," Duke addressed his inner circle. "Portals have been set up so that you can travel as needed. Do not allow them to be used by those who are not already vetted and trusted. Spies are coming, and we do not want to give them access to the portal network. If you need to reach me, contact Kalen, and he can get a message to me." Duke shook hands and gave hugs to most. Aurelia got a deep kiss, but they had said their real farewell earlier that day. With a wave, he vanished, teleporting to the largest moon of Teldin. The moon was called Astrea, and had always captured Duke's eye when he saw it in the night sky over Teldin. Unlike the moon of Earth that he was familiar with, this moon had glowed with a greenish-blue light that scintillated invitingly. When he had planned his trip, Duke had delved deeply into his teleportation ability to see if he actually had the range to reach another celestial body. The formula was complex, but he was pleased with the result. Without overchanneling, his range was almost 1.8 million kilometers. If he put everything into it, the range was a staggering 340 light-years. He was excited when he discovered that, but quickly became disheartened as he realized that he had no concept of any destination beyond his sight range. Even his clairvoyance couldn't be pushed past the range of the solar system, even by pouring his entire 5 million mana pool into it. Duke looked around himself, still getting used to seeing in person what his clairvoyance had shown him. The moon's surface was covered in a combination of blue crystals and widely scattered green plants that grew out from between cracks in the crystals. The crystals varied greatly in size, from mountainous cluster formations to tiny crystals that could be sand. The problem he immediately encountered was that unless he was standing on the side of a crystal, the footing was less than ideal with crystals sprouting at odd angles. He shrugged. "I'm not here as a tourist. Time to put my core strength title to use and mass-produce and plant dungeon cores. I am going to need the power boost. With his latest leveling spree from the dungeon, he had pushed his psyche up past 3,000, resulting in his maximum mana topping over 5 million. He smiled as he used his dungeon core creation ability for the first time. The draw upon his mana was immediate and powerful, leaving him with enough mana to avoid a crippling headache, but not by much. He focused on his hand as mana swirled into a large, clear gem that he couldn't help but identify. You have found an unaspected dungeon core. This core is a blank slate and will create an entirely random dungeon upon planting. The core is ready to plant, but adding additional mana will cause it to grow more rapidly. Duke thought for a moment about pouring more mana into the core, but decided to adhere to his original plan. Without further hesitation, he planted the core. He grinned as he felt the small boost to his 3 characteristics from his core strength title. He took to the air, flying due east at nearly 250 kilometers per hour until his mana fully topped off about 5 minutes later. Landing between 2 enormous crystal pillars, he created another core and planted it, again feeling the uptick in his characteristics. He continued along this pattern for the rest of the day, planting about 10 cores an hour. Having spent 12 hours planting cores, the boost of 120% added to his core power characteristics was filling him with a feeling of invincibility. Duke finally decided to rest, so he teleported to his room at the inn. He felt guilty for not telling anyone that he would be staying at the inn every night, but he truly needed to focus on getting stronger. Keeping from being distracted was the way he was going to do it. I have a week, maybe 2, before the assassins begin to arrive. I have no idea what to expect when they get here, but I can guarantee that I will not be what they were expecting, Duke thought, his jaw tight with determination. They're hunting a strong Tier 4. What they're going to find is an impossibly strong Tier 5 as long as I can keep the dungeons on this moon hidden thanks to the core strength title. That's my real vulnerability. Gaining 1% for each dungeon is awesome. Losing 3% for each dungeon destroyed could make me weak as a baby if enough of them go down. Maybe I shouldn't have told anyone I was going to be on the moon. Duke thought about it for a long time before sleep eventually claimed him. When he awoke, he went right back to work on the moon. This continued for several days. As his title modifier grew to a truly staggering level, his available mana had grown similarly. His maximum mana now sat over 30 million, allowing him to create 6 cores at a time and additionally accelerating his growth. By the end of the first week, he had planted 1,000 cores and had to pause when he received a system message. By planting 1,000 cores, your title has ranked up. You gained no additional increases to your strength, endurance, or psyche from planting additional dungeons as you have reached your maximum modifier for this tier of your title. The penalty for losing a dungeon is now reduced to 1% and will not be assessed as long as the number of your dungeons remains at or above 1,000. There may be additional benefits at larger milestones. Duke was only mildly disappointed that he wasn't going to gain any more from planting more dungeons, but when he looked at his sheet, he couldn't stop himself from smiling. He was now getting a 1,100% boost to 3 of his stats. His mana was now a mind-blowing 42 million. His regen was a bit over 500,000 mana a second. Having an effective psyche over 33,000 was insane. Whoever is coming had better turn around and go home. You do not want any part of this. Duke continued to plant dungeons for the next day before heading back to the inn to rest, ensuring that, even if some dungeons were lost, he would stay above the threshold. As he sat in a magically comfortable chair, reflecting on what he had accomplished over such a short time span, Another chair identical to the one he had created appeared next to him. Duke did not look up before speaking. "I thought you might stop by after all that." "It did seem appropriate. How do you feel?" The Overmind's avatar now sat next to him. "Would it be wrong to say godlike?" "No, not for this world. The gods of this world are mostly tier 12 or so, except for maybe Yocho. He might be as high as tier 14 or 15, but as planetary gods, there are other factors beyond just tier involved." "Wait, there are tiers above 10? "Of course there are. It's only the mortal tiers that end at 10. Once you move beyond 10, you become an immortal. But the path never really ends. It just gets harder to advance." "So, can we talk about the moon dungeons?" "Of course we can. That's the main reason I came here. What you did will have a significant impact on Australia, in ways you probably didn't realize now or would understand for a great while." "You're the king of leading statements, aren't you?" The Overmind chuckled. "I am still restricted by pre-contest rules, and no, I can't tell you when it is coming. That is completely against the rules." The Overmind had moved in an odd fashion while speaking. Any observer would interpret it as talking with his hands, but for Duke, it was something far more. His xenoglossia flashed with information. He didn't understand how his ability translated the information, but the key point was that he'd just been told that he had 3 months to prepare himself for the contest. At last, he had a deadline. The Overmind continued. "Let me ask you a few questions." Duke nodded pensively, and the Overmind continued. "First, what lives on the moon?" Duke shrugged. "I didn't run into anything other than a few plants scattered around." "So, no creatures, or even insects?" "None that I saw." "So, there are no living creatures that are able to delve into all those dungeons, even accidentally?" "I guess not. Is that going to be a problem?" "Yes, but not in the way you think. Do you know what happens to a dungeon that only grows by ambient mana?" "Obviously not." "It will not expand internally very quickly. However, without something to delve into its depths, there is no motivation, no external stimuli, no push to expand further. The dungeon creatures will continue to live and breed. The dungeon will always provide food and resources for its denizens to flourish. So, the populations will grow larger, but if there's no room for the population to expand..." Duke started to make the leap that the Overmind was pushing for. "The populations will push out of the dungeon?" "Quite right. Normally, dungeon creatures only leave a dungeon to carry a new core to another location to be planted. But if a dungeon becomes so overpopulated that it is no longer sustainable, the dungeon will provide a path for the creatures to exit the dungeon." "Can the creatures survive outside the dungeon?" "Very good." The Overmind gave Duke an approving nod. "You are thinking it through. Most dungeon creatures can survive for at most a few weeks outside a dungeon, but more powerful ones can survive years outside. Some creatures are adaptable enough to survive indefinitely." "Are you saying that I just seeded Australia to become populated with dungeon creatures?" "It will be some time before that happens. Decades at minimum. Centuries before it becomes noticeable." "Oh, shit. What do I do now?" "Plant more dungeons, of course. This is how worlds become populated after all." Duke stared at the Overmind in shock. "You are telling me that dungeons are the origin of life on planets?" The Overmind chuckled. "Not in every case. In some cases, life evolves on its own, but dungeons seed a significant percentage of all inhabited planets in the cosmos. You have other agents seeding planets? Duke's mind was whirling with possibilities. Not really how it works. The Overmind shook his head. You are a rather singular and unique case. I don't want to call you an experiment because that's demeaning, but you are the first of your kind. It's a new approach for me, and I am thrilled with the results so far. In the past, once a dungeon reached Tier 11 and moved into the immortal tiers, it would start to produce a different kind of dungeon core, one that can travel through the vastness of space. These cores would be ejected with enough force to leave a planet's gravity well and, if the trajectory was just right, leave the solar system from which it originated. Even then, how do they find other solar systems, other planets? Duke asked, intrigued. Randomness is a wonderful thing, isn't it? The overwhelming majority, way more than 99% of those dungeon seed cores, never reach another viable destination. But when they do, the process continues. Over these billions of years, even that minuscule percentage has started to compound. But imagine how many more worlds could be seeded if I had an intelligent being traveling the cosmos and actively seeking planetary bodies to seed. I'm a cosmic planet farmer? Is that what you're saying? Duke blinked, unsure whether he should feel insulted or not. That's my job now? Not quite. You're more my emissary. In time, you will be able to travel the cosmos and plant cores on barren worlds to bring them to life. You will be the creator of countless societies and civilizations. Isn't that exciting? Not as exciting as it would sound to someone else. The Overmind shrugged. It is a while down the road, but you would be able to take others with you. You could explore worlds that no one else has ever seen, providing benefits that the denizens of those worlds could never have imagined. You have demonstrated with your City of Havenreach just how beneficial a properly planned dungeon can be to a people. That city wasn't exactly planned. It was a happy coincidence. The Overmind smiled. How very parental. I am sure you will tell all the future civilizations that you love them all equally, and yet we all will know that you will secretly have a favorite. The godly being smirked. Joking aside, you should consider the possibilities. You could take a civilization on the brink of destruction and save it in a dungeon. Imagine the good you can do. When you put it that way, it does sound better. Duke's mind was beginning to race with possibilities. You could even return to your home world and restore the magical balance. Now you're just messing with me. I am not. The Overmind's visage turned serious. When you are strong enough, you will be able to go anywhere. That is what this path leads to. Don't become discouraged, become excited. You have my attention for sure. What's the catch? Well, there is the whole assassins coming to kill you thing and the contest you have to survive, but on the other side of those things lies greatness. About that. Duke stopped speaking because he realized that the Overmind was gone. Duke hadn't actually become physically or mentally tired for some time now, but he still craved rest. Duke crawled into bed and resolved to deal with it all in the morning, leaving a single question fading into his dreams. What happens to the dungeons after a planet is seeded and the creatures take over? Chapter 2. Duke awoke sometime later, feeling refreshed and ready to begin. Just what he was ready to begin, he wasn't entirely sure. I do have options. He could continue planting dungeons on Australia, switch to another moon, or even plant them all over Telden. He could work on the kingdom. He could go on a delving spree and focus on how to use all his new power. Options. His mind whirled with the possibilities. Finally, he rolled out of bed, cleansed and restored himself and the room, and teleported to his throne room. The room was completely devoid of people. Even the pair of guards that had been a staple since his rise to the throne were missing. His curiosity piqued. He pushed his dungeon sense out throughout the castle. He was immediately shocked at how effortlessly his mind processed the images of everything. Chuckling, he pushed the ability out even further and found none of the strain he had felt in the past, even as his ability extended out past the city limits and kept expanding out to the limits of the ability. Duke found he could take all the information in and only needed to focus on areas he found interesting. He quickly located the Ant Queen, Mandibra, and noted that she had expanded her own kingdom deep below his and was easily fighting off an invasion of thin, willowy bipedal creatures. Furthering his senses through different foci, he found that the range of this ability in the master rank was well over a 150-kilometer radius. He could see the majority of his kingdom and was happy to see most of it was in good shape. He momentarily considered over-channeling the ability to see how far he could see, but the immediate headache that came with that much sensory input quickly disabused him of that notion. Looking around the kingdom, he did notice that there were a few areas that needed attention, but not severely. Returning his focus to the castle, he saw that Madrigal was in his office and prepared to set off to check in with him. But he paused as something tickled his dungeon sense in a direction that he hadn't expected. Duke focused his attention straight up, and something quickly passed just at the edge of his senses. It was high up, at the edge of space for this planet, and moving fast. Since his senses extended almost 190 kilometers up, he immediately had a guess as to what it might be. In an instant, he teleported to where he expected to see the object. What he saw was a streamlined ship entering the planet's atmosphere. The ship radiated a sense of foreboding that caused Duke to focus even deeper. He was sure that this was the first of the cosmic assassins to arrive. Duke focused, using his dungeon sense to see inside the ship, and noted several red-skinned lizard folk manning the vessel. A few wore what looked like high-tech powered armor and were moving towards airlocks while putting their helmets on. What struck him the most was that they all looked identical to each other. Duke teleported the front of the ship 100 meters up. There was some resistance, but Duke's psyche was sitting at over 30,000 right now, and an inanimate object didn't exactly have a psyche to match. The result was catastrophic for the ship, as the ship's atmospheric entry had superheated gases of the atmosphere, which now raged through the ship, burning the interior and tearing everything to pieces. The unarmored individuals died quickly. The armored ones were a mixed bag. The prepared reptiles who had affixed their helmets were cataclysmically thrown into the planetary atmosphere, seemingly intact. Two of the unhelmeted individuals tumbled through the thickening air as they plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. The four helmeted survivors activated some sort of flight devices and rocketed towards Duke after glancing at some sort of device on each of their wrists. Duke smiled, pouring additional mana into his flight ability, eager for a dogfight. Surprisingly, the combination of his dungeon sense and his xenoglossia allowed him to both hear and understand what the others were saying.
Dropship fatally compromised. 4 combat effectives remain. Target acquired. Engaging with prejudice.
Duke's combat sense engaged as a dozen small missiles rocketed towards him at extreme speed. His years as a combat pilot had honed his air combat instincts to a razor's edge. The addition of his abilities only heightened those instincts to the point where he was dodging the missiles before he consciously knew they were in the air, just as he would have in his fighter. The sensation was joyously familiar to him and consumed his mind. 9 of the missiles completely missed him, which was a minor miracle at this range. The remaining 3, however, slammed into him and exploded. Over 5 million health vanished in an instant, including Duke's left arm.
Damn left arm again!
Duke mentally growled. He responded with one of his newest abilities, Soulfire, as he closed the distance to the clustered opponents. The ability washed over one of the figures, and the scream that followed quickly faded as the armored suit plummeted from the sky uncontrollably. The remaining 3 split apart and moved to encircle Duke. He overheard another transmission before engaging again.
Be advised, target capabilities significantly understated. Orbital measures recommended.
Duke wasn't sure what that meant, but it didn't sound good. He teleported just outside the encirclement and slammed his remaining fist into the back of the helmeted figure before him. The clang of the impact resonated, even through the thin atmosphere. Duke was still getting used to his new strength and agility, which left him stunned at the speed and power of his own strike. The helmet caved in, likely killing the creature inside as it jetted off, tumbling in a random direction, apparently out of control. Duke was about to engage the remaining 3 when his combat sense screamed at him to move. He reacted without question and teleported half a kilometer away. A bright green beam of destructive energy engulfed the entire area where he and the armored figures were fighting. The suits melted to slag in short order, and the beam of energy ceased.
Damn,
Duke whistled. That would have fucking hurt. Guess that's what they meant by orbital measures. Time to head to orbit, I guess. I know that I don't need to breathe anymore, which is weird as fuck, but the cold and vacuum of space might be a bit much for me. Worst case, I have to head back down and wait for the next round with the armored bastards. Just as he was about to pursue the beam's origin, he realized that the beam had continued traveling downwards and might have hit the ground. He wasn't sure where he was relative to the surface of the planet, but he knew he started over Cloudspire. Duke immediately directed his senses downward, scanning for the impact site of the beam. It didn't take long to find it. The beam had, thankfully, impacted an open area of forest and not in the middle of a village or even the city. He wasn't sure how powerful the beam had been relative to other space-based weapons, but it had been plenty strong enough to wipe out the powered suits he had been fighting and still make a sizable forest fire. Duke considered heading down and taking care of things on the ground, but after a long minute of internal debate, he decided to cut the problem off at its source. He flew upwards, retracing the path of the beam, flexing his newly forming arm and scratching at the obnoxious itch that came with it. While he did so, he continued scanning upwards with his dungeon sense and his clairvoyance to find the source of the beam. The atmosphere thinned more and more with the corresponding drop in temperature as he rose. Duke's armor skin provided some protection, but not nearly enough. The cold and decreasing pressure were starting to take their toll on him. Just as he was about to switch to an alternative plan, he saw a bright object in the rapidly darkening sky. It was too far away for his dungeon sense to pick it up, and he had missed it with his clairvoyance, but his ordinary eyesight picked it up even as his eyes were starting to feel the freezing effects of the edge of the atmosphere. With a teleport, Duke got close enough to encapsulate the object with his dungeon sense, and another quick teleport got him to an unoccupied area of what he quickly identified as another ship. Once inside, Duke waited while his regeneration resolved the damage his body had taken. With his arm regrown and the effects of the cold vacuum repaired, Duke took some time to go over his notifications and spent some time using his abilities to explore the ship he had found remotely. You have killed 37 members of the Octul clone army and destroyed one of their dropships. You receive 7,400 experience plus an additional 5,000 experience for destroying the dropship. Duke also noted that he gained ground in some of his skills and abilities as a result of the brief but violent encounter. The only notable change was that his dodge skill had finally ranked up to Adept. You have been exposed to the cold vacuum of space. This is a new type of damage that is potentially deadly to you. Your armor skin provides a small amount of resistance to the damage, but is not able to provide enough to fully mitigate the effects of open space. With enough exposure, you may develop a resistance to the effects of interstellar space. He read the message, but the experience of the vacuum wasn't something he relished repeating. His regeneration was able to repair the effects over time, but a resistance ability would make it much easier. Another bullet point added to the list of things I have to do that I really am not looking forward to going through. He sighed and began to scan the ship. Chapter 3. The ship was, to Duke's complete amusement, disc-shaped. A flying saucer. I'd love it if they weren't here to kill me. He counted a total of 216 identical red-skinned lizard men performing various tasks, most of whom he had no idea as to what they were actually doing, but there were some that were easy to identify, such as the cooks and pilots. He also thought he spotted a medical facility where there were several monitoring beds and a row of vertical tanks that Duke had suspicions about, even if he wasn't sure of their function. Gathering his thoughts, Duke used his senses to listen to what was being said on the ship. The common theme was that they were frantically searching for him on the planet. He overheard several conversations that made him grin, as they were arguing about him being stronger than what the contract said he would be. The amusement made him take a deeper look at his stats. The first section of his status gave an overall picture of how much his health and mana had grown. The second section of his stats gave a deeper look into his characteristics and just how much his core strength title was modifying them. It also served as an example of how much he'd outgrown needing equipment to increase his personal power. That single title was doing more heavy lifting than any gear he'd been able to find in this new world. When he finally perused his entire ability list, he had to chuckle. Some of these I haven't used more than a few times. It feels like I'm just collecting them and forgetting that I even have them. When was the last time I used Mana Drain? He mentally shrugged. Don't know, but it's been quite a while. And that's something that I got as a special reward. Intentional. I need to be more intentional in growing some of these abilities. He scrolled through his abilities, identifying which ones he wanted to target. The first on his list was Soulfire. It wasn't a neglected ability, but one that had so much room to grow and felt so powerful, Duke could not ignore it. The next was Silence. Stopping his foes from communicating easily would be a great help, especially since technology seemed to be coming back into the picture for him. In the back of his mind, he had always wondered if magic meant the exclusion of technology. Now he had definitive proof that it did not. Duke smiled, wondering what it would take to get a ship of his own that he could fly like a fighter. There were too many unanswered questions, but he was about to get some answered in short order. He put aside his thoughts and turned to the ship around him and its crew. With his dungeon sense, he could see that they were still scrambling to find him and were heavily scanning the planet. When he heard the debate about preparing and launching another dropship, he knew he had to act. He did not want any of them to get armored up and go tearing around the planet. With his full concentration, he focused on all 216 lizard men on the ship and tried to get a sense of the weight of their presence. Do I have enough power to teleport them all at once? They are unsuspecting, so no active defenses should be in place. But I don't know if there are passive defenses built into this thing. Better to be surgical and methodical. He focused on the command crew on the bridge of the ship. They were his first targets, and he had just the destination for them all. With a whispered, "See ya, fuckers," he teleported the bridge crew to Akmethus, the brighter of the two stars that dominated Teldon's sky. The slew of experience notifications made it clear that his plan had worked, and he targeted the engineering crew next. No defenses were raised, no alarm was sounded, and Duke was alone on the ship a mere 32 seconds after beginning his attack. He smiled as he read his experience summary. You have killed 216 members of the Oktul clone army of varying levels and tiers. You receive 599,100 experience. You are now level 110 and have 108 characteristic points to spend. Duke's grin grew. Hot damn! Now I have a ship to take over and figure out. Let's get to it. Smiling like an idiot, he made his way through the ship towards the bridge. Casually, he put all his new characteristic points into Psyche as he continued his stroll. He found all the ship's bulkheads were open and unlocked, as if there was no concern of any unauthorized entry or intruders. The further he went, the more uneasy Duke felt. When he finally made it to the bridge, he discovered what was causing the uneasy feeling. The moment he fully stepped into the hallway leading to the bridge, the doors slammed shut. "Intruder contained," a voice announced. "Star drive engaging." Duke instantly felt queasy in a way that was familiar to him. It was the exact same feeling he had around Baslin's portal array before things went sideways for him. He didn't wait for another second, teleporting back to the surface of Teldon. Or at least, he tried to. His first attempt failed, giving him the sense that his destination was outside of his range, which sent a chill down his spine. He knew his range had grown to ridiculous levels, in excess of 10 million kilometers. Without hesitation, he poured all his mana into overchanneling the ability and was relieved to arrive back on Teldon. He was greeted with a notification that he had not expected at all. You have teleported from a ship with its star drive fully engaged. As a result of the dimensional interaction, you caused catastrophic and fatal damage to the ship. You receive 10,000 experience for the ship's destruction. You teleported over 200 light-years in the process, significantly exceeding the previously known limits of such abilities, whether they be magical or technological. The cosmos itself has acknowledged this accomplishment. For pushing beyond the limits of a vanishingly rare ability, you may choose either 10 million experience or a rank upgrade in the ability. Duke sat down on his throne and laughed. I need to blow up some more ships, it seems. He considered the experience award briefly, as it would propel him far along the path to the next tier, but moving an ability beyond master rank? there was not even any real choice here. Duke accepted the rank upgrade. Immediately, he opened his ability sheet and looked at the changes in his ability. He now could teleport over 600 million kilometers for the standard amount of mana. If he pushed his limits, the distance was an insane 9,413 light years. The amount of matter he could take with him had also increased to a level that he had trouble perceiving things that had that amount of mass. By his estimations, without overchanneling the ability, he could now move an entire castle without straining himself. Pushing his limits, he wasn't sure what that would look like, but it would be several orders of magnitude larger, maybe as much as one of Telden's moons. It's going to take some time to get used to what I can do with this now. That, and knowing that technology is a thing here. Duke's mind was whirling, thinking of the possibilities when he heard someone approaching the door to his throne room. He hopped off the throne and headed over to the doors, pulling them wide open. Standing there, looking nonplussed, was Duke Madrigal, the restored noble that Duke had all but left in charge of the kingdom in his absence. His gray hair was still expertly coiffed, and he was dressed in finery that was just shy enough of extravagant to still be usable for actually getting things done. "Well, hello there, Madrigal."
"King Duke, you're back!"
he exclaimed, a broad smile spreading across his face.
"We have so many things to discuss, but that can wait until a bit later. Tell me of your grand adventures away from the capital."
Duke smiled, his mood elevating yet again. "I'd be happy to talk about my adventures with you, especially since some of them may affect the kingdom in days to come." Madrigal went from interested to concerned in the span of that single sentence. His voice now carried a tone of sober concentration.
"Tell me what I need to know."
"The biggest thing you need to know is that assassins are coming from other worlds to try to kill me." Madrigal stared at Duke blankly, trying to process what he was saying.
"From other worlds?"
"Yes, from all over the cosmos, apparently. The first of them have already arrived and have been dealt with." Duke sighed as he rubbed his chin in thought. "They were fast, but underprepared. I don't expect the next ones to be the same. With this level of threat, it might be wise for me to stay outside of the kingdom, or at least outside of population centers like Cloudspire. I don't want to endanger my people when I am the actual threat."
"Surely you would want your royal guard at your side for this."
"Against a terrestrial threat? Sure. They would be great to have. But against what is likely coming, they would be unnecessary casualties. So, let's get to the business of the kingdom before I head out to an unpopulated area to await the idiots who think they can kill me." The next several hours were spent discussing the state of the kingdom. One of the most interesting pieces of information that Madrigal related to Duke was regarding the tax revenue coming from Havenreach. It seemed like a wildly excessive amount, and Madrigal didn't know what to do with that level of funding. Build roads for commerce. Build schools, trade halls, crafting centers. Really anything that will improve the lot and life of the citizenry. Hire or train work crews to go to each and every outlying village to build infrastructure. Improve housing. Beautify everything. Recruit and train more troops. In short, spend every copper to make this kingdom the best place to live in all of Telden and make it equally well defended. Invest in our people, and they will make us all even more prosperous." Duke paused for a moment, a thought forming before he continued. "Establish the Royal Bank of Stormstride. Offer a secure place for citizens to store their wealth, and, most importantly, lend out money to citizens that want to start a business, expand a business, or do anything like that. Make the terms very favorable for them. We expect them to pay the bank back, but will pursue these loans with compassion and reasonableness. The purpose of the bank is not to make more money, but to put the kingdom's money to use by the citizens."
That is not how banks have worked in the past, Your Majesty, Madrigal pointed out.
The past and I have different goals, Duke said simply. I want to elevate our people, not profit off them. I want to encourage them to pursue new ideas and new ventures. In fact, if our revenue from Haven Reach is so extreme, reduce or suspend taxes for the rest of the kingdom for a year. Or give them a tax break contingent upon proving that they have done something to improve their area. You get the idea.
That is awfully bold and would not be sustainable without the income from Haven Reach.
Haven Reach will only increase its output over time, so let's use that to make this kingdom into a shining gem for all of Teldon to admire. Duke smiled. All the while, increase our number of troops, train them well, equip them with the best enchanted gear we can. The wealth and prosperity we are about to build is going to make a lot of people jealous. Being able to defend it is going to be critically important.
On that last point, I wholeheartedly agree, Madrigal nodded. I will set things in motion for you.
I knew I could count on you. Don't try to do everything yourself. Hire people to administer things and hire people to check on them to make sure they are doing the right things. And then hire people to check on the checkers. We absolutely cannot allow even a small bit of corruption to gain a foothold. Again, be compassionate. Give second chances for small things, but do not let a greedy heart into the administration. If needed, make some public examples of people who have been given second chances but failed in their duty to the citizens of Stormstride. Make sure that everything is set up as supporting the citizens, not the kingdom. It is our people that will make the difference. Madrigal was smiling even more broadly as the two separated.
It will be as you wish, King Duke.
He gave a deep and heartfelt bow, energized by the possibilities before him and the kingdom.
This King Duke is like none other before him. Nobody really knows how to take what he is trying to accomplish. But it is a worthy goal, and I'll support him the whole way.
Chapter 4. Duke had barely knocked on Aurelia's door when it slammed open and she rushed into his arms.
Oh, gods, Duke, I've missed you.
She smothered him in a deep kiss as he effortlessly picked her up and walked the pair of them into a room, her legs tightly wrapped around him. A flick of his foot was enough to close the door behind them. Sometime later, they sat up in bed, Aurelia curled up on Duke. He decided to tell her his coming plans. Love, I am going to be moving out into the middle of the wilderness, as far away from population centers as possible. The first set of assassins arrived, and I dealt with them, but more and more are going to arrive. I don't want to put innocent lives in jeopardy unnecessarily.
Are you going into hiding?
She asked, confused. Hiding? No. I expect whatever assassins are coming to be able to find me wherever I set up, but I want to be able to fight and kill them without worrying about collateral damage."
That makes sense in some strange way.
Aurelia nodded in agreement.
When are we leaving?
"I'm going alone," Duke shut her down.
The hells you are!
"I don't want to put you in the path of what's coming for me."
You know nothing about the things that are hunting you,
Aurelia began.
not their culture, morals, or methodologies. What's stopping them from identifying the one person closest to you and using me to draw you out? You and I both will be safer with me by your side.
"The first group fired an orbital bombardment weapon at me, Aurelia." Duke threw his hands into the air. "I don't want you anywhere near the next one. They didn't care what else they hit in the process."
Set us up an inn dungeon. Nothing's going to hurt one of those.
Duke paused in his argument as he realized that she was right. Setting up an inn dungeon in the middle of nowhere would solve numerous problems. "Okay, I'll get that set up." "That's a good idea, but you will stay in the inn when they come for me. If I have to cut loose with something like Umbral Reaper, I don't want you in the area of effect."
Can't you see them coming for a long distance?
Aurelia frowned. "Possibly," Duke sighed, running his hand through his hair in frustration. "But it's not a sure thing. I haven't seen anything that gets past my abilities, but that doesn't mean that they can't. The price on my head is high. Really high. I have to expect at least one, but probably most, to have some sort of stealth abilities that are at least on par and likely superior to my ability to see them coming. So, I'm counting on them catching me by surprise. But anyone I see coming for me is in for a bad day."
Okay, so when do we leave?
"You stay here until I get things set up. I'm heading to go do just that. In the meantime, make sure that you set things in place for the Legion to keep training and expanding. We are going to need at least 10 times as many Legionnaires over the next few years."
Why so many?
Aurelia asked, her voice sounding surprised.
Is there another kingdom threatening us?
"There will be. I have set in motion some things that are going to make Stormstride extremely prosperous, and that's going to make others jealous. Having such a large and strong group of Legionnaires will make sure that nobody tries anything, especially if we can fortify our borders in some way. Put some thought into that. How do we defend our borders without walling the entire kingdom in? Or do we do just that?"
That's good to know, but I'm not going to expand the thrice-blessed Legion significantly.
Aurelia thought aloud.
I will keep them training and growing as they are our truly elite troops that are approaching an average level in mid to late Tier 2. Instead of diluting that power level, I will establish another Legion and get them training. I'm sure Sam can set up a separate training area for them. I'll need you to set up a portal for them to get back and forth from their barracks to the training dungeon. If they grow enough, I'll start a third Legion, and maybe a fourth. It all depends on how many I can recruit.
Don't do it all yourself. Keep the overall leadership of the legions for yourself, but put people in place to lead the various legions under you, unless you want your entire life to be managing the minutiae. I don't think you want to do that. I sure as hell don't. She nodded in agreement.
I already have strong commanders within the Legion. I can tap one of them to lead each new Legion.
Good. I'm heading out, Duke said as he ran his fingers gently down her spine. There could already be assassins in the area, and I want to get things set up fast. It took significantly longer for him to leave as she rolled over on top of him and made sure he left with a smile. Arriving within the lakefront dungeon inn, Duke found that there were quite a few legionnaires seated at tables. They all rose and offered him a salute, which he returned before heading for Sam's core chamber.
"Good to see you again, Duke,"
Sam said brightly.
"You've been cheating on me with other dungeons, no doubt."
Duke laughed, feeling genuine mirth for the first time in quite a while. "Oh, yes, you got me. I've been busy with other dungeons. We've been creating all sorts of things, and I even ran one to completion.
That you did. I heard all about it. It was quite the story.
So, how have you been doing, Sam? I see that the Legion is still here training.
Yes, the Legion has been keeping my dungeon humming along. I've had to get really creative to keep them challenged. They are going to siege a castle in 2 days. I have some real fun surprises in store for them on that one. This is so far outside the normal dungeon world that the Overmind is here, observing me almost daily.
That is true, the Overmind agreed. His avatar was back to its original form and, while Duke still felt that it was just as strange to look directly at it, he was not forced to turn away as he had in the past. I am always watching you, Sam. Your separate dungeon approach with residents is unique. If not for Duke here, I would be concerned that things would go sideways quickly. I can see that your psyche has grown significantly, and you can gaze upon this form without being warped. The Overmind's voice was filled with approval. That is a good sign of things to come. You need to continue to grow stronger. The assassins and bounty hunters that are coming for you will help in that. Nice job with the first batch, by the way. They were the trash of the bunch, but bodies are cheap for them. Losing the ship likely hurt them, so they will think twice about coming for you again. I don't suppose that you could tell me who else is coming for me? That would be considered interference and would allow them to interfere as well, the Overmind cautioned. So, no, you are on your own in that regard. On another topic, I see that you are going to set yourself up away from your people. That's a good idea. If you weren't taking your mate with you, I would suggest setting up on another moon. The thought had occurred to me. I do have to plant more dungeons to see if I can level up that title again. If 1,000 was the first level up, maybe 10,000 or 100,000 would be the next. That would sound logical, wouldn't it? The Overmind hedged. You're not going to tell me, are you? Nope. Even though the avatar had no real face, Duke's xenoglossia read the smile just the same. In that case, Sam, do you have a new core that needs planting?
I have 7, actually, even though he's not pumping energy into me anymore.
Sam gestured at the Overmind's avatar with obvious irritation.
The Legion and Haven Reach are still accelerating their mana output.
The Overmind chuckled. Tier 7 already, little one, yes? You are growing quickly, and we will have to discuss what will happen when you breach past Tier 10, won't we? Sam looked annoyed.
Back to Tier 7, yes.
A plinth rose out of the chamber's floor, and 7 perfect cores rested upon it.
Here are the cores, Duke. I know you are going to be busy, but I can't keep cores like these waiting or they will start to lose their viability.
Duke started to speak, but Sam continued over him.
So I am going to start sending them out into the world myself.
What does that look like? Duke asked, concerned.
I am going to create specialized creatures to carry them out into the world and plant them.
And what happens to those creatures after the dungeons get planted? Duke recalled the tales Sam had told him of dungeons being hunted down, and didn't want to see them repeated here.
They will either enter the dungeons or expire, depending on how long it takes to find a suitable spot for the dungeon. If it takes too long, they will plant the dungeon and expire immediately. If they quickly find a suitable spot, then they will enter the dungeon and help it establish itself. Maybe even take over a boss monster spot.
Duke pondered the possibilities and decided that he wouldn't be able to be there to collect and plant all the cores anyway. I don't want this world to become completely covered in dungeons, though. That's only going to lead to conflict.
It might lead to conflict,
Sam agreed.
But if the cores and dungeons are the end structures the two of you have created, the possibility of conflict is significantly smaller. It really is a spectacularly symbiotic design, and I am going to use it for the new worlds I am actively seeding.
Duke turned to the Overmind. Just how many worlds have dungeons on them?
At this point, trillions. But a great many of them are not inhabited as yet. Most worlds don't understand their dungeons, but that works out just fine for me. They delve and delve and delve, but they never find the cause. All the while, the dungeons grow in power. There are forces in the cosmos hostile to dungeons, but that is not a topic for today.
And they somehow feed their power back to you, Duke surmised.
Indeed,
the Overmind agreed.
That trickle of power from quadrillions of dungeons throughout the cosmos adds up quickly. But that is all I will say about that. I really just wanted to stop in and say that I am pleased at your growth, Duke. Hunt your assassins mercilessly. No matter what story they whine to you about, show them no mercy. They came here to kill you and yours. See that they don't live to regret that decision.
Duke's eyes hardened. I'm looking forward to scattering their atoms across the cosmos. With that, he took a single core with him in his core bag and teleported to the wilderness spot he had selected. Chapter 5. The wilderness area Duke had chosen was deep in the desert. He had seen this area in one of his flyovers and felt it would be perfect for this purpose. The inn might not see traffic anytime soon, but he felt no guilt over that. He was preparing to fight for his life and didn't much care about anything else. If the dungeon grew slowly, so be it. He planted the core. Quickly, the inn took shape into a large building made of adobe. Duke waited for the inn to form completely before reading the sign above the door. It read, "The Dusty Trail Inn." With a shrug at the name, he entered. "Greetings and welcome, traveler. My name is Travis, and I am overjoyed to have you at my inn." The speaker was, of course, a minotaur. This one, however, had dark, curly fur and stood slightly shorter than Duke. The innkeeper's musculature was pronounced and, although there was some of the typical bulk of a minotaur, his muscles seemed more defined than bulky. His smile was warm and inviting, like the entire atmosphere of the inn. "Good to meet you, Travis. I am Duke, and I would like a long-term room here for two. It is unlikely that we will have any other patrons for quite some time, but there are a number of individuals who will be coming with nefarious intent." "So, are you giving me permission to treat them as hostile agents?" The excitement and anticipation in the Minotaur's countenance was palpable. Duke paused briefly, then continued. "Anyone I don't specifically bring here should be considered as having potentially hostile intent. Don't remove the safety of the inn, but be ready to defend yourself if necessary. And to aid with your preparations, Duke flared a massive 10 million mana each into cleanse and repair. Travis grinned again. Now, that is a bit more than I can use at once right now. In time, I can use mana in those amounts, but I'm still too low a tier. Keep using mana like that, and I'll move up rather quickly, though. I'll keep that in mind, Duke smiled. Now, which room is set aside for me? The top floor is all yours, Emperor, Travis responded with a respectful bow. A short time later, Duke had settled into his rooms after manipulating them to fit his desires. He opened a communication portal to Aurelia. Hello, my love. Are you ready to come to our new hideout?
All packed and ready to go,
she chirped happily. In response, the communications portal expanded into a full travel portal which Aurelia used to step through and into Duke's arms. The kiss that followed sent Duke's heart racing, and all his plans for the next hour evaporated. Elsewhere, Drac Mallory stood before her mirror, making sure that everything was in place as the timer in her display counted down.
26 minutes until we reach the planet. This really is the backwoods of the cosmos. How did someone out here get a universal contract on them at Tier 4? Should I even pursue it? The price is extraordinary. But what will it cost me?
The peak Tier 4 mage stepped away from the mirror and visited the flight deck where her partner, Archmathus, was piloting their small ship. She stepped up behind him as he stood before the controls. With a rapid series of gestures, she silently rose into the air behind his 4-meter-tall form. He was deeply engrossed in the business of piloting the ship through the transition from exospace into material space. She reached up and opened her snout widely, allowing her acidic saliva to drip from her fangs. With a snap forward, she dug her fangs into the ridge of the base of his neck, straining the scales there without breaking through. Archmathus grinned while still focusing on the controls, maintaining the subtle and complex dance of exospace stealth needed to keep from attracting the attention of the unfathomably powerful creatures that called the depths home. One slip-up, and the ship could be annihilated. Most ships sported complex automated systems to handle this task, but he did not trust them. He trusted in his own and his mate's capabilities, or little else.
You test me at this moment, mate of mine?
The growl that accompanied his words sent a shiver down Drac Mallory's spine.
We have no time for that now. But once we have arrived, be assured that I am taking you up on your offer. Even if we have to set a clutch in this backwards end of the cosmos.
She backed off, her message delivered and received with the reaction she had hoped for.
My mate, I am uncomfortable with this contract. Something is telling me we should not pursue it.
But the prize is so large,
Archmathus countered.
Imagine it. An entire solar system of our own. We could raise thousands of clutches and start our own clan with that wealth.
I know we need the wealth. I'm not arguing that. But what Tier 4 is worth an entire solar system? That is a price for an immortal contract. It worries me greatly.
Have we yet to find a target of our tier that can resist us? Your magic is truly potent, and who can stand against my strength? My claws rend star metal.
That's just it. We haven't had a target to challenge us in decades. We sit at the peak of our tier. If not for banking our experience for our clutches to use someday, we would easily be in mid-tier 5, perhaps higher. I am asking for caution in our approach this time.
You know that is not our way, not our tradition. How could we teach our clutches the way of the dragon when we run from a single challenge?
I did not say we would run. Never. but I wish to observe this target first and see what it is capable of. Stalk our prey like the predators we are."
She knew that she had to frame it carefully to keep her mate's bull-headed bloodlust in check. She saw the subtle relaxation of muscles beneath scales that showed her that she had won.
"Very well," he responded. "For your sake, we shall stalk our prey before consuming it. Now let me handle the arrival."
Suppressing her grin at her mate's subconscious dismissal, driven by his ego's resistance to the very idea of not charging in and rending an opponent. She knew that she had won this round, but there would be a price to pay later, and she was gladly preparing her body for what would happen after their arrival. Ark Mathis's mating habits were as aggressive as his combat ones, and she prepared the healing spells she would need afterwards. As she finished, the ship arrived, and she moved up next to him to observe their target. Duke finished his preparations at the inn and headed outside into the hot, dry air. The area surrounding the inn was dry and sandy, but it did have scattered vegetation, making it different from what Duke had originally thought of when he saw this listed as a desert on the map. With a shrug, he moved a few kilometers away, opened up his dungeon sense to its maximum, and began to exclude things from his notice rapidly. With his immense psyche, the range of the ability was over 200 kilometers, which made for an insane amount of information to sort through. With his reason over 900, he was able to sort through much of what he took in quickly and set aside the vast majority of things as natural phenomena not worth actively tracking. He did notice an actual caravan traveling at the furthest edge of his range. After a few moments of scrutiny, he set it aside from his active notice and continued sorting. It took him over an hour to find something that stood out to him. He had spotted a trio of humans traveling his way slowly from across the desert. They did not appear threatening at first, but their continued trajectory towards him made him give them more attention. When they changed their direction to match the 4 teleports that he tested them with, he was certain that they were tracking him in some fashion. They were still 50 kilometers away, but he decided to confront them before they could set themselves up. His latest teleport put him a mere 30 meters behind them, causing them to turn slowly in a circle as their tracking device turned them around. Duke could see that the device appeared to be some sort of filigreed magical compass that one of the men was holding. They were all dressed in similar sets of heavy plate armor. The armor was the color of blued steel and adorned with golden runic inlays. With their helmets closed, Duke could not make out their features completely, as Dungeon Sense did not provide that level of detail when expanded to its maximum range. Still, Duke decided not to focus the ability on them, as he was sure this would not be the only group looking for him. When the group finally turned around, the one holding the compass spoke. "You are Duke of the world known as Telden, are you not?" Duke decided not to play games just yet and responded, "I am, and if you are looking to collect on that contract, I will give you exactly 1 chance to turn around and go back from wherever you came from. Forget the contract and leave with your lives." Without skipping a beat, the speaker continued. "You have been specified as the target of a kill order by Her Most Holy Majesty, Elistrasa of the Eternal Throne. Surrender now, and we shall make your death quick and merciful." Duke sighed and poured 100,000 mana into both Silence and Soulfire. It was not one of his most powerful attacks, but it was one of his 2 attacks that he knew that could bypass armor. The Silence washed over the trio, followed by the Soulfire. 2 of the 3 felt the ground writhing from the effects of the attack, including the compass holder. The remaining 1 charged Duke while drawing a heavy sword. His first slice was far faster than Duke had expected, as the swordsman accelerated to a phenomenal speed, similar to what Duke had seen Aurelia do in the past. The blade was aimed to cut Duke's head off. Duke decided to not let that blow land as he teleported behind the man a moment before the blade struck his neck. A sudden spurt of blood from his neck told Duke that he was not nearly as fast as he had thought. The swordsman halted his charge, pivoting on his back foot to face Duke yet again. Upon seeing the blood, he charged again, looking to finish Duke off. Duke, feeling his regeneration already healing the wound, took the man more seriously and armed himself with his tonfas, pulling them straight from his inventory and into his hands. He blocked the thrust aimed for his heart, pushing the blade aside with his left tonfa, and delivering a crushing horizontal blow with his right. Duke's blow folded the armor around the tonfa before throwing the man backwards like a rag doll. It was then that Duke noticed that he had a deep gash in his chest and breathing was now very difficult. Good thing I don't particularly need to breathe anymore. As his wounds healed, he made a quick round of the trio, making sure they had all expired. The last one Duke struck had completely folded around the blow, his armor nearly crushed flat at the impact point. The body was essentially bisected by the combination of the blow and the crushing of the armor. Duke was sure he was dead, so he moved on to the other two. With a hard yank, the helmets of each of them came off, exposing the frozen screams they each bore on their faces. With a gaze into their lifeless eyes, he took notice of his experience notifications as the final arbiter of their death. You have slain a triad death squad of the Eternal Throne. You receive 81,600 experience for slaying the 3-level 200 Tier 4 assassins. You are now level 111 and have 18 characteristic points to spend. Duke chuckled and put his characteristic points into reason to bring it closer to the 1,000 threshold. He cleansed and restored himself, returning his clothes to pristine form. He then set to looting the corpses while going through the combat messages. He had finished looting the corpse of the swordsman when he noticed something unusual in his combat messages. There was an additional line that he had never seen before, informing him that the sword blows had been enhanced and extended by Vithshrek, the Teldan god of swords. Well, fuck you too. You're the first asshole I'm coming for when I hit Tier 11. I knew I had dodged and blocked those blows. I have to be even more careful of swords from here on out. He gathered the loot, including the bodies, into his inventory and went back to watching for the next group of assassins to make a move. Come on, fucktards, I can do this all day. Chapter 6. Duke did not see the next attack coming until it was upon him. His dungeon sense picked up on something an instant before he was hit by a missile of some kind. Over 15 million health vanished in a single blast, leaving Duke's body shredded and planted inside a large crater. He was missing most of his skin, and he wasn't sure if he still had any limbs left. All he could feel was pain as exposed nerves fired off continually. However, with his current stats, his regeneration replenished his health and repaired his body at a phenomenal rate, nearly 600,000 health a second. By the time his attacker came to follow up on the attack and confirm Duke's death, He was back to nearly full health, but was still buried in the crater. What approached was another armored suit. This one, however, was tremendous, standing over 10 meters tall and bristling with weaponry. Duke did not recognize any of the weaponry specifically, but missile launchers and Gatling guns were common fare from his past. There even seemed to be some sort of energy cannon mounted on the opposite shoulder from the missile launcher.
It's a fucking mech! I am totally stealing that bitch!
Duke could not contain his excitement as he focused his dungeon sense deeper to see the interior of the mech through all the dirt covering him. What he saw inside shocked him briefly. The mech was piloted by a diminutive being that stood no more than a half-meter tall. The entire rest of the monstrosity was a mass of runic circuitry of some kind that Duke had no comprehension of, but was now thoroughly interested in discovering. The mech landed outside the crater and started emitting some sort of scanning beam that he could only barely detect, as it had no physical substance. Duke didn't hesitate to mount his own offensive. He locked onto the pilot and poured millions of mana into an offensive teleport, ripping through the mech's magical defenses and removing the pilot completely. Duke teleported himself out of the crater simultaneously, adding his customary cleanse and restore to himself in time to catch the terrified pilot by the scruff of its bodysuit's neck before it had fully reached terminal velocity from its 10-kilometer plunge. Duke turned the creature to face himself, and found it to appear to be an anthropomorphic teddy bear staring back at him with oversized, glassy black eyes with a pleading look. He hesitated long enough for it to speak first.
Please no kill. We go away and no come back.
Duke stopped their descent with a flex of his flight ability and asked the first thing that came to mind. Who is we? Duke received his answer when he was slammed into from below by the mech's armored fist. It was the size of his entire torso and slammed into him hard enough to break his grip on the pilot. The blow did not do significant damage through his armor skin, but it carried enough momentum to separate him from his prize. As he stabilized himself, Duke responded, "Oh, you're both going away in pieces." He slammed bolts of force into the pair in a rapid-fire sequence, increasing the mana spent on each bolt. The first few bolts knocked the pilot away from the mech, but it quickly moved to cover the pilot with its own bulk, not showing much damage from the bolts. The pilot somehow managed to climb back into the mech under the barrage, but was unable to engage Duke before the bolts of force had started to slam into the mech with enough impact to cause damage. As the Gatling gun mounted in the left arm started to spin up, Duke focused more and more mana into his bolts. He grinned as he saw parts start to be blasted from the mech's body as the rapid-fire bolts completely spoiled the monstrosity's aim. Just as Duke was ready to up the mana going into the bolts of force to a full 100,000 each, the mech fired its thrusters and started burning for orbit at extreme speed. Duke considered letting them leave for a full second before he teleported into its path with a full 1,000,000 mana wall of force. The mech slammed into the wall hard enough to collapse the ability completely. Unfortunately for the mech, it collapsed as well, plummeting back towards the planet in an uncontrolled spiral. Duke followed it down, keeping his distance as his mana replenished. The mech impacted the ground with a tremendous boom that sent a cloud of debris flying hundreds of meters into the air. He simply watched it with his eyes and scanned it with his dungeon sense to make sure that neither was going to get back up. The experience notification told him everything he needed to know. You have slain the greater golem, Gregorius and his living armor, Brutarchus. You receive 53,800 experience. Duke frowned. Not even enough experience to level me. Disappointing. It was a hell of a first strike, though. But not following it up from a distance was a major mistake on their part. On my side, How the fuck do I deal with something that hits that fast from more than 200 kilometers away? Don't stand out in the open, perhaps? Yeah, dumbass, that might be a good idea. Elsewhere again. You saw how he recovered from that hit, right, Archmathus?
I did, but I bet I could hit him harder.
Don't be an idiot. You might be able to top their attack power, but we both know how hard Gregorius and Brutarchus hit. Besides, he wiped them both out with little effort. The Throners put up even less of a fight. If he's a tier 4, I'm a lizard. Archmanthus paused at his mate's vehemence. She rarely resorted to such racial slurs, if ever.
What tier do you think he actually is?
I'd say at least 6th, maybe 7th. I don't think that we've seen his true power yet, and I am telling you this right now, we are not fighting him.
Then we are to leave? Like children fleeing an angry drake?
No. Remember that this is an open contract for any tier 4. We did not have to accept the contract to fulfill it and receive the reward. So, our honor is intact if we do not attempt to kill him.
We did not sign the contract?
No, my thick-headed, strong-scaled mate. No one signed the contract. So, anyone who fits the tier requirements can fulfill the terms by killing the target.
Then why do we not?
Because I seriously do not think we can kill him.
But what do we do now? I came to fight, and I will not leave without a fight. My claws ache for blood.
Oh, we are going to fight for sure. Think of how many are going to come to fulfill this contract with that prize on the line. How many rivals we could eliminate if we joined forces with this man named Duke. How much experience we could bank for our clutches.
Do you think he would permit us to lay a clutch on his planet if we ally with him?
Archmanthus asked thoughtfully. I don't know, but I feel it is likely. He seems naive and uneducated about the wider cosmos. You saw how he thought separating the golem from its living armor would be enough to stop them both. Archmanthus's next question made Drakmalori's entire line of thought pause.
If he is so naive, what could he have done to anger an entity so much? And would we not be placing ourselves in a place of enmity with that entity by allying with him?
She thought for several moments, working out the possibilities before continuing. That is the wisdom of the ancients resonating in your soul. It is a good question and one I do not have a sure answer to, but I do believe that I have enough to think we would be outside the enmity. The wording on the contract was specific. It only names Duke as the target and lists any allies as acceptable casualties only in the direct pursuit of the quarry. That means that his allies are not to be targeted unless they get in the way. If we fight at his side, we are not going to gain enmity, but we will be legitimate targets only during a fight.
Are you certain in your reasoning?
Would you prefer to ask your clutch father?
No, not that. His attention is not something I desire, even at my tier.
Then we continue to observe and make ourselves known at the opportune time.
As you say, my mate. As you say.
Chapter 7. Duke relaxed in a bath with Aurelia cuddled into him. The warmth of the water seeped into muscles that had been pushed time and time again. His regeneration restored his body perfectly, but this feeling of replenishment was different, and he stayed in the bath for far longer than he had planned. As they relaxed, he told Aurelia about all the attacks he had weathered throughout the day.
Do you think they will start coming in groups at some point? If so, can you handle that?
If it gets to be too much, I'm going to relocate to Monrea and ramp up the destruction to the max. I doubt that anyone at Tier 4 can handle me while I'm this pumped up by my title. If they figure out that the dungeons are fueling me, then I will have a problem. Moving around will be my best tactic if they come in swarms.
I can help you fight, you know.
She snuggled in closer to emphasize her point. I know you can, love. But some of the hits I have been taking are monstrous. I took one single hit that cost me over 10 million health. I wouldn't have survived that without the title buff. That would have killed you instantly, and I refuse to see that happen. Not again.
I just feel helpless, she sighed. I need to help you, and I'm terrified about what my world would look like if I lost you.
Don't worry, love. I'm not going to let anyone take me out with a shot like that. At least, not again.
Not going to stop worrying about it. But in the meantime, I'm going to be delving into Travis's dungeon to keep myself from dwelling on what could happen.
You be careful, too. Duke gave her a wink and a squeeze before he froze in place, his attention elsewhere.
What is it?
Aurelia asked, concerned. Someone just entered the inn. Not sure how they tracked me down here, but I have to go deal with them. He didn't wait for a response as he practically jumped out of the large soaking tub and threw his clothes back on. An unconscious cleanse and restore left him clean and dry, ready for action. He called over his shoulder as he left. Stay here. This might get messy. He didn't look back as he headed down the hall and down the stairs.
Stay here?
Aurelia fumed.
Like I'm a helpless flower that needs protection? Oh, hells no.
She dried herself off and began to layer on her armor. Duke came down the stairs, stepping out into the tavern portion of the inn. He saw a group of 5 individuals sitting at a table with drinks in front of them. They were all similar in appearance, being tall goblinoids. The major distinction between them all was in their manner of dress. Duke's first impression was that they were kitted out as a typical adventuring party with a tank, healer, mage, rogue, and ranged fighter. The mage waved over to Duke.
Come, join us for a drink before we get this all started.
A drink? Duke asked, intrigued.
Yes, please join us so we can discuss things. It is our tradition to always at least share a drink with our subjects before things come to their inevitable conclusion.
Duke shrugged and came over to the table, deciding that he could, indeed, use a drink, and his curiosity was well piqued. Perhaps he could get some answers before things went to shit again. As he sat down, Travis gave him a meaningful look. There will be no fighting in my inn. They have already agreed to this. He set a glass of whiskey down in front of Duke and wandered back towards the bar.
Thank you for joining us.
The apparent leader raised his glass, and the others followed suit. Duke slowly joined them, ready to respond to any sign of violence. The leader continued.
It is both good and terrible to meet you, Duke. I am Vorzag. This is Rocktook, Zelra, Merka, and Grimtooth. And, as I am sure that you have guessed, we came here to kill you and claim the prize.
Yes, I figured you were here to join the pile of corpses in my inventory. Duke did not hold back the edge in his voice.
I have an ability that is quite unique, in that it allows me to see the results of actions before they occur. If I have enough information about the possible events and the variables in play...
Vorzag continued. That could be quite useful. Duke nodded easily.
Indeed, Duke, it is. It allows me to guide us to victory rather easily, At least it did until today. You are the first foe I have encountered that I simply cannot find a way to defeat. So, I'm not going to make the attempt. None of us will.
So, you're just going to up and leave without trying to kill me? Duke chuckled. Ha! Well, that's a new one.
Not everyone is smart about how they approach a job, especially this job. Too many just charge in and hope they can overwhelm their target. Sadly, it works far more often than not, so they keep doing it. We only act when we are assured of victory. That is how we emerged from and escaped the crash. You are different. I suspect that you possess abilities as unique as mine, and that is what brings us to the table today. I would like to recruit you to join us, Duke. I have seen it. With you on our team, we could easily handle targets 2 tiers above our own.
Duke stared at the 5 of them for a long moment before responding. Quite the offer, but I am rather happy with my own things right now. Perhaps another day I may change my mind, but today is not that day. The exchanging of coins that followed Duke's response was neither subtle nor fast. Duke's realization that they had been betting on the outcome brought a smile to his face. So, you can predict the outcomes of events. That's pretty cool if I say so. Thanks for not being dicks and trying to kill me like so many others have, and I'm just guessing are still coming to do so.
Oh, yes. The contract is so appealing that you may indeed be fighting for the rest of your days. No, that's not right. Word of your potency will get around the community over the next year, and no one will be willing to attempt the contract anymore. The Tier 4 limitation really has an expiration date with the speed you seem to gain power and levels. When you are a Tier 6 and it becomes known, there's no way any Tier 4 will even think about it. Have you ever considered the life of a hunter? You would be really good at it, even if it's not on my team.
I'm still establishing my own places here. It will be a while before I start traipsing all over the cosmos, hunting poor souls down. Duke's next words were interrupted by a woman in golden armor bursting out of the stairway, sword drawn to strike and shield ready to deflect a blow or bash a foe.
Leave my Duke alone!
Aurelia's words rang with the full weight of her command voice, and all heads turned in her direction.
Now that,
Vorzak laughed.
I did not predict.
The table dissolved into laughter as Duke stood up and walked over to his battle-ready lover. Aurelia stared at him dumbfounded. Thanks for the backup, love, but they aren't here to fight. They're trying to recruit me.
Recruit you? What for?
To join our bounty hunting team, of course.
Vorzak chuckled.
Your Duke is quite extraordinary and would be quite the asset to us. The pay is good, and you could join us as well.
Duke interrupted. I've already declined. Don't try to pressure me with the woman I love. Aurelia absent-mindedly sheathed her sword as Travis handed her a drink. She thoughtfully downed the glass of liquid and gestured for another, which Travis was happy to provide. Duke calmly led her to a seat that had somehow arrived at the table, and they all sat back down together.
Well, this is not what I was expecting,
she finally said.
Who are all you people?
Duke went around the table making introductions. When he finished, Raktuk spoke up.
When we sat down, there was only enough room at this table for the 5 of us. Now there are 7, and there's still plenty of room. How is that possible?
Duke smiled. Magic. This inn is magic. That's why I chose it as my place to stay at this time. With all the hunters and assassins coming for me, I rather like having a nice place to come back to relax after fighting. Don't you agree?
This human is unlike any other I have met. Is that why he is such a price on his head?
Grimtooth asked Vorzag, ignoring the self-same human he was asking about.
Not very polite of you to speak of someone like that when they're sitting at the same table as you.
Vorzag spoke over the top of his glass as he took a sip.
But the truth is that I don't know what he has done to get such a price upon his head. That wasn't specified in the contract. I don't suppose you are willing to share that information, Duke?
Pass.
I didn't think so.
Vorzak reached into a pocket and retrieved a small device and handed it to Duke.
This is a device you can use to reach me when you are ready to change careers and join us.
Duke accepted the device and identified it. You have found a targeted exospace communicator. This device can be used to communicate through exospace and therefore has near infinite range. That's handy. I'll keep this in a safe space and, if I ever want to join you, I'll give you a ring, Duke said, slipping the communicator into his inventory.
Ring? I don't understand.
Duke shook his head. It's an idiom. It means that I will communicate with you.
That makes much more sense.
The bounty hunter nodded.
Thank you for hearing me out and being so cordial. I hope to hear from you soon, but I now know that I won't, at least as far as I can see. Oh, the Schwaldemetak? They are invulnerable to wind.
With that final bit of advice, the group rose from their seats and headed for the door. They had left behind 20 chips of some transparent material that Duke assumed was some form of currency. They were out the door before he even thought to ask. When he turned back from the door, the chips were gone. The knowing look he received from Travis told him exactly where the chips had gone. Duke paused and spoke to Aurelia. I don't suppose I can convince you to stay here and enjoy a meal while I go out? He received a look in return that told him everything he needed to know about her answer. He shrugged and waited for her by the door. They stepped through into the desert to find it was no longer barren. The inn was ringed by landing craft, strange, mounted beasts, and dozens upon dozens of foes waiting for him. Chapter 8. As all eyes turned to him, Duke spoke over his shoulder. Please step back into the inn. The small fights are over, and I need to be sure you're out of the field of fire. Aurelia caught a brief glance at the scene before stepping back into the inn.
You had better come back to me,
she whispered. Once inside, she called out to Travis.
Is there any way I can see what's going on outside?
Travis smiled. Of course there is, since it's just us in here. The walls of the inn became transparent from the inside, allowing her to see all around the inn. She couldn't hear anything outside, but she saw Duke ensure the door to the inn was closed before confidently striding away from the inn as he began speaking. Duke had taken several steps outside the inn, and his xenoglossia was providing him with volumes of information from the body language of those surrounding him. They all wanted to be the one to get the kill and the prize, but they were equally concerned about being caught in the crossfire or having to face each other. It was a standoff that Duke was happy to take advantage of. You all came here for little old me? How sweet of you. But the way you're all set up, it's a virtual guarantee that you're going to hit each other with stray shots. Maybe we should relocate to another spot where you can set up a bit smarter. His words broke the stalemate, as he had expected. Fingers tensed on triggers, spells were cast, abilities activated, arrows loosed, and bruisers charged forward. Duke watched as the destruction washed over the area from his position a kilometer above the fray. Naturally, he had teleported when the fireworks began. Even still, several attacks had hit him as he departed, and his regeneration was hard at work repairing the damage. Some of the wounds he had received were resistant to his ability and were closing very slowly. Some real issues there. Maybe I shouldn't be cocky. Duke carefully considered the thought. Nah, that's just how it has to be. As he watched, the inn absorbed hit after hit and, as he expected, remained immutable. His intuition was working overtime as he identified all who had attacked and the few who had not. He quickly added the attackers to a mental list. They would be the targets of his response. He dropped down, bringing them into range. The dust and smoke slowly cleared in the dry desert air, revealing not a single individual below impacted by friendly fire. That struck Duke as interesting as he unleashed his own attack. A 1 million mana Umbral Reaper, targeting only those who had attacked. The entire area below him turned to the midnight terror of his ability. Claws and fangs burst forth from shadows and tore through flesh. Horrified screams echoed through the darkness for a full minute before the darkness receded back into shadow. There were still a dozen hunters that had not attacked Duke and had been excluded from the ability. They stared at him as he gently finished descending towards the ground, shadows swimming in his eye sockets as the ability fully resolved itself. He addressed the gathered crowd. I know you came for me for your own reasons. He looked from the eyes of each hunter to the next. Perhaps because the prize offered was beyond tempting, or perhaps because you enjoy a good fight. But you had the wisdom to not attack me immediately, and for that reason, you still live. Now, make a decision. Leave with your lives or end up like the withered corpses around you. There was a cacophony as several ships' engines whined to life as their owners chose the first option. Duke waited as the ships departed, keeping his combat sense and dungeon sense actively watching for anyone attempting to turn and attack him. He was pleasantly surprised as those who left did so without conflict. He then found himself with half a dozen beings waiting for him. So, you want to fight? Duke prepared himself. I certainly don't. I'm not sure about everyone else here, but I would like to talk. The speaker was what Duke's brain immediately classified as a space elf by the pointed ears and thin features. There were nods and words of agreement from the rest of the individuals still standing there, including a pair of bipedal dragonic beings. Duke landed and started walking towards the inn's door. He glanced over his shoulder and offered a few words before opening the door. Anyone who wants to talk is welcome to come join me for a drink in the inn. But anyone who brings violence inside my inn will not live to regret it. I will tear your soul from your body and consume it in hellfire. And if I'm in a particularly bad mood, I'll send the hellfire back through your entire bloodline. I hope I have made myself clear. He stepped through the door. Aurelia was waiting for him and intercepted him with a hug and a kiss.
I'm glad you're okay, love. That was terrifying to watch. Why did you spare some of them? And what did you say to them at the end there?
Duke pulled her in closer for a deep kiss before carrying her to his favorite table. Those are the ones that didn't attack. I gave them the chance to just go away and leave me alone. The rest apparently want to talk. I told them to come in, but also that no violence would be tolerated. Travis offered Duke a wicked grin. I'll make sure things stay civil. His grin deepened disturbingly as the door to the inn opened. They all looked up to see the pair of dragonian beings enter. The fact that the doorway had to expand to let them in gave Duke the sudden perspective on just how large they were that he had not gotten outside. The pair approached the table.
You are the Duke, yes?
The larger of the two asked, the horns on his head nearly scraping the rafters. Duke winced inwardly, but decided to avoid the wordplay in what could be a significant conversation. I am, Duke. If you have come to talk, please, join us at the table. The Dragonian looked down at the table and the chairs that could not possibly fit one of his feet. Travis intervened with a chuckle. Go ahead and take a seat. It will resize for you. The smaller Dragonian, who was still significantly larger than Duke, grabbed a chair and pulled it over to her to sit down, smiling as the table, chair, and floor all resized to fit her comfortably. Her partner followed suit with a surprised look on his face. To everyone but Duke, or another Dragonian, the look appeared fierce and aggressive. Duke's xenoglossia read the comical surprise on the Dragonian's features, causing Duke's mood to lighten slightly. The smaller Dragonian spoke up after the pair were settled.
Greetings. I am Drac Mallory, and this is my mate Archmathus. We have been watching you for a short while and have decided that we have been deceived.
Deceived? By me? Duke raised an eyebrow.
No, not by you, but by the unnamed party that placed such a contract on you.
Ah, yes, them. Duke nodded. Yeah, they kind of screwed all of you who came for me. I'm sure they will update the contract when they realize how much they underestimated me.
They cannot. The contract cannot be amended, changed, or replaced until the standard 1,000 cosmic year term has expired.
That's good news and damned funny. The twin entities must be hopping mad at this point. It can't have been cheap to set up that contract. So, what is it you would like to discuss? The Dragonians exchanged a glance before Drac Mallory continued.
As I said, we have observed you and have decided not to pursue the contract. Instead, we would know what cause you serve.
What cause do I serve? That's an interesting question, Duke said thoughtfully. I am the king of a small but growing nation here on Teldon. I do, however, have aspirations far beyond this place, but those are not a matter for a discussion with people I have only just met.
There is wisdom in caution. But I must ask, do you serve a greater master?
He does not serve a greater master, though he is sponsored by one.
The Overmind's avatar appeared in the seat next to Duke, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura, even if it was suppressed from its true power. The reaction was immediate and took Duke by surprise. The chairs the Dragonians had been sitting in slammed into the far wall, shattering to flinders. The pair prostrated themselves, their faces slammed to the floor. Duke almost didn't notice Aurelia passing out next to him in the commotion. He retrieved a pillow from his inventory and placed it under her head before returning his attention to the full scene before him. Duke looked over to the Overmind, confusion washing over his face. The Avatar smiled in response.
Yes, Duke, that is the typical reaction to my presence. Now, you two get back in your seats. I am merely here to make sure that Duke fully understands what is going on, since his education of the wider cosmos has been sorely lacking.
Slowly and carefully, the pair of Dragonians took their seats that had reformed for them, their gazes firmly fixed downward at the table. The Overmind spoke up again.
You have permission to meet my gaze and act normally while we are in this setting.
Thank you, Great One.
The Dragonians settled back into their seats, but still were reluctant to meet the gaze of the Overmind. Duke decided to get things going again. As you can see, I am my own person, but I do have a sponsor. What is it you wanted to ask of me? You can speak freely in here. No one beyond this room can eavesdrop on what you have to say. Drac Mallory started again.
We would like to join you in your endeavors in this world, and are asking for your leave to raise a family here.
Duke looked over to the Overmind, who gave him absolutely no indication either way. He continued, forging his own path. That's asking quite a lot from a stranger. Before I could agree to that, I'd rather know you both much better than I do now. Please, tell me your story and why raising your family here is so important to you. Chapter 9. Drac Mallory began telling their tale. They were originally from a star system several galaxies away from Teldon. Their home world was a place of constant conflict, as even clutchmates killed each other in their overwhelming hunger since their parents customarily abandoned their clutches in the wild. This hunger was all-consuming until they achieved awareness about 2 years after hatching.
Archmanthus and I were both the sole survivors of our respective clutches, and found each other at the time of our awakening to awareness,
She went on to explain. He grunted in agreement, and she continued.
We formed a bond in those first days of awareness, hunting together until we found our first city. We were so young and knew nothing about, well, anything. It was there that we were taught the harsh lessons of strength and power.
Archimanthus spoke up.
I was taken in by the warrior sect due to my unusual size. As I grew, my body adapted to withstanding the constant bullying of the older hatchlings. My scales grew thicker and denser until, after years of being taught the lessons of battle by losing fight after fight, I finally learned that not only could I take whatever blows that landed on me, but even claws and fangs were not able to get through my scales.
He took a breath before continuing on.
When I finally, successfully removed the leader of the group that harassed me daily and tore his belly open, things changed for me. I was taken aside by one of the elders of the warrior sect and taught how to fight beyond what my instincts taught me. For 10 years, I studied under his claws, and I learned countless ways to kill, maim, and rend.
Drac Mallory took over.
My tale from the city is similar in some ways, but very different in others. Unlike Archmanthus, I was tested when we arrived at the city and was found to have some talent with magic. Because of that, the sect of mages took me in. Their method of teaching magic is strangely similar to how they teach warriors. It is a brutal regimen that subjected me to countless forms of magic to see what resistances I had naturally formed, what ones I could develop, and ultimately, what magics I could employ.
She paused, gathering her thoughts.
I was the first of us to graduate. I was given my title of Mage Assassin and sent with the subjugation forces to another world. There I found out just how efficient our forces were at their jobs. The world fell to the assault forces in a matter of weeks after every major city was obliterated. Then the task fell to the subjugation forces to bring the populace into the proper slave configurations. Any who resisted were killed as brutally and publicly as possible. It took but 6 months to fully subjugate that first planet. As time went by, I got better at rooting out resistance and killing their leaders in the dark. All they would find in the mornings would be the mutilated bodies with detailed explanations of how they died, silently and in excruciating pain, just like I had been trained to do.
Archimanthus took over.
I, too, was ultimately assigned to the subjugation forces. They felt my size would intimidate the local populace. They were, of course, right about that. All the brutality that I was taught and even subjected to came out when I made planetfall. I did things that I care not to recall, but that is where I finally ran into Mallory again.
His eyes took on a faraway look.
I nearly did not recognize her when I first saw her in the mage's garb. She had an aura of death about her.
And he was still dripping with the greened blood of the populace.
Mallory smiled.
But I still knew him on sight even after all that time. I could feel our connection flare to life again. It was then that I could see he recognized me. It took nearly a year of maneuvering through the egos of our leaders and the bureaucracy of it all, but we managed to get assigned to the same unit.
Duke nodded along as she continued.
By then, we had become disillusioned about the great conquest. It turned out to be a way for those at the top to spread their clutches further and further from the home world. It was of no benefit to our race beyond that.
Mallory clenched a fist in anger.
The peoples we enslaved were ultimately food for the hatchlings so that they would not consume each other. These hatchlings all grew up weak, never having had to fight for survival. It was a slow path towards our entire world's and, likely, our race's demise. None seemed to be able to see it as I and Archimanthus did, though. So, we planned our escape.
Leaving was easy.
Archimanthus picked back up.
Killed a scout ship crew and took the ship. No one knew until we were far away.
We became bounty hunters to support ourselves.
Mallory sighed as though laying down a heavy burden.
We've had to keep clear of the Draco Collective, but it's a big cosmos. They are not going to come looking for us at this point.
That is quite the tale, Duke said thoughtfully. I don't see how that would incline me to have you join me, though, now that you're, what, seeking refuge here? Looking to build your family? What is it that you are truly looking for?
We are looking for a place to raise our family,
Archimanthus spoke fervently.
Where we can teach the survivors of our clutches the true way of the Dragonians, not the soft ways of our nobility.
And what happens when your children gain an appetite for human flesh, or the flesh of other sentients on this planet?
That will not be a problem,
Mallory responded. Not a problem? Because they will completely consume their prey? Duke asked.
No, not a problem because we will teach them what they can and what they cannot do,
she clarified.
Your children grow up just the same. They are inherently selfish but can be taught to follow rules and the consequences of choice, can they not?
That's not a bad point. But how would the two of you survive here? It's not like cosmic bounties come to this planet on the regular.
In the short run, we will help you deal with the hunters that come here. In the long run, we will ride your tail. We both see that you are far greater than anyone has given you credit for, and your deeds will not end on this insignificant planet.
She paused, with a quick glance at the Overmind. She seemed to consider a question, but fell silent as if she feared to ask.
It was wise of you not to broach that subject, but yes, he is my entrant.
The Overmind let the subject drop with that, despite Duke's annoyed, questioning glance. Duke gave the Overmind a further look before returning to the pair of Dragonians. I'm not one to accept lightly, nor turn allies away. Perhaps we'll stand together against the next wave of idiots and see where things go from there.
That is acceptable, Archimanthus replied. I will go see how many remain outside, but I suspect they have all fled by now, and we will have to wait for the next wave.
If that is the case, feel free to stay at the inn. I am sure we have a room suitable for you. With that, Duke all but dismissed them from the table. There's no way I'm trusting anyone that quick with assassins coming from all corners of the cosmos for me. They could be legit, but the odds are so much in favor of betrayal. I'm not letting anyone close to those I care about, at least not like this. The enormous Dragonian didn't waste any time getting to the door and stepping outside. He returned in under a minute.
They have all gone, as expected.
Then we've got some time to ourselves. Duke clapped his hands together as though shutting the door on their previous discussion. Why don't you two get settled down in a room while I take care of other business? When I return, we can head out and see who wants to try their luck later. The pair took the dismissal for what it was and allowed Travis to lead them to a room of their own. They were shocked to see it had been built for their size. It even had rough granite formations to scratch their scales on.
Did he plan for us?
Drek Mallory asked, shock tinting her voice.
How is this possible?
I know not, mate. But if this is how far he sees ahead, joining his cause will be the smartest thing we have ever done.
While they were getting settled, the Overmind focused back on Duke.
Killing the hunters has helped you grow a bit, has it not?
It has, Duke agreed. Although I haven't checked my latest gains yet.
Good. Don't hesitate to wipe out as many as you can in those early days. The monsters have yet to come for you, and you need to be ready for them.
Monsters?
Yes, those who have been sitting at the peak of Tier 4 for centuries have incredible power for their tier.
How do they keep from tiering up to Tier 5?
You don't know just how unique you are.
The Overmind laughed.
Many races and classes have requirements to reach beyond Tier 4 that are both difficult to find and obtain. There are even classes that are restricted to Tier 2 or even Tier 1. Humans are one of a very few races that have such a high inherent tier restriction, so they are usually only limited by their class. Not that it matters for you.
It doesn't matter to me? Because I'm not human anymore?
Exactly. You are a dungeon-born dungeon emperor. You will not face any restrictions before Tier 11. There is always a restriction at Tier 11, but I am confident that you will survive it. Beyond that, there are no race or class restrictions for you. As it is now, you have the harder mortal tiers still to get through, so let us not be premature.
What makes them harder besides more levels to get through?
For you, nothing. Or rather, the levels themselves are difficult in themselves. You have to pass level 250 in Tier 5 to reach Tier 6. Your experience gains are going to slow down significantly as you outlevel everyone else. Once you reach, let's say, level 200, how much experience will you get for defeating a peak Tier 4 foe?
I never calculated how that worked, Duke admitted.
The system gets complex at the upper levels, so I'm not surprised about that. It would be around 200 experience.
That's not much.
No, it's not. Now, consider how much experience you need to go from level 200 to level 201. It's 201,000 experience. So, you will have to defeat over 1,000 peak Tier 4 foes to even reach level 201. It will only get harder to get all the way to level 251 and Tier 5.
That sounds like a dangerous slog.
It can be. At the upper levels of the higher tiers, achievements that grant experience are what you will need to truly advance with any speed. Know of anywhere you can get easy achievements?
Duke thought about it. I've gotten some for kingdom stuff and defeating enemy armies, but that won't happen much.
Where else have I gotten achievement bonuses?
The answer struck him like a bolt from the blue, and he blurted it out. First clear bonuses from dungeons! The Overmind grinned. Exactly. Especially solo first clears. My class is broken, Duke grinned. I wouldn't say that, the Overmind corrected. I would say that it is exceptionally well crafted and built with a great deal of thought and care. Now, I must be on my way again, and get Sleeping Beauty here to put more points in Psyche. This is embarrassing. A potion appeared on the table. In fact, have her take this. Duke reached for it but was stopped by a gesture from the Overmind. You cannot touch it. That would be a violation of the rules. She, however, can drink it with impunity. Now it is my turn to depart. Check your gains and keep growing. Time is passing rather quickly. With that, the Overmind was gone. Aurelia woke up, lifting her head from the pillow with a confused look upon her face. Before she could say anything, Duke cut in. You passed out in the presence of the Overmind. Drink this, and you'll feel better. Duke gestured to the potion, and she downed it without a second thought. She immediately passed out again. Well, shit. Duke brought her back to the lakefront dungeon inn and placed her in bed before checking on his own gains. Chapter 10. When reviewing his gains, Duke noticed that he had gained 5 levels, bringing him to 116 and leaving him with 90 characteristic points to spend. He put them into Reason and Psyche, increasing Reason up to 1,000 points even. Duke held his breath waiting for some announcement for a new title at having reached 1,000 in all his characteristics. There was no such message.
Fucking books making me think that would get me something,
he mentally grumbled.
Let's see how my abilities have advanced.
Duke delved into his abilities list to see what had changed. It seemed mostly small increments in various abilities, except Umbral Reaper, which had gained 8 levels to Adept 70. It was still a long cry from ranking up, but it was his new favorite paradoxical ability. He loved the ability for its potency, but equally feared it for what it showed about the shadows of his mind. He wondered if using the ability helped soothe his own darkness by giving him a release point, or if it only compounded and strengthened the darkness within himself. As with most things, he just put the deeper philosophical musings aside with a "fuck it," and carried on with his day. He headed downstairs to check in with Kaylin and Sam. Duke hadn't taken more than 2 steps into the room before a legionnaire messenger ran up to him. "Your Majesty, you are needed in Cloudspire as soon as possible." Duke thanked the man and teleported to his throne room. Madrigal was pacing the floor waiting for him. Duke waved him down. Madrigal! What's going on? The man snapped out from his pacing and hurried up to Duke.
Past forces are gathering at our border. They can only mean to invade.
Are you sure they're not just responding to our increased presence at the border?
They have brought near 100 siege engines with them.
Right, Duke sighed. That's not a defensive emplacement. Excuse me for a moment. Duke didn't wait for a response before teleporting back to his room at the inn. He gently shook Aurelia awake.
How did I wind up here?
She reached for him to pull him down to the bed.
Not that I mind. This is my favorite room in the inn.
He kissed her, barely holding himself in check. Stormstride needs her general. Aurelia froze, flipping into a much more serious tone. What's happening? Duke filled her in on what he knew, which admittedly was not all that much. She was up and moving before he could say much more, her eyes alight with energy and purpose.
I need you to set up a portal from the LFD inn to the garrison so I can move legionnaires into place.
Duke nodded. Sure. The portal already exists. We just need to open it in the Hall of Possibilities. I could also just smack their army down myself.
Oh, no, you won't, she glared at him. Stormstride is not going to rely on any single individual for its defense. We have the legions for a reason. Besides, you have your own battles to fight. You're still being hunted, remember? This is my fight. Stand aside and let me fight it.
Oh, I haven't forgotten about the hunters coming for me, but given how ineffective they've been, I'm not all that concerned. She smacked him on the shoulder.
You overconfident bastard. Don't take this lightly. Just because you have been able to deal with the first few doesn't mean that stronger ones are not coming for you. Now, be careful out there and open up the portals for my legions. I've got a war to win.
The hungry grin that spread over her face showed an eagerness that surprised Duke. Duke had not seen Aurelia with this much energy in quite a while, and came to the realization that he had really been relegating her to the background for the most part. She knew her purpose and was more than excited to be fulfilling it. He quickly opened the portals as she had requested, and followed her out the door with a cleanse and restore. As Aurelia strode into the common room, Duke could see from her demeanor that she was enjoying herself.
Sam?
Her command voice echoed throughout the room as she spoke.
Please carry this throughout the training dungeon. Legionnaires, gather yourselves and pass through the portals to the garrison. We have a neighbor who seems to think they can threaten us. Let's go show everyone just how bad an idea that is. Legionnaires, to war!
The excited shouts and flurry of activity that followed surprised Duke with its order and precision. Each legionnaire seemed to know their place, and they fell into ranks enthusiastically headed for the portal room quickly. In less than an hour, the inn was empty of legionnaires including the training dungeons, and Duke was alone, save for Kaelin, who gave him a nod as he continued polishing a glass. Duke briefly returned to the Dusty Trail Inn before stepping outside again with his dungeon sense running, to make sure he could see anything coming. There was a single figure standing outside waiting for him. He stood taller than Duke and had an athletic build that spoke of strength and flexibility. Instead of hair, his head was covered in a comb of long, brilliant feathers that ran from his forehead to the back of his neck and down his back. A pair of feathered wings spread out behind him as he drew a slightly curved sword.
I am Kalimashu, senior disciple of the Saint of Swords, and I have come for your head.
He followed up his statement with an intricate pattern of demonstrated sword slashes. Duke thought it might be part of a kata, but wasn't sure. He just knew that he didn't want to deal with a sword fight right now. I'm Duke, and I don't do swords. With a flex of his enormous willpower and his Grandmaster-ranked teleportation, Duke removed the sword from the man's grasp and into his own. I'm giving you a choice here. Either take your sword and go home to your master, or die right here and now. Duke held the man's sword back out to him hilt first. Kalimashu's entire countenance collapsed. He had been disarmed by a foe so quickly that he did not even see him move. Not even the Saint of Swords moved that quickly. He stepped forward and accepted his sword back with a bowed head.
I have made a terrible mistake threatening a foe of your strength. Your mercy will not go unheralded.
He then turned and walked away, his stride shaken and uneven.
Why did you let him go?
The voice came from the roof of the inn behind Duke. He had spotted the speaker with his dungeon sense, but had not focused on her with the swordsman threatening him. He was just a kid, cocky and overconfident, but really not worth gaining another enemy in his master. How about you? Duke gave the woman a searching look. You come to try to kill me too?
Honestly, yeah, that's what brought me here. But after watching that display of skill, I'm not quite as interested in the bounty as I was on the way here. Name's Laya, by the way.
She hopped off the roof, flipping in the air to land on her feet next to Duke. She shook out her raven hair and met his gaze with her piercing almond-shaped green eyes. I'm Duke, but you already know that. What's your next play, if it's not to try to join the pile of bodies who have already failed to collect the bounty?
Well, if you put it that way, maybe my play is to head inside this inn sitting in the middle of nowhere and buy you a drink. We'll see where it goes from there.
I'll say yes to the drink, but it's not going to go any further than that.
How do you know? You've only just met me.
She gestured to herself, directing Duke's eyes down her athletic body. I'm not going to deny that you're attractive, but since I just sent my girlfriend to fight a war for me, I sure as hell am not going to cheat on her. Wait, that didn't come out right. Circumstance doesn't matter. I sure as hell am not cheating on my girlfriend.
Loyalty. I like it.
It's pretty important to me, and it goes both ways. Oh, excuse me for a moment. Duke teleported to the top of one of the abandoned ships surrounding the inn and grabbed the barrel of the rifle that had been aimed at him. When he grabbed it, Duke realized that he couldn't fit his hand around the barrel of the weapon. It was as wide as his head. The creature holding the other end of the rifle appeared to be some sort of malformed giant. It followed its exclamation of surprise by pushing up to its feet and attempting to wrench the rifle from Duke's grasp. Duke held on, using all the force of his flight ability to keep him rooted to the spot. The creature was immensely strong, but Duke's stats were fully boosted and, in the test of strength, the rifle's barrel warped, bent, and eventually broke free. Duke let it fall to the roof of the ship as the creature threw a fist the size of Duke's head at, well, his head. Duke slipped under the fist and delivered a punch of his own to the creature's extended arm, shattering its elbow. It bellowed in pain, bringing its other arm down in a crushing blow that Duke easily sidestepped to deliver another lightning-fast punch of his own, shattering bones in the other arm. The creature stumbled back, pain and panic in its eyes. It furtively looked to either side for an escape route before Duke delivered the finishing blow, an open palm strike square in the giant's chest, shattering bones and organs alike. With a stumbling step backwards, it tumbled off the back of the ship lifelessly. Duke quickly put the body in his inventory and returned to Leah. Sorry about that. Some folks are so rude they can't tell when others are having a conversation. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. You were going to buy me a drink and fail to seduce me, right? Leah stared at Duke for a moment before responding.
You just killed a friend-goo giant. With what? 3 punches?
Is that what that thing was? I didn't take the time to figure it out since it was trying to snipe me, and yes, it was 3 punches. Well, technically 2 punches and a palm strike, but I don't know how technical we are being right now.
And you stood toe-to-toe with it in a test of strength. Their strength stats are in the thousands at least. How did you do that?
Here's a better question. Why would someone put up that large a prize on someone's head in a place like this? How much of a threat must I be to them?
I am starting to wonder exactly that.
Aren't you glad that sword boy announced himself before you tried to catch me by surprise?
Yeah? Just who the hells are you?
Buy me that drink and maybe I'll tell you. Chapter 11. They stepped back into the inn to find Drac Mallory and Ark Mathis waiting for them.
Lia Hollis Ware.
Drac Mallory spoke first.
I don't have to ask what brings you out here, but I am wondering what you are doing here in the inn with my new associate, Duke.
I see you all know each other. Then I guess I don't need to make any introductions. She's here to buy me a drink and attempt to seduce me. Drac Mallory burst out in laughter.
I've spent long enough dealing with humans to know their standards of beauty, and let me say this. Lia, you are pretty, and I'm sure you have your pick of the clutch when it comes to mates, but I've seen his mate, and you are not even close to her comeliness. Oh, and the drinks are free here, so good luck winning him over with your purse.
Lia looked back at Drac Mallory with a death glare as Duke called Travis over. Travis smiled at the four of them.
What can I get you all?
Is it true?
Lia asked.
The drinks are free here?
Travis's smile broadened. Everything is free here, my lady. Drinks, food, lodging. It's all provided for already.
What do you mean, provided for already? Who's paying the tab?
Travis looked over to Duke, whose own smile joined the others and explained. There are a number of inns like this one scattered around Tilden. They are all provided free of charge for all travelers by the Kingdom of Stormstride. Ark Mathis looked pointedly at Duke.
Isn't that your kingdom, Duke?
You've done your homework, Duke nodded. Very good. Yes, it is my kingdom that provides the inns. They are magical and quite wondrous. Lia looked around the table.
I don't like being made a fool of, but I suppose I walked into this one all by myself.
I would say you walked in with Duke, actually,
Ark Mathis joked. Lia slowly shook her head.
You wouldn't happen to have any Stardust brew, would you?
Travis chuckled. Ha ha! Of course! I'll have one prepared for you right away. He looked to the others, waiting for their orders.
Blood wine?
Ark Mathis inquired, receiving a nod of affirmation from Travis. My usual, Duke added.
Diluvian plasma, if you will.
Travis returned less than a minute later, depositing drinks in front of each of them. Anything else I can get you? I could really go for a steak right now, Duke responded. Medium rare with the usual sides? That would be perfect. Anyone else? Feel free to order whatever you want. The inn's kitchen is quite diverse and able to accommodate most requests. What followed was a number of orders from the other three that Duke didn't even have a context clue for. His xenoglossia translated the words, but that didn't help nearly enough. Still, Travis smiled and returned several minutes later with tray upon tray floating behind him. He deposited all the food orders with the pair of Dragonians, receiving the vast majority of the plates. Duke gave them an appraising look. Hungry? Ark Mathis chuckled from deep in his chest. The vibration set the entire table to shaking in sympathetic resonance with him.
If this tastes as good as it smells, I will have to reconsider the life choices that didn't bring me here sooner.
Well, don't let me hold you up then, Duke replied. Everybody dig in. What followed was like nothing Duke had seen before as the Dragonians tore into their meals with claw and fang, tearing chunks of flesh free and throwing them back down their gullets with their necks stretching to the ceiling. The sounds of pleasure that accompanied were hard to mistake as the Dragonians were practically purring. Lia gave Duke a knowing smile as she figured out the fork and knife that came with her meal. Perhaps it had something to do with her observing Duke eating his steak. It had never occurred to him that utensils wouldn't be universal, but, after a moment's thought, he realized that to think that they would be was an absolutely foolish notion. How is your... what was it called? Kopish? Duke asked.
It's called Kapeshi. Kapeshi.
She slowly enunciated for Duke's benefit.
And it's probably the best I've ever eaten. My aunt would slip my throat if she heard me say that out loud. Hers is legendary in my family. Even my late husband would have loved it.
Drac Mallory paused in her flesh-tearing bonanza to choke down another slab of ripped meat.
See, Duke? She's even telling you that her husband is dead, and she is available.
Duke stared back at the Dragonian with disappointment. It is beyond rude to speak of a dead spouse like that. Laia interrupted before things could go further.
It's fine, Duke. Different culture, different customs. If her mate were to die, she would consume his body in remembrance of him.
And what a meal that would be,
Archmanthus added.
She wouldn't be able to finish it in one sitting. My spirit would be quite offended.
Drac Mallory playfully smacked him.
You've always been too big for your own good. You would have me for a snack and still be hungry.
He saluted her with a leg of some beast and tore another jagged chunk from it, crunching happily on the bone as well as the meat. Different customs indeed, Duke acknowledged. So, Laia, do you mind if I ask what happened to your husband?
No, I am proud of him and his life. He was the head of a research center funded by the Concordiate. After a chance encounter with a space pirate and a quite singular soldier with PTSD, he tried his best to help them both. Both were horribly wronged by the Concordiate, but that is far too long of a story. Ultimately, he wound up chasing after the soldier with the pirate who wasn't really a pirate anymore. Strange situation and too hard to explain. In the end, he died in a conflict with the Concordiate military. But he made the bastards pay dearly for it. Cost him a capital ship and all its escorts. My husband was a gentleman at heart. But when push came to shove, he stood with a stronger spine than any warrior I have met. He stood for what was right rather than what was easy or convenient. When the truth of it all came out, the Concordia fell apart.
Laia finished with her chin held up in pride, but a tear still forming in her eye.
She hunted down the remaining members of the Concordiate responsible for her husband's death, and that is what led her to the hunter's life. She's a bit of a legend amongst us, which makes me curious as to why you are all the way out here, Laia. Yes, this is an open contract, but not one I would have expected you to pursue. So many were coming here that I was actually hoping to find a new place to call home. With this many hunters converging, I figured the gossip would be good about opportunities, and if the opportunity was right for collecting the bounty, that would make the decision rather easy for me.
Duke shook his head with a sly smile. So, Laia, catch any good gossip yet?
I've heard a few things that made me cautious.
Such as?
Such as you single-handedly killed the entire crew of an Octul clone army ship, and the ship itself never made it back home.
They took the first shot, Duke responded dryly. As if on cue, the door to the inn slammed open before anyone could say more. Floating through the opening was a creature unlike anything Duke had seen before. It had a central orb of some kind that floated in the air, but the vast majority of the creature was made of thousands of wispy strands that were attached to the central core and floated outwards as if blown by a non-existent breeze. Friend of yours?
The Svelte Mehawk, a friend to no bipedal prey,
the creature announced. Duke quickly realized by the complete lack of response from the other three at the table that he was the only one to understand its language.
That's a Svelte Mehawk, if my guess is right. Nasty things. Best to kill it with fire,
Laia announced. Duke calmly stood from his seat. There is no fighting in the inn. If you want to try your hand at the bounty, go on outside and I'll meet you there. The other three chuckled, but Duke felt something touching his skin, and the resultant notification raised his ire. You have been struck by 82 tendrils of a Svaldmehawk. 4 have managed to penetrate your armor skin and have injected you with a paralytic venom. Your regeneration has cleared the venom from your system for now, but further exposure could have a compounding effect. Duke growled and teleported the central mass of the creature outside. A cloud of tendrils spread out over nearly every surface around the door and were quickly absorbed by the inn. "Excuse me, I have a rude, unwelcome guest to remove." He stood from his chair and made his way through the door. Outside, Duke saw that the body of the creature was ineffectually rolling around on the ground, attempting to get away. Duke strode up to it, shouting, "When I say that there's no fighting inside the inn, I mean there is no fighting inside the inn!" He proceeded to line the creature's body up and kicked it as hard as he could muster, using his force ability to keep it from exploding until it was hundreds of meters overhead, where he instead used the ability to crush it to paste. He turned back to the inn to see the others laughing at the scene. He smiled back at them. "I have a thing about enforcing the few simple rules I keep." It didn't seem to want to listen and, well, it made a great kickball.
"You tore off all its tendrils. It was as good as dead already,"
Laya responded mid-chuckle. "It shouldn't have attacked me after I told it to take it outside. I'm really quite reasonable about these kinds of things, wouldn't you three say?" He received words of general agreement before his chest exploded inwards and out his back from a tremendous blast of energy that came from the roof of the inn. Duke tumbled to the ground, seeing that over 20 million of his health vanished in the single shot. The pain roaring through his exposed innards was nearly crippling. His vision swam from the shock before it stabilized. His regeneration was fast at work, healing over 500,000 health every second, but this was a hit he didn't see coming and was not prepared to handle at all. He responded by immediately teleporting a kilometer straight up and focusing his dungeon sense on the area around the inn to try to find his attacker. It didn't take long. He quickly realized that it wasn't an individual, but rather a ship of some sort that was hovering over the inn. "I didn't see that when I came out or when I kicked the ball of fun, so it must have been in some sort of stealth mode. If so, I might not be far enough away from it to prevent another shot like that one. Back to plan A, as in attack." Duke focused on the rather obvious weapon mounted to the underside of the craft that was beginning to glow a bright orange. Without a further thought, he teleported the weapon from its emplacement, pointing it straight back at the craft. There had been some resistance, but not nearly enough to stop him. He was rather disappointed when the weapon didn't fire. "Would have liked to see that go off. Oh, fuck, this hurts." Duke's ribcage was starting to reform, sprouting from his also regrowing spine. The ship turned and pointed Duke's way. He guessed it was to bring some other weapon to bear, but decided not to find out since he was still missing a significant portion of his torso. "It really is remarkable how well my remaining skin held me together. Is that a function of armor skin? I wonder if it could—" He was interrupted as another part of the ship started to glow with energy. "Oh, right, still fighting." He prepared to teleport again, while the ship shuddered violently before rapidly losing what little altitude it had to start. The glow ceased, and the craft slammed down onto the roof of the inn, where it paused briefly before proceeding to slide down off the inn to crash finally to the ground. When it landed, Duke saw Archmathis leap from the inn's roof and proceed to tear into the metal of the craft, his claws glowing a deep, energetic purple. Strips of metal and random parts rained down from the roof of the craft as the Dragonian continued his assault. Duke slowly lowered himself towards the ground, waiting for the crew of the ship to come out. Using his dungeon sense, he could see them panicking as Archmathis started tearing his way through the inner hull, but was not entirely sure why they were panicking so much until he realized that the ship had come to rest on the main hatch, leaving it inoperable. "You plan on killing them?" Duke called out to his new Dragonian friend. Archmathis paused in his rage-fueled thrashing to poke his head out of the crater he was digging in the ship. He looked down at Duke, his face full of wonder.
"I thought they had disintegrated you."
"Disintegrated? No, but they did hit me pretty damned hard. Still healing from it even." He gestured at the slowly closing hole in his chest. Archmathis stepped back and climbed out of the hole.
Your kill.
It was a simple statement, but it spoke volumes of respect for Duke. It was only then that Duke truly realized that Archmathus was trying to avenge him. He filed that away for reference. He stepped up to the craft that was roughly 10 meters across and about half as tall. Continuing to use his dungeon sense, he identified 2 strong points close together and near him on the hull. He gripped one in each hand. He then put all his regrown back muscles into pulling those 2 points and the ship apart. At first, the resistance was significant, ship hulls being built to withstand all kinds of forces. But, in the end, Duke's 11,000 points in strength were just too much, as there was a ping followed by a horrendous screeching sound as the ship's hull simply parted alongside the left strong point. Duke's arms flung wide as the hull opened up to his entire wingspan, giving him a direct entrance to the bridge of the ship and the 4 figures cowering behind a crew-served weapon that was pointed in his direction. Before they could even fire the weapon, Duke filled the entire ship with 100,000 mana worth of acid. He also ducked to the side just in case. Moments later, a greenish-gray goo of melted ship parts and its occupants started dripping out of the torn front of the ship. Duke nodded as the experience notification hit him. With a quick cleanse and restore, he walked back towards the 3 watching him. Well, that was something. Anyone up for dessert? Chapter 12. Duke spent the next several days in a similar fashion, weathering the attacks of various hunters and groups of hunters while watching his experience and abilities steadily tick up. He quickly found himself at level 123 and sitting on another 126 characteristic points, which he ultimately poured into Psyche, disillusioned by not receiving a threshold title at reaching 1,000 in all his base characteristics. During this time, he checked in with Aurelia frequently to see how things were on the Post border. It turned out that Post had been bluffing, but had inadvertently crossed over and even started a skirmish with an errant arrow. The Legion's response was an overwhelming barrage of mages firing off attack spells. When the smoke finally cleared, the area where the Post forces had stood was nothing but a smoking ruin. There was no other sign of the men who had stood there. 2 hours after that exchange, the remaining Post forces began to withdraw, only leaving behind a fearful token force. The next day, the Legion began drawing back down, most returning to the LFD to continue training, but a contingent of nearly 1,000 legionnaires started a series of patrols around the perimeter of the kingdom. Duke had quickly run out of room in his inventory for all the loot, ships, and transports he had been storing in there. He could fit nearly 1,000,000 cubic meters, but some of these ships were even bigger than that. At his request, Sam had created a hangar level in the LFD for Duke to store his ship loot in. It was a massive cavern hundreds of kilometers wide and dozens tall. When Duke first entered it, it was akin to an entire kingdom in size, but it did allow him plenty of space to teleport the now dozens of ships that stood crewless around the inn right into place. He did leave a few outside, placed to give just the hint of an arena around the front of the inn. "Can't one of you send out a message out on whatever communications tool the hunters use to warn them off from me?" Duke asked, sitting at the table with his 3 newest companions. Vaslin and Aurelia were also with him. Vaslin had insisted on coming over to the LFD to check on a few things he had left running all this time. That phrasing had concerned Duke at first, but he was completely sidetracked when Vaslin met the Dragonians. The next hour was entirely consumed with Vaslin asking them questions about their race and civilization. And, since the pair were so happy to talk about their racial superiority, they just didn't stop. Eventually, Duke, Aurelia, and Laia took up at another table to talk. Duke was more than a bit concerned at how this conversation was going to go, considering how Laia had come on to him at the start. His brain nearly came to a screeching halt when Laia started talking.
"So, Aurelia, it turns out that Drac Mallory was right about you." "Oh? How so?"
Aurelia asked cautiously with a considering look.
"She said that I was wasting my time trying to seduce Duke given what you looked like. Turns out she was right."
Aurelia's eyes snapped to Duke, and he could see the rage bubbling just below the surface. Apparently, Laia did too and acted to calm Aurelia, putting a hand on her arm.
"Oh, sweetie, he turned me down right away. You've got nothing to worry from that one."
The fire in Aurelia's eyes was brief, but died down the more Laia talked about the events of that evening. She even squeezed Duke's hand back as a final indicator that he was in the clear. 2 hours later, the girls were talking up a storm, and Duke quietly excused himself from the table. He had other things to do, and they would have more fun talking and plotting without him present. All this time, being attacked nearly every time he set foot outside the inn was starting to get on his nerves. He needed some time to himself to decide on some things. He had a great many items he knew he needed to attend to, and sitting around or fighting pointless fights were not going to get any of them done. He gathered his thoughts and went to his hangar level in the LFD. He casually walked between the ships lining the sides of the level, taking a good look at each of them. Some were little more than scrap from battle damage, but most were completely intact. There was one that he gravitated to above all the others. He wasn't sure why, but it struck him as different. It had belonged to the teddy bear and his living mech golem. The ship appeared to be an enormous egg-shaped thing standing on a half-dozen substantial legs. Duke walked around it twice while taking in all its features. There were numerous turrets and missile launchers inset around the hull, and he could see where they could be retracted into the hull and covered with armored plates that would slide into place. The entrance ramp was up and closed, but there was an access panel next to where the ramp would lower. Duke approached the panel and felt his xenoglossia trigger.
"Interrogative access code request. Remote or manual contact acceptable."
Duke stared at the ship in wonder. I knew xenoglossia was powerful, but to translate the ship's communications language sent by radio or something akin to it is something else. This is cool. Maybe I can convince the ship to let me in. "Ship ownership has been transferred to me," Duke responded. "Update all records and access permissions to reflect this change."
"Incorrect access code. Access denied."
Well, shit.
"Access code accepted."
What the fuck?
"New access code established. Welcome home, Captain."
Duke shook his head at it all. I don't know if it's my xenoglossia translating everything into a language that the ship's systems understand, if it's fucking with me, or if I'm stupidly lucky. Just insane no matter what it is, but time to go investigate my new ship. I have such plans for this thing, and the new access code is well shit or possibly what the fuck. Yep, this is the ship for me for sure. Open the entrance ramp, please. Duke smiled as the armor plating covering the access ramp withdrew and the ramp descended, allowing him to enter the ship. He casually strolled up the ramp and into what he saw to be the main hold of the ship. There were enormous bays set into the walls around the outside wall of the hold. Each bay was at least 10 meters across, and some were as tall as 30 or 40 meters. Within each bay was a series of clamps designed to hold something in place. Duke's mind raced as the possibilities expanded. "What are these bays around the hold for?" Duke asked, hoping the ship's systems would respond. His grin expanded as he got his response.
The perimeter bays of the Class 12 assault dropship are designed to hold a full platoon of mechs. Currently, all mechs assigned to the Iron Reaver are deployed and either fatally incapacitated or outside of communication range.
Duke could feel the strain on his lips as his smile spread to a maniacal width. Where can I get replacement mechs? And what is the typical currency used to purchase them?
Mechs can be either hired on as mercenaries individually or in as much as company strength from the Iron Collective. They can also be purchased on most any of the Magitech-capable worlds of the cosmos. If you report to the bridge, I can show you on the navigational maps, and we can discuss things like currency.
Duke quickly found his way to the bridge via a series of internal passages. Setting foot on the bridge showed him the true grandeur of the ship. Whereas the hold showed the scarring of decades of use in battle, the bridge appeared to be absolutely pristine, as if maintained by someone obsessed with order and cleanliness. There were several seats and workstations spaced around, but the massive view screens that dominated the far wall caught Duke's immediate attention. That is until he noticed the orange glow coming from one of the centrally located seats. As he watched, the glowing seat turned around to reveal a figure seated, staring back at him with vibrant orange-red eyes that struck Duke as a pair of burning coals. The rest of the figure was equally inhuman but distinctly female. Her skin had a deep, metallic bronze coloration that seemed as much metal as skin. She had hair that at times appeared translucent, but appeared to flicker with burning flames as it danced to a breeze he did not feel. The arms and legs were just long enough to be disturbing to Duke's initial sight, despite the overall humanoid appearance. She stood from the chair and walked up to Duke, with an athletic grace that impressed Duke.
Well, hello there. I am Myra, your pilot.
The voice was distinctive, and Duke recognized it as what he had thought was the voice of the ship. It took an enormous amount of self-control to keep the flush of embarrassment from completely covering his face. "The name's Duke."
Oh, I know. When Gregorius and Brutarchus had me bring them out here, I did all the research I could on you, especially after you window-washed them like that.
"Window-washed?"
Yeah, window-washed. You know, tossed them out the open window of an arcology. Window-washed.
Duke nodded, getting the context, if not the meaning, of the idiom. "Well, they did try to kill me first."
That they did. And you killed them in honorable combat, transferring ownership of the Iron Reaver to you with all the rights and responsibilities that come with it.
And what might those rights and responsibilities be?
There's a long list, including my services, but you also now have the debt that comes with the ship.
Just how much debt? Who is it owed to, and what is the accepted currency? Duke groaned. Myra was more than happy to bring up the ship's account on the big view screen. It very clearly showed that the ship was in the red by nearly 100 million universal credits. Duke groaned but soldiered on. "And how do we obtain these universal credits? Are they digital or physical?" Myra smiled.
There are countless ways to obtain universal credits. Bounty hunting is a good one for someone with your skills, but transporting and selling goods also works. Here, take a look at this and see if you have anything that would sell for a decent price.
She handed him a lightweight tablet that had price listings of various goods. Duke went down the list and realized that he had no idea what most of the items on the list were. Can you explain what these things are? I might know them by another name.
I can try.
She proceeded to explain the items on the list. Most seemed to be materials used to construct starships that he had no idea where he could obtain. But Duke did find one thing that was interesting that he thought he could get a significant amount of relatively quickly. So this dragon bone listing is really just dragon bones?
Yeah. They are really hard to find, so they are worth around 100,000 credits a pound.
Duke began to laugh.
What's so funny?
Come on down to the hold with me and I'll show you. He led her down to the hold and to an empty space. There he removed the corpse of one of the dragons he was holding. Sam had dozens more in the storage area for him. He had filled his inventory full of them after the last bit of the siege dungeon. She stared at him.
That's a whole dragon corpse. A whole corpse.
Yeah, I have a few in storage.
More? With 2 of those, we could not only get completely out of debt, but we could upgrade everything. You have 3? With 3, we could get top-of-the-line mechs too. If you were Ignori, I'd kiss you.
Duke chuckled. So how long will it take to get from Teldon to where we could do all that?
It's like 60,000 light years to get to anywhere that could handle this level of transaction. It would take us about 6 weeks to get there. Not too long.
How good are your star maps?
My star maps are exceptional. Since I rely on them to get us to where we need to go, I buy and update them myself. I don't trust the ones that come with the navigational systems.
How about we get to this location after lunch?
You don't seem to know how space travel works.
I don't like to follow others' rules. I make my own. We can get there in a day at most, depending on how many stops I decide to make. She stared at him incredulously as he pulled the dragon back into his inventory and headed down the ramp. She hesitated but started to follow him down the ramp.
Aren't you going to seal her up?
No need. No one can get to her in this hangar. Chapter 13. The table was starting to get crowded with Duke, Myra, Aurelia, Baslin, Laia, Drac Mallory, and Ark Mathis all gathered around and eating. The conversations were getting rather interesting, with Myra and Baslin arguing about how things really work, while Aurelia did her best to not show her jealousy over Duke finding yet another female companion. Duke, for his part, was just enjoying the chaos around him as he thought of his next steps. I have to set up a bunch more dungeons. Thousands more, really. And I need to spread them around, not just Teldon, Astrea, or even this solar system. I need to spread them out amongst the stars so that there are always at least my base 1,000 dungeons supporting me. And there's no telling how much a boost I can get if I hit the next threshold in the title. That might take 10,000 or 100,000 or even 1,000,000 dungeons, though. I need to boost my dungeon core creation ability to master or higher if I can manage it. I know I can't do what I want to with it at practiced, that's for sure. Maybe at adept rank, but definitely at master. I wonder what's going to happen to all the hunters when I show up tens of thousands of light years away. I guess we'll find out when it happens. As the afternoon wore on, someone came into the inn and all eyes turned to him. He was as tall as Duke and was dressed in what Duke could only call space cowboy fashion. The man's outfit looked like a blend of traditional Western wear and futuristic gear. He wore a long, brown-colored duster made from fabric that Duke guessed had some armor plating sewn into the lining for added protection. The coat flared out when he moved into the room. His belt was adorned with pouches and holsters, carrying an assortment of gadgets, tools, and, of course, a pair of glowing pistols. To finish the look, he wore a pair of boots made from a leather-like material but reinforced with metal toes and heels. The man made quite the impression stepping into the door.
"Excuse my interruption, but I've come to collect on the bounty, and everyone outside has gotten tired of you holding up in here and hiding."
Duke slowly stood to his full height. "You, sir, were so close to being invited in for a drink, but you had to go and ruin it all by implying cowardice. Over 200 hunters have come here to try to collect the bounty. None have succeeded. I have been doing you all the courtesy of extending your lives by delaying my next appearance out in front of the inn. But if you were all so impatient, then I guess courtesy time is over. Step outside and prepare for me to come out. And please relay the message that I am coming out and that anyone who does not want to try to collect the bounty needs to get a safe distance. I'll give them a full minute to get clear." With that, Duke caused the door to open behind the man and waved him out with his hands in a shooing motion. Reluctantly, the space cowboy left. As soon as the door closed behind the figure, conversations flared once again.
"Are you really just going to step outside like that? That's suicide. There must be at least 50 of them out there."
73 by my last count, Duke replied. "And yes, I am going to step out there and remove this batch with extreme prejudice."
"Oh, and make the walls windows again, Travis?"
Aurelia excitedly asked. "You sure you want to see the Reaper at work again?" Vaseline shuddered and turned away from the windows. Aurelia nodded apprehensively.
"Oh, yes,"
Myra exclaimed excitedly.
"Let the Reaper loose. Can I use the main cannons on them?"
"Different Reaper," Duke explained. "This one is all my own. At first, I was going to tell you not to watch, but I think it's probably better if you see it now when it's safe to do so." Duke looked at his empty wrist. "I think it's been a minute. Showtime." He headed towards the door.
"What is this Reaper he is referring to?"
Ark Mathis asked.
"Just watch if you dare,"
Aurelia responded and steeled her spine while clenching her fists. Duke stepped through the inn door and teleported immediately to the center of the makeshift arena. Abilities, explosions, and other weapons filled the area where he had stepped out. Duke had been impacted by a few of the fastest ones, but only for the briefest of instants. His clothing had holes and singe marks all over it, but nothing had enough time to make it past his armor skin. Duke activated a quick cleanse and restore on himself, paused for a second, and then announced very loudly, "You all missed!" Without waiting for a response, he unleashed his Umbral Reaper ability across the whole area around the inn. Darkness poured out of him in a swirling wave of claws, fangs, and unidentifiable terrors. It flowed over the area, engulfing the bounty hunters in horrors. Armor was ignored, resistances were torn through, and the Reapers took their prizes. Few of the hunters had the willpower to fight back for long. Regardless of the resistance, they all died screaming in abject horror. Duke took 4 shots from the space cowboy before the Reapers took over the area, eliciting screams of terror and agony. It appeared that he was an extremely quick shot and had reacted before the Reapers had come for him. In the end, his speed didn't matter as the Reapers tore through him as assuredly as the others. 1 minute later, Duke started to walk around the area, collecting the corpses of the fallen into his inventory. When he was done, he nodded to the lone figure peeking out from behind one of the ships forming the arena and headed back into the inn. Baslin turned around, looking relieved. Aurelia swallowed hard and offered a wavering smile at Duke, her countenance fragile. Archmathus stared dead-eyed at Duke, and Myra looked at him with abject terror. Drac Mallory was pointedly looking at anything but Duke's eyes. He realized that the after effects of his ability were still showing in his eyes, and willed them to return to normal. It took more effort than he had expected, resisting his efforts to bottle it back up. I have a feeling that lunch is now ruined, huh?
We really need to go back to hanging out at the lakefront inn, Aurelia declared.
I agree, but I do not need to get back to my lab in the castle,
Baslin added.
What was that?
Myra asked, her voice shaking. That is one of my more potent abilities. It is a direct soul attack, using all the trauma I have experienced in my life to give it extra fuel.
Just how much trauma have you experienced?
She followed up. More than most, he responded gravely before he gestured to Travis for a drink. Myra absently nodded in response as Travis brought Duke a glass of scotch. After a moment, she pulled herself together and out of whatever introspection she was undergoing.
I think I need to get back to the ship.
Duke opened up a portal to the hangar level for her. He could not mistake the shuddering fear that her body was throwing off as she quickly stepped through on shaky legs. Please make the ship ready for travel, he called out after her before closing the portal. I'd like to be on our way by dinner time.
Is she going to be okay?
Aurelia asked. I have no idea, but I hope so. That was the first time she saw that, and it was probably a bit much for her.
And just where are you going?
She followed up. The ship came with a ton of debt. I'm going to go pay it all off and resupply. And, if I have enough left over, get some upgrades. And maybe some mechs.
Can you get some Draco mechs?
Archmathus asked enthusiastically.
You'd never fit in one, but I do like the idea,
Drac Mallory responded.
They could be customized,
he groused. Tell you what, why don't you both come with us and see what we can actually do? Although you might not be too happy with what I am selling.
It's not like you're selling dragonian eggs, right?
She joked. No, but they are dragon corpses. All motion in the room stopped. Duke swore he could hear the tendons creak in the dragonians' necks as they both locked their gazes, frozen in rage, upon him.
Explain,
Drac Mallory ordered in a voice that was unmistakably cold and shaking from holding back violence. Duke did not let their posture or emotion affect him. He went on to explain. They are dungeon creatures that I defeated, not natural dragons, but no one will be able to tell the difference.
Impossible. No dungeon can hold, let alone create such magnificent creatures.
Duke's voice turned cold. Remember who my sponsor is. Don't you dare presume to tell me what a dungeon can and cannot do. I am the Dungeon Emperor. Duke's ire welled up from his core with such suddenness and violence that it took him as much by surprise as it did the pair. They unconsciously had taken a step back as the entire inn shook with Duke's words, lights dimming menacingly as the very atmosphere took on an air of violence held back by the thinnest of threads. The tension in the room grew as no one backed down. Duke's glare was filled with all the raw emotion of having been chased and attacked for weeks, now combined with someone, anyone, questioning his dominion over dungeons. The Dragonians were incensed that anyone would ever denigrate the most noble and powerful creatures of their heritage in such a way to even think that they could be contained by something as simple as a dungeon. Stairs were locked in place, waiting for someone to make a move. As the growl in Archmathus's chest reached its peak, Travis stepped forward. "If you really want to fight, go outside. If not, sit yourselves down and think about what made you so mad." He distributed drinks, causing them all to break eye contact. Duke shook his head, feeling the anger rapidly melt away. He looked up to see Archmathus doing the same. Laia and Aurelia were returning to the table.
Can anyone explain what just happened there?
Laia asked. Two deep-seated racial traits came into a direct conflict. I really didn't see this coming, but it was something special to watch, Travis explained, but Duke could tell that it was more than Travis speaking. Duke turned to look pointedly at Travis, who gave him a slight nod, confirming who actually was speaking before continuing. Now that you are all done with allowing your instincts to rule you, why not come to a sensible conclusion? Duke started. Perhaps it would be best if you did not accompany me on this trip. That seems to be the case for sure.
But I'm still coming,
Laia interjected.
I'm not sitting around waiting for y'all to come back. I'm going where the adventure is going. I am going as well,
Aurelia spoke up, and Duke used all his self-control to not wince. Glad that's settled. Pack your things. We leave after dinner. Chapter 14. Duke left the group in the inn and headed to the hangar level. His first thought was to go talk to Myra, but decided to check out some of the other ships first to give her a bit longer to settle herself. He walked around the hangar trying to decide which ship to check out next. He had 14 intact ships, including the Iron Reaver. He knew why he had chosen the Iron Reaver as the first ship to check out, and it had nothing to do with who had crewed it. It was simply the biggest ship of the bunch, by a lot. The next closest in size was roughly half as large, so it was, naturally, the next ship Duke checked out. This ship had an overall narrow wedge-shaped design with slight extensions that Duke expected acted like wings. It reminded him a bit of the ancient space shuttles of Earth, but the black paint gave it a much stealthier appearance. Duke circled the 30-meter-long craft and came to the back where the only hatch was. Like on the Iron Reaver, there was an access panel that required a code or a key to enter. The problem Duke was running into was that he had no idea who had come in which ship or even what batch of dead hunters any of the intact ships belonged to. He had been collecting the corpses in his inventory to collect the loot from when he had the time, and he knew there were quite a few things he needed to go through piled up. He was even sure there were keys scattered amongst the bodies. He tapped the access panel but received no reaction. Apparently, this one needed a key. Time for some housekeeping. Let's sort through notifications and then get to inventory management. You have slain 72 opponents, ranging from level 165 and 200, all in Tier 4. You receive 924,932 experience. You are now level 131 and have 144 characteristic points to spend. Duke added 25 to each of his first 5 stats and added the remainder to his psyche. As he looked at his character sheet, he started to realize just how high his stats were compared to the norm. Even his unmodified stats were monstrous compared to the norm. A normal person would have stats in the 200s in the peak of Tier 4. Even an exceptional individual with special bonuses wouldn't be past the 400s in anything unless they concentrated their points. He had no stat under 1,000, and with his title multiplier, his highest stat was in the 30,000s. I should just punch people for a while and see how that goes. Nah, screw that. Magic is just too much fun. Duke went through the rest of his notifications and noted several ability increases. He had not been paying much attention, but he spent some time going through these, thinking about where he might have a weakness or need to work on something. You have increased several of your abilities. Your teleportation ability has increased to Grand Master 43. Your regeneration ability has increased to 151. Your overchannel ability has increased to Adept 81. Your mental fortitude ability has increased to Adept 32. Your poison ability has increased to Initiate 17. Your acid ability has ranked up to Initiate 16. Your Umbral Reaper ability has increased to Adept 75. Your cleanse ability has increased to Practiced 41. Your restore ability has increased to Master 66. Your inventory ability has increased to Practiced 45. Your armor skin ability has increased to Adept 68. Your flight ability has increased to Practiced 76. Your combat sense ability has increased to Practiced 24. Your dungeon sense ability has increased to Master 29. Duke looked back over his abilities. Most of my offensive abilities are no higher than Initiate ranked. Hell, Wind is still Novice ranked. I can't even remember the last time I even used that ability. Every time I think I should change things up, circumstances lead me back to the same small set of abilities. Not sure how to correct that, but I'll just have to keep my eyes open for the right opportunity. Or I could, how did I put it last time? Intentionally use the other abilities? We'll see. There are reasons I go back to the same ones. They get the job done. Duke's next task was the grisly task of sorting through the bodies in his inventory. He contemplated pulling each body out and going through them one at a time, but that just seemed macabre and tedious to Duke. I wonder, can I use Dungeon Sense inside my inventory? Duke focused his Dungeon Sense inwardly and was able to use it to sort through the bodies, retrieving everything he could imagine as a key. He used Identify on each item he pulled out to verify that they were, in fact, keys. All but one were. The last was identified as a control crystal, but didn't have much more information than that. He shrugged and put it back in his inventory. Next, he proceeded to try each of the 86 keys he had found on the lock to the ship before him. On the 26th attempt, the lock opened, causing him to pull all the other keys back into his inventory. The entrance ramp that spanned a full 7 meters wide lowered to allow him entrance to the ship. Inside, he found seats lining both exterior walls and what appeared to be some sort of cargo securing system by Duke's best guess. He moved further into the ship to find basic crew quarters and a galley. Finally, he found the pilot's area where there were a pair of seats surrounded by controls and screens of unknown functions. Duke let his curiosity roam as an idea hit him. He activated his sense magic ability since Myra had told him that most of the ships ran on some form of magic and technology blending, referred to as magitech. As his senses spilled out over the cockpit, he saw all manner of magic lines and symbols underlying all the controls and screens. It was like a runic language that was suddenly legible to him. It was fairly easy to read, but the sentence structure made little sense. He wondered if that was intentional, how the language was parsed, or no one was able to read it like he could. Despite the strangeness, there seemed to be consistent logic to the sentence structure of all the runes underlying the systems. Duke was fascinated and began to read everything. Hours later, he came out of his rune script reading fugue. He immediately noticed two things. One, he had been so engrossed in his project that he had completely missed dinner. And two, he had a rudimentary understanding of how this ship operated and how to use its systems. He shook his head at himself and left to gather up his companions for the great adventure trip. When he returned to the inn, he found Laia and Aurelia both patiently waiting for him at the bar. Well, Laia seemed a bit impatient, but Aurelia was used to Duke disappearing for hours at a time.
You missed dinner,
Laia informed Duke.
So it would seem. I assume you both ate without me then?
Aurelia chuckled.
Of course we did. I know by now that if you're late, you aren't going to show up for quite a while.
Duke started.
I'm usually on time.
One sarcastic glare from Aurelia altered his next statement.
When it's important.
Quit while you're behind,
Laia joined in.
I've known you for, what, a day? And you're already jumping on me like this?
Don't be too worked up about it, Duke,
Aurelia added.
All the ribbing keeps you human.
I don't think I'm human in anything but appearance anymore,
Duke mused darkly.
Maybe not, but you can still act human.
Like by being flawed and showing up late to dinner?
Yeah, like by doing that. Weren't we supposed to be going somewhere?
Duke opened a portal to the hangar level and smiled.
Why, yes, we are. Are you all ready?
In response, the pair walked through the portal, leaving Duke staring at Travis behind the bar. Travis gave him a look that said, "Don't look at me, you put them together," and went back to polishing a glass. Duke stepped through the portal and closed it behind himself. They found Myra standing outside the Iron Reaver with her arms crossed, tapping her foot impatiently.
So good of you to finally show up. We have a bit of a problem.
What's the problem?
Duke asked, doing his level best to maintain his calm.
We don't have enough fuel to make it there and back. Maybe not even enough to get there at all. We're going to have to stop and refuel somewhere.
Okay, so how is that a problem?
Didn't you see the ship's account? We don't have enough credits to buy fuel. We're so far in the negative that no one will extend us credit.
I see how that sounds like a problem. I have a few solutions.
The first being that we are not going to be using much fuel at all on this trip. Duke held up a hand to forestall questions and protestations.
The second will require a bit of instruction and learning. What does the ship use for fuel anyway?
She looked at Duke with complete incredulity.
This really is the ass end of the cosmos, isn't it? How can you not know this?
Because where I am from, I can almost guarantee that we don't use the same fuel as you do, so please, humor me and answer the question.
Very well. The ship is fueled by 24 magic cores, of which 10 are completely depleted and need to be recharged. Only one of the others has a full charge either.
Can they be easily removed and replaced?
Yes, that is how they are exchanged.
Excellent.
Bring me a depleted core, and the one with the most charge, please. Oh, and are they universal things? Like, do all these ships use the same cores? Laia jumped in, unable to contain herself.
Oh yeah, almost every ship uses the Syndicate universal cores. Most Magitech runs off cores of one type or another, but the Syndicate cores are the standard. They damn near have a monopoly on them.
Myra went back into the ship and returned with 2 baseball-sized mana cores. One glowed brightly with magic, while the other was a dull, lifeless gray. Duke examined them closely with all his senses. From everything he could tell, they were ordinary mana cores with an additional set of runes inscribed in them. His translation of the runes showed them to be designed for protection and power flow regulation. Duke's smile broadened as he read how much mana the full one contained. 1 million mana. Duke handed the full one back to Myra and concentrated on the empty one with his mana transfer ability and slowly increased the mana flow until he was channeling 100,000 mana a second. In under a minute, the core was glowing like the full one. He handed it over to Myra with a smile. Why don't you take me to the rest of them so I can recharge them?
That's not possible. No one can recharge cores like that. It requires Magitech to regulate the mana flow to that degree, and a planetary collector to focus it.
Aurelia put a comforting hand on Myra's shoulder.
When Duke's involved, the impossible is really just kinda improbable. You'll get used to it.
Myra led Duke to the core section of the ship, which turned out to be directly above the engines in the most armored section. He proceeded to refill the spent cores, and followed Myra up to the bridge to see Laia and Aurelia already having claimed chairs. The pilot's seat was reserved for Myra, which left Duke sitting at the communications console. He tapped Laia on the shoulder. Sorry, but I need the navigation console for this trip.
You know how to use the navigation console and didn't know what fuels the ship?
Something like that. You'll see. Laia shrugged and switched seats. Duke pulled up the navigational maps. He found the console worked largely like the one on the black ship he had studied, with a few additional functions that he wasn't concerned about right now. He brought up a star system that was listed as uninhabited and a bit under 10,000 light-years away from Teldon. Everybody ready? He asked.
Ready for what?
Myra asked. This! With a flex of will and a massive over-channeling of Duke's teleportation ability, the ship vanished. Chapter 15. The strain of teleporting the ship nearly 10,000 light-years was significant. It had completely drained Duke's mana pool, and he was glad that he was sitting down. He supported himself on the navigation console as the ship's systems reoriented to the new location. Myra, on the other hand, was a bit more vocal about the change in location.
What in the name of Gregor happened? We are in the... I have no idea where we are, but the ship is telling me we just traveled 10,000 light-years in a blink. How is that possible?
Aurelia answered, completely deadpan. Duke. Laya and Myra both looked over at Duke, who smiled back. I told you fuel wasn't going to be an issue for this trip. Kindly take us to the closest rocky planet in this system. I have a few things I need to take care of over the next hour or 3. Myra, ever the professional, set the course for the ship and quickly headed for the identified planet. It, like the entire system, was a barren world with no atmosphere and little more than stagnant dust being blasted with radiation by the local star. Not really a place worth visiting, but she would do as Duke asked if it meant getting her ship out of debt. She might even stick around for a while in thanks, but this guy was terrifying. It was like having a living plague walking next to her. He killed so easily and with such terrifying violence that she knew she needed to get away from him somehow. But, for now, she would play nice to get what she wanted. But, afterward, she was getting away from this impossible man. As they approached the planet, Duke got back up out of the seat, fully recovered. I'm going to hop on down to the surface for a while. I'll meet back up with you after a couple of orbits. He did not wait for a response and teleported down to the surface. The lack of atmosphere still affected him, but Duke's body was adapting. His adept-ranked armor skin helped significantly. He hoped that soon he would be able to stand the strain of space without much more pain. For now, he suffered in silence. With fully recovered mana, Duke began creating and planting dungeon cores. With his increased mana regen, he was able to recover the mana from creating a core in as little as 10 seconds. He flew across the planet in a somewhat random pattern. One of the odder things he had picked up as a combat pilot was that people are particularly terrible at randomness. It helped in combat to know that there is always some measure of predictability to a person's movements and choices. This had led him to study the data a bit and found that using the digits of pi actually were more random than people's random choices. He spent an entire month chasing down that rabbit hole and found that Euler's number was an even better choice, as it was more difficult to recognize, especially when he started at the 10th digit, so he applied the pattern to his dungeon placement. Duke didn't expect anyone to find the dungeons on this planet, but wanted to start spreading his dungeons out as insurance. It took him a little over 4 hours to plant another 1,000 dungeons on the planet, but he was rather satisfied with the results. He returned to the ship, which startled everyone on the bridge. Laya jumped, and Myra put the ship into an emergency evasion pattern. Aurelia chuckled and downed her to-go drink that Travis had prepared for her.
It's just Duke. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Some warning next time, please,
Myra called out as she steadied the ship, pulling out of the emergency dive. Duke sat down at the navigation console and nodded. Do you have some sort of communications gear that has interplanetary range?
Of course we do. Having a communication station would be bloody useless without it. Backwater trash, seriously. Have you never been on a ship before?
Quite literally. The first and last, for that matter, ship of this kind I was on before you showed up was destroyed mid-journey. I didn't exactly have time to ask too many questions. Myra and Laya looked over at Duke, and Laya spoke first.
What kind of ship was it, and how was it destroyed?
Interest and concern dripped from her voice. She both wanted and feared this story. Myra's skin rippled through her colors unconsciously with worry, even more concerned with the story. It was an Octul clone army ship, Duke replied. They thought they had me trapped on board and headed for their base. Apparently, teleporting across dimensions from within the ship while it was in exospace caused all sorts of havoc, destroying the ship.
You teleported while in exospace? How is it even possible? That's an entirely different dimension,
Myra responded.
Yeah, there's no way that should be possible,
Laya added.
Hollis would have spent decades observing and researching how you did that. He was scientifically obsessive like that.
But even setting that matter aside, you being able to teleport such vast distances is patently insane and breaks everything we know about ability limits. What is your class anyway?
We're not going to talk much about my class right now, and, unfortunately, I can't tell you how it works other than my teleportation is at a very high rank. That allows me to do all sorts of things that no one else seems to be able to do.
First of all, teleportation, true teleportation, is just not seen at all,
Laia countered.
In all my time spent dealing with quintillions of records, I only came across one person who was able to even move themselves across a room. What you were doing defies reason and what was thought to be the limits of possibility. Hollis was convinced that there was some sort of system restriction on that sort of ability.
The system did call the ability vanishingly rare. I guess that is what it meant.
I would say so.
Myra nodded in agreement.
What were you doing down on the planet for the past few hours? I saw you flying around and stopping every few seconds.
I was setting traps for anyone following me.
Really?
No, but that's as good an explanation as I am willing to give right now. We don't know each other well enough to go into that just yet. I planted some things that, if messed with, will most likely kill the person messing with them. So, they are as good as traps, but not really the same thing.
Okay. What now, Mr. Mystery?
Don't we have another 50,000 light years to go? Duke asked, knowing the answer already from looking at the navigational console.
Pretty much, yes.
Then we move on to the next waypoint. Duke smiled as he, once again, teleported the ship about 10,000 light years closer to their destination. It was another dead system, and he felt the strain on his ability just like last time. As he recovered, he reviewed how the core planting adventure affected his ability. It had jumped the ability a full 40 levels to practiced 62. Another jump like that, and it'll rank up. I'm looking forward to seeing what I can do at Adept rank. He also saw that his teleportation ability had ticked up to Grandmaster 45. Only 595 levels to go until its next rank up. Come to think of it, that's not too far away if I keep pushing its limits like this. If I can push it 2 levels a day, that's less than a year until it ranks up. Duke was pulled out of his musings by the sound of an alarm going off. Alert! Alert! Proximity alert! An automated voice shouted loudly. He snapped his head to the view screen to see a massive ship bristling with weapons dominating the view screen.
What the fuck is a Landasian heavy cruiser doing all the way out here?
Myra asked as she silenced the alarm.
They haven't armed their weapons, so we'd better act nice. And maybe we can get out of this intact.
How fucked are we if it comes to blows? Duke asked.
We'd probably last through the first shot or two because they are too close to effectively bring their heavy cannons to bear. But in the end, we're fucked. Fucked!
Right. Laia, make nice with the big scary ship before I have to take drastic action.
What the fuck are you going to be able to do to something that big? It's at least 500 meters long at the keel.
Duke concentrated, focusing his abilities on it, and got a very quick mapping of the ship before responding. I can take the ship apart if needed. It will be messy and not a really good option, but if it comes to it, I'll keep it from destroying us. Be ready to get us the hell out of here if needed. Otherwise, I can just get us the hell out of here and forget the damn thing entirely.
If we run from them, they will brand us as some sort of pirate vessel, and it will cause us trouble when we get to our destination.
And if we destroy their ship?
Probably the same, but they may not be able to get a call out first.
Laia interrupted them both as she responded to the Landasian ship.
Yes, this is the hunter ship Iron Reaver. We are en route to Ascension for trading, resupply, and refit.
She turned to the others.
They want to know what we are trading. This sounds like a shakedown to me.
Myra shook her head.
Landasians don't do that sort of thing. Buy me a few minutes. I want a deep scan on them, if I can get it off without them noticing.
Duke jumped in. Tell them we are trading minerals. Bulky and not terribly valuable, but enough to convince them that we are down on our luck and not worth the shakedown. Myra nodded in agreement as she frantically engaged the stealth channels on her scanning systems.
No way I could do this if we didn't have full cores. The stealth systems burn through cores like crazy.
We are carrying minerals for trade, Laya called back over the communication system.
Are you in need of assistance?
There was a pause. Understood. Prepare to receive our shuttle, came their reply. Laya closed the channel and looked back to the others.
Looks like they mean to board us or possibly even take the ship. Gotcha, snail sniffer,
Myra exclaimed.
There's considerable internal damage around the bridge, armory, and engineering sections of the ship. That there is a mutiny ship.
So, no chance of them sending a message to any authorities, right?
Duke asked.
Exactly,
Myra responded, her mood significantly elevated.
So, what's our move then?
Aurelia asked, checking the looseness of her sword in her scabbard. Duke grinned evilly.
Anyone want to steal a stolen heavy cruiser? I hung out with enough Navy pilots to know that nobody cares what happens to mutineers. I assume that is the same here?
Yes, very much so. But they must have 1,000 crew on that ship. We can't wade through them all no matter how tough we are,
Myra explained.
Shuttle is inbound. 26 minutes until contact,
Laya added. Duke broke from his concentration.
There were 12 crew on the shuttle and 416 still on the ship. The mutiny must have been particularly bloody.
How the hells can you tell that? My senses are not that sophisticated.
Myra peered at Duke, tightening her grip as she made sure her weapon systems and shields were ready to deploy at the touch of her panic button.
Duke,
Aurelia said plainly.
But that's not important. What is important is that it's not 1,000, but that's still a lot. I doubt we could carve our way through them before they could get a shot off at our ship.
Probably not, but
what if they all decided to take some shore leave on that lovely planet on the starboard side? Duke continued to grin.
How are you going to convince all of them to leave the ship and go to a desolate planet?
Laya asked.
I wasn't planning on giving them a choice in the matter, Duke responded.
Can you really do that?
Myra asked, wonder ringing in her voice.
Probably not all at once. I was thinking about sending them in order, like bridge first, then engineering, then weapon systems. Then I would just grab the remaining in groups.
Don't you have to see your targets or something?
Laya asked. Yes, if they were far away. That would be a problem, but this ship snuck up on us and is only 100 kilometers away. I can see them all inside the ship. It helps that we are in space. If we were on a planet, I would have trouble getting enough clarity at this distance with all the other terrain features and living things providing interference. Like this, I've got them all locked in.
Are we really going to do this?
Aurelia asked.
Our choices are limited,
Myra responded.
We can't let them dock and show them all the minerals we don't have and see where that gets us, or we can take some offensive action.
We have minerals in our hold, Duke responded. I just filled it with stuff I had lying around in my inventory. Some of it might even be valuable, so we do have the option of letting them see and making decisions from there.
Okay, let's do that,
Laya agreed.
You two get down to the hold. I'll keep an eye on things from up here with Myra and go on the offensive if needed, Duke ordered.
Aurelia and Laya headed down to get into place. Chapter 16. Myra did not like the situation. It was one thing to be dealing with a much larger, much more heavily armed and armored ship. They were outgunned and outclassed by an actual warship. But what really bothered her was what she expected as the reaction from the mutineers coming in on the shuttle. Despite all the power structures in place throughout the cosmos that brought equality, there were still too many men who would see a pair of women as an easy target for their warped desires. She didn't expect any morality from mutineers and wasn't sure of how her companions would fare. Myra knew Laia only from reputation. She knew the woman was a hunter, and her reputation was of more than just competence, so she expected her to be able to fight. But this Aurelia woman was a mystery. She was wearing what, for all intents and purposes, was an ancient set of golden armor and was carrying a sword and shield. A freaking sword! Who's going to let her get close enough to stab them without drawing at least a sidearm and punching a neat hole through the shield and whatever was behind it? Reflecting on her own capabilities, Myra had to admit she wasn't all that great a prospect in a straight fight either, which almost made her glad to still be on the bridge. Her abilities were all geared towards flying the ship. She could outfly just about anyone she'd met, but that wouldn't do them any good against a heavy cruiser that could fill local space with enough firepower to make any maneuvering irrelevant at this range. Laia briefly looked over Aurelia and mentally shrugged. She was sure that most of the fighting, if it came to that, would be up to her. The Golden Knight standing next to her was a mystery, but she was kitted out for a medieval battlefield, not a fight in the cargo hold. 17 was quite a bit more than Laia was prepared to handle. She could likely handle 10 with some difficulty and surprise, but surprise was not going to be a thing in this fight, if it did indeed come to a fight. She unconsciously fiddled with a molecular distortion grenade, palming it as perhaps the only way to even the odds for them. Aurelia tried desperately to suppress her grin. It looked like she was going to get the chance to fight again. Leadership was great and all, but being able to carve her way through enemies was something that just felt so enlivening. She was sure that her sister-in-arms next to her would be useful, but she would not count on her. No, not at all. 17 foes in a confined space? Oh yes, she was built for this kind of fight. One flash charge and the fight would be all but over. She wondered if she had the space to summon her warhorse for the enhanced charge. It would be more potent, but the area might not be conducive to its use. She would have to wait and see. Her excitement continued to build. Duke observed the shuttle approaching on the monitors and kept an eye on the ship with his dungeon sense. The shuttle looked armed and armored, reminding him of a marine assault craft. The more he thought of it, the more it made sense. I guess in space there would be space marines. I wonder if the space-based military is considered a space force or a navy. Likely not an air force like home, though. That's kind of depressing, having to join the squids for any space action. Regardless, he kept a vigilant watch on both the approaching shuttle and the larger warship. Myra gave him a nod as the shuttle continued its approach. The shuttle finally approached the landing bay, and all 4 members of the Iron Reaver's crew tensed. This was the moment they had been waiting for, when things would either go easily or all hell would break loose. What they were hoping for differed significantly depending on the individual crew members. The shuttle entered the bay and landed smoothly, which caused Myra to raise an eyebrow in surprise as she watched from her monitor. She hadn't expected that level of professionalism. Laia simply shifted her hand on her hip over her sidearm, making ready to draw it and fire if needed. Aurelia tensed with the start of a smile blooming across her features that seemed to contrast with the intense set of her eyes. The shuttle was painted in the blue and white livery of the Landasian Navy, but it was dirty as if it had been left out of the cleaning cycle. Laia took that as confirmation that this was no longer a Landasian Navy vessel. When the ramp lowered and the dozen slovenly dressed sailors poured out, She was absolutely certain. She stepped forward.
Welcome aboard the Iron Reaver. I am Laia Hollis Ware. Whom do I have the pleasure of meeting?
A mountain of a man stepped forward, his uniform shirt sleeves cut off to allow his oversized arms freedom of movement.
I'm Calabash Onslow, acting captain of the Landassian heavy cruiser, Vengeance. We have had a series of terrible accidents on the ship which has left us in critical need of assistance. Your communications officer mentioned that you had minerals for trade. We would be happy to take them off your hands so we can effect some much-needed repairs. The Landassian Navy will, of course, reimburse you for the value.
Duke opened a microscopic communications portal behind Aurelia and Laia and related that his abilities indicated that Onslow was lying through his teeth. It was completely unnecessary as they had picked up on it as well. As far as lies went, it was on the more convincing side but still didn't pass muster.
What sorts of accidents?
Laia asked.
It looks like your shuttle is in disrepair. Did your laundry facilities stop functioning?
Onslow's eyes hardened as the rest of the shuttle crew spread out around him. Meanwhile, Duke was on the bridge trying to figure out the communications console that was flashing at him.
They're jamming all comms,
Myra explained.
Looks like it's going to be Plan B. Ready yourselves. Laia, shake your head if you need any assistance down there. Otherwise, prepare yourselves to take them out.
Laia grinned, not shaking her head at all. The next series of events happened so fast that she barely registered what happened until it was over. She wasn't sure what happened first or if these two events happened simultaneously. One of Oslow's men drew his sidearm to aim at the pair, and Aurelia leapt into the air to land on the back of an impressive horse wearing armor similar to hers. Laia reached for her sidearm in response to the man drawing his, but neither of them had the chance to fire, as Aurelia flashed across the hold, slamming into and through the group with her horse. The impact shook the entire hold in a wave of destruction. The crowd of men and women were slammed out of her path. 3 slammed into the overturned shuttle, slumping to the floor unmoving. 4 more were flung into the far corner of the landing bay, slamming into the wall with enough force to dent the inner hull. Most of the rest were crushed into a mess of bloody pulp. There were a pair that were forcibly ejected out the shuttle bay, hitting with enough force to pass through the atmospheric screens. The only one who survived Aurelia's flash charge was Onslow himself, but he was sprawled out against the far wall, bleeding severely and unconscious. Duke whistled as he saw what his girlfriend had done and set his jaw to do his part of the plan. He already had his targets mentally locked. His 1,025 points in reason made it easy to keep track of all the bodies in question through his dungeon sense. The first group was the bridge crew as planned, and they appeared on the planet without any clue of what was happening or where they were. They were all wearing ship suits that immediately sealed up and protected them from the lack of atmosphere and the frigid temperatures on the planet. These ship suits were Landassian Navy issue and would sustain them for at least 12 hours without issue. The engineering and fire control crews were next, following in less than a second. In all, it took 9 seconds to evacuate the entire crew to the planet. None had put up an inkling of resistance to his Grandmaster ranked ability. The very next thing Duke did was to go completely off script. He sent his crew a quick message, "I'll be right back," and teleported closer to the planet. Then he engaged his light ability to make himself shine like a falling star as he flew down to an area 100 kilometers from the confused and panicked crowd that had crewed the ship. He created a dungeon core, doing his best to direct what kind of core it would become. He had not tried this before and was kicking himself mentally for not at least trying this before. It took him a lot longer than normal, a full 2 minutes before the core was completed, but he was reasonably certain it would work as intended. When he was done, he noticed that the crowd had rearranged itself with the 40 or so members that were armed taking the front positions. They seemed reluctant to do anything other than walk a bit closer to Duke. Duke turned and planted the core behind him and turned back to see the crew stop in their tracks as the dungeon sprouted and grew. In short order, it was fully formed. The dungeon was a very basic-looking inn variant with a sign that read, "Emergency Shelter." Duke gestured for the crew to follow and stepped inside. The interior was definitely of the inn variety, but looked far cruder than any of Sam's offspring. Duke shrugged and moved to the bar where an enormous bipedal rabbit stood holding a glass. Hi there. I'm Harvey. Welcome to the emergency shelter." "Thanks, Harvey. You're about to have a bunch of patrons. I really don't care what happens to them, but you are their only hope for survival. So if they give you any issues, kick them out and don't let them back in." "Sounds fun. Looks like they're coming in now." Harvey looked away from Duke and greeted each group as they entered, welcoming them to the emergency shelter. They all looked baffled as their suits acknowledged the breathable atmosphere and disengaged. Duke waited for them all to come in, noticing how the inn expanded to fit the increasing number of guests. "Welcome to the emergency shelter," Duke announced loudly once they were all in. "I am sure you were all wondering what happened. That's rather simple to explain. I am taking your ship back. Mutiny is a terrible choice." The roar of shouts, objections, and other noise was nearly overwhelming. Weapons were drawn, but Duke acted before any could be brought to bear. Duke's lightning arced along the entire ceiling with enough distance that it didn't reach any of the people, but it certainly got their attention and their silence. "Thank you for shutting up now. The situation is simple. You are being left behind on this planet. No one is going to come looking for you, and you have no long-range communications to reach out to anyone anyway. This shelter has everything you need to continue to live indefinitely. Anytime you want to leave, feel free to step outside. You will not be able to step back inside. Ever. Make the best of the situation you have put yourself in. Or don't. I really don't care." The surge came quickly as the braver ones charged Duke or brought their weapons to bear. He simply teleported them outside. The surge stopped as quickly as it started. One spoke up. "Who are you, and why are you doing this?" Duke's eyes rolled with the beginnings of his Umbral Reaper ability as he spoke. The sense of menace filled the room like a thunderstorm blotting out the sun. "I am Duke, and you threatened me and mine. You sent a shuttle to take our cargo from us. We gave you the chance to act honorably, but you all threw that away. Now, I leave you here. I could have left you completely helpless on the surface of the planet, but I decided to show you mercy and give you a chance to reflect on your life choices." "This is a prison! The Syndicate will never let this stand!" The shout came from somewhere in the back of the room. "The door is open. Leave whenever you like," Duke responded. After one final nod to Harvey, he teleported back to the Iron Reaver to check on everyone. Chapter 17. When Duke arrived back on the Iron Reaver, he found the hold to be a sickening mess. There was blood and viscera splattered against the walls, some bits even still dripping from the ceiling. The stench was awful, and the three women were arguing about who was going to clean the mess up. He smiled as Aurelia kept insisting that Duke would clean it all up once he got back.
There are bone fragments stuck in the air scrubbers. We're going to have to replace half of our filters, and I don't have that many spares. Do you know what this place is going to smell like in an hour? In a day? God, it's bad enough already.
Laya was getting increasingly agitated, as Aurelia seemed to be completely unconcerned with Myra's ranting. The fact that Aurelia wasn't covered in gore like Laya might have contributed to her irritation. Sometimes it paid to be at the center of the blast radius of an ability. Duke raised his voice slightly. Aurelia's right. Cut her some slack. All three turned to face him. Aurelia beamed while the other two glared. At least they did until Duke activated a cleanse and restore over the entire ship. In a matter of seconds, they and the entire ship were all clean and had their clothing and items returned to perfect working order.
How in the name of Kreskin did you do that?
Myra asked incredulously as she stared around the ship's hold. Decades of wear and tear had been repaired in a matter of seconds. The scars in the flooring from when Malachi's Star Sniper mech had broken free of its clamps during an asphalt drop were simply gone. For that matter, the barely welded clamps were now completely whole again. Magic, Duke replied, schooling his face to hide the grin that was trying to spread across his face. Of all the powerful magic he had access to, this seemed to impress people more than anything. Myra's next statement took Duke by surprise.
You are going to make us rich!
I thought we were deeply in debt, Duke responded.
If you can do this to any ship, you are going to put a serious dent in the business of the shipyards. Can you do heavy repairs as well as all these minor ones?
She was getting excited. Duke thought about it briefly before responding. Yes, I can do heavy repairs, but if I take the business away from the shipyards, they are not going to be happy with us at all. Laya jumped in.
Quite right, Duke. That's why we are going to do it through the shipyards. Can you imagine the reputational boost they would get if they could repair an entire ship with heavy damage to new condition in a single day? No one could compete with that level of service.
But Baslin had a grand repair spell. Surely repair magic exists in the wider cosmos.
It does, but it doesn't work on RuneScript. So, it could repair superficial damage like the scarring and scratches in the deck plating. Your ability seems to go far beyond that, fixing everything, like that clamp that was separated from the ship's RuneScripting. It needed to be operated manually, but now it's whole again. This is another level entirely.
Duke nodded in agreement. I never thought of the ability as a way to make money, but you are right. I could get through a shipyard's entire repair roster in a single day, but I also do not want to do that for any extended length of time. There is a huge cosmos to explore, and I want to see as much of it as I can, even the desolate and uninhabitable spaces. Myra stopped Duke.
Look, I know we haven't known each other long, but we just survived our first battle together, and there is an awful lot about it that I just don't understand. Why do you want to come to these uninhabited areas anyway? There's nothing here. And what were you doing on the last planet?
Laya nodded along.
You called yourself a dungeon emperor. Does that have something to do with it? Well, that sounds a bit kinky,
Myra mused, giving Duke an unreadable look. Duke put all the minerals that he had poured out back in his inventory. He then headed up to the bridge without a word. Curiosity grabbed the others and they followed him up. When he got there, he sat down at the navigation station and turned around to face the rest of them. They all took seats and turned to face him. Okay, Aurelia knows almost all of this already because she's my girlfriend and has been through more with me than either of you could imagine. That said, I'll start from the beginning. I am not native to Teldon, and, quite possibly, not to this universe. Where I came from, magic was the stuff of myths and legends. Settings like this ship are much more familiar to me, even if we didn't have anything quite this capable in space. I was brought to Teldon for reasons that are still not entirely clear to me. But what is clear is that I grow in power much faster than anyone else I know of. And there are forces at work way in the background that have some sort of agenda. They nodded along, not interrupting, so he continued. The price on my head was issued by the forces that brought me to Teldon. They got pissed when I slipped from their grasp and took on a new sponsor. He could see them on the edge of their seats. My new sponsor is the Overmind. He paused for dramatic response, but neither seemed to understand what that meant. Neither of you know who the Overmind is?
Never heard of him. Is he a big deal or something?
Laya asked. The Overmind has dominion over all dungeons. Again, blank stares. Myra turned to Aurelia.
Is that his kink? Dungeons?
Aurelia stared back at her, blinking before responding, It's not a kink. It's something a whole lot more than anything like that.
You're good-looking and all, and you are a seriously hot girl, but I'm not into it,
Myra responded.
Sorry, I'll just pilot the ship and mind my business. They're all yours, Laya.
Duke shook his head at the direction this was going. Have you never heard of a dungeon? An opening in the world that leads to another dimension where you can fight monsters, solve puzzles, and earn even loot?
That sounds like an edits.
A what?
An edits. You know, an extra-dimensional individual tunnel system. Pretty freaking rare to find, but just knowing the location of one can net you a ton of credits from the right parties.
Duke and Aurelia exchanged glances. Might be the same thing, he surmised. Anyway, the Overmind has dominion over all such places and, as his sponsored individual, I have access to a lot of dungeon-related magic. What I am doing on these planets is planting dungeon cores to grow dungeons. The more I can plant, the greater a power boost I can potentially get. He could see by their confused faces that a demonstration was in order. Take the ship down to land on the planet. We're going outside for a demonstration. Myra shrugged and sent the ship down to the surface.
So, what are we going to do with the heavy cruiser? It's not like we can fly it into your local space station, no questions asked. Mind you, there are places you could do just that, but I don't think you want to go to any of those.
I was thinking we would just let the Landassians know where the ship was so that they could pick it up, Duke said. Maybe pick up some goodwill from them in the meantime.
I would sooner strip it down for parts and build a new ship of our own than give it back to those bastards.
Laya's voice had gained an edge that would cut steel. There was a deep-seated anger underlying that statement.
There's a story there which we will get into later, but for now, we are landing. Everyone suit up. There's not much of an atmosphere out there.
Myra simply triggered her suit to go into environmental mode, and she was ready to go. Laya did essentially the same. Aurelia looked around, completely lost, and Duke simply watched the others. Laya and Myra saw Aurelia's plight and helped her out of her armor into a ship suit and back into her armor. They both looked at Duke, who smiled. You all ready to go?
What about you? You putting on a suit and coming along?
Duke smiled. No, and yes, in that order. Shall we? He headed down to the hold and the boarding ramp. As the ramp lowered, activating the shimmering field of energy kept the ship's atmosphere in, Duke started for the ramp. Myra grabbed his shoulder to stop him.
Put a suit on already. There's nothing to breathe out there.
Duke chuckled. I'll be fine. I've already been out there, if you don't remember.
But how? How can you step out there without a suit?
Duke smiled, meeting her gaze. His voice took on an enigmatic tone that spoke of things grand and unknown.
I am the Dungeon Emperor. Breathing is a luxury, not a necessity.
With that, he stepped down the ramp and onto the planet's surface, her hand falling limply from his shoulder as she gaped at the man casually strolling onto the desolate, dusty rock of a planet without any protection whatsoever. They all followed Duke out onto the planet's surface to find him looking around and apparently doing some form of measurement with his hands.
What the heck is he doing?
Laia muttered into her suit's communication crystal. Duke's voice came back to her from what sounded like behind her. She whirled around, not seeing anything. I'm making sure this doesn't interfere with the ship at all.
I'm on board with that plan,
Myra quickly agreed. Duke smiled as he walked about 100 meters from the ship and planted a dungeon core he had been creating and pouring additional mana into until it was humming in his hand, clearly at the peak of its capacity. The core quickly expanded, forming a small hill with a cave opening. In all, the hill was about 10 meters tall, and the cave opening was a roughly circular opening 4 meters wide.
Okay,
Myra muttered.
a hill with a cave in it. Not bad work for an earth manipulator.
When Duke gestured for them to follow him into the cave, he was followed by a pair of shrugs and one enthusiastic Aurelia.
Come on, you're gonna love this.
She raced ahead of them into the cave. The other two followed more quickly than they had started, drawn in by her enthusiasm. When they stepped through the opening, they found themselves elsewhere. The opening had led to a massive underground cavern with a ceiling high enough to fly their ship around. The floor of the cavern was another 100 meters below them, and they stood on a cliff looking out onto a world unlike anything they could have expected. Below them was a primordial jungle filled with activity that they could occasionally catch glances of. Some creatures were moving from tree to tree, deftly swinging on long arms, while large birds took to the air above the trees, occasionally heading their way to take a curious look before turning away. Duke smiled as Aurelia deactivated her ship suit, and the other two followed suit, enraptured by the scene before them. They marveled at the damp, earthy air that filled their lungs. He interrupted their wonder with a simple statement. Welcome to your first dungeon. Would you like to run it and see what loot you can get out of it? Chapter 18.
This is what you meant when you said you were a dungeon emperor?
Myra's tone was sharp and full of wonder.
Yeah, this is nothing like what I expected,
Laia added.
Isn't it great?
Aurelia added. Duke looked at the two goggling women. What the hell did you think I meant?
Well, thought it was a sexual thing,
Myra answered. And you still followed me in here?
I wanted to see what it looked like,
Laia added.
Me too.
Yeah. Ending that line of thought right there This is a dungeon filled with monsters that would love to have you for a snack. If you look out into the middle of the chamber, you can just see a pyramid rising from the jungle. That's our destination and where we will find the dungeon boss.
This seems pretty basic, Aurelia interjected. I expected to see something more complex.
Duke nodded. Yeah, about that. This is only the second dungeon I have made where I directed how it would form, and I need a lot more practice to make anything special just yet. I'll get there eventually. So, yes, this is a very basic dungeon with scattered monsters and a single boss monster in the pyramid with some supports. But, even with all that, it will give us a first clear bonus in experience. You all could use that, right? It didn't take much for them to assent to that, and the four began down a path that wound down the cliff face and eventually into the jungle. As they descended, the occasional oversized bird came swooping down at them, but Laia and Myra each were able to either shoot them down or dissuade them from engaging with their sidearms. How much ammo do you have for those things? Duke asked as they had reached the halfway point down the cliff, and the bird attacks had become more frequent.
I'm still at 92% power,
Myra responded.
89% for me,
Laia added.
and I have 4 spare cores, so I'm not running out anytime soon. I have 3, so yeah, we can keep this up for quite a while. This baby has served me well for quite a long time.
Myra smiled as she kissed her sidearm. The rest of the trek down saw an increasing number of the large birds trying their luck, but getting no closer as the pair of women started shooting them down whenever it even looked like the birds were headed their way. By the time they reached the jungle floor, the birds stayed well clear of the group. Trekking into the jungle, however, was nowhere near as smooth. The jungle was thick and unyielding. At first, they tried pushing their way through, but vines clung to everything and all but barred their path. This is where Aurelia stepped forward. Her sword, ideal for cutting through armor, cut cleanly through vines just as easily. Duke kept it from getting too covered with the irritating sap that the vine secreted, with frequent doses of cleanse and the occasional restore to keep it sharp. It was all of 10 minutes before the real attacks began. The first warning the party received was the sound of a growl off somewhere to their left. 3 sets of eyes turned in that direction, but Duke kept his forward. He was well aware of the deceptive tactic because he had been through a number of dungeons, but mostly because he was cheating. His dungeon sense had identified the movement of all the creatures around them. They were surrounded by a group of 9 large cat-like creatures. Duke decided to let things play out and see how the newbies handled themselves in close quarters. He was certain that Aurelia would be fine, as these creatures were not higher than Tier 1. If the dungeon had time to age, they might be a more serious threat, but, with things as they currently were, Duke settled back to watch, engaging a skill he hadn't used in ages: stealth. Aurelia was the first to turn around and check her back, giving her a split second to intercept the creature that was leaping for her. She interposed her shield and pushed it to tack off to the side, spinning with the blow to bring her sword down on its hindquarters, splitting its hip open and severing one leg. For now, that creature was out of the fight. The rest of the creatures followed suit, attacking the 3 women. Myra had her sidearm out at the first growl and was able to get off several shots before one of the creatures tackled her. The creature's jaws darted forward, open wide to tear her throat out. Myra's panicked shots didn't hit anything vital, and the creature's jaws snapped shut to tear into the soft flesh of her throat. Only the massive fangs never met flesh. Instead, they impacted against a force construct that Duke had interposed to ensure her safety. Laia leaped aside just past the reach of the claws of the creature that had leaped at her. She did not notice that the claws were stopped short of tearing her side wide open. She fired 3 efficient shots, finishing the creature off before activating a force shield around herself and beginning to scan the area for more threats. Aurelia joyfully tore through any of the creatures that came within range of her as she made her way over to Myra to protect her. In seconds, Laia joined her as well, and the creatures broke off their attack, having lost 6 of their kind without taking any prey. As the creatures moved into the distance, Duke stepped out of stealth, shaking his head. Disappointing. Myra, you got your throat torn out, and Laia, you were bleeding heavily from a slash through your left side.
What are you talking about? I didn't get slashed. But my throat should have been hit.
Aurelia looked at Duke.
You protected them?
Of course. The lesson here was that even though these creatures are new and relatively low level, they are still dangerous. Having any of us get seriously injured is not on the menu. But I might not be able to react as fast next time. You need to protect yourselves and be aware that some of these creatures are seriously clever. Be awake and keep your head on a swivel. The group continued in a much more sober mood. Laia and Myra were constantly on a vigilant watch, while Aurelia seemed more comfortable, as if she was feeling more confident with her relative performance. She stepped more surely and was far smoother in her movements, showing more relaxed muscles despite her level of vigilance. The next encounter was nowhere near as subtle. It started with a ground-shaking roar, followed by the crashing of a tremendous creature pushing through the jungle towards them. Laia was the first to speak up.
Whatever that is, it is big. Everyone, 2 meters spread and prepare to scatter if it somehow charges through this stuff. Sounds like as good a plan as any, Aurelia responded, adjusting her shield slightly for comfort. They spread out with Duke and Aurelia taking the middle spots. Laia had the left side and Myra the right. All 3 women had their weapons at the ready, but Duke still looked like he was taking a casual stroll down a country lane. He appeared completely unconcerned. His calm visage did not change as the approaching creature burst from the jungle into the clearing that they had cut for themselves. The creature that burst into the clearing stood 4 meters tall at the shoulder. It was built like a great ape with massively muscled, long front limbs and thick fur that kept the thorns and barbs of the jungle at bay. The sheer mass and power of this creature gave the entire group pause for a moment as it slammed its fists into the ground, shaking the area enough to make standing an effort. Laia recovered first and opened fire on the beast, shooting it in the chest as fast as she could pull the trigger. Myra joined in as well. The creature roared, seemingly more annoyed by the assault than injured. It charged the group, veering left towards Myra. As it charged, it slammed its arms to the ground and swung its smaller legs from behind to the front. It looked like an awkward gait, but it ate up the distance quickly. Duke stepped into its path to meet its charge. The seeming irresistible force met the truly immovable object. The impact sent out a shockwave that toppled trees all around them. When the trio of women got back to their feet, they saw Duke holding the massive arms of the beast as it struggled to crush him but could gain no ground. Aurelia darted in, stabbing the beast with her sword, aiming for where she hoped a kidney would be, as she couldn't reach much higher and was not about to step between Duke and the monster. Laia and Myra each started firing from a half-kneel for additional stability, aiming for the creature's head. As the shots landed and Aurelia's blade continued to stab and slice into it, the beast decided that it was in trouble and tried to disengage from Duke. He, instead, held it firmly in place, instantly shifting his focus from resisting the push to fighting the pull. If not for his technique of incorporating his flight ability, the superior bulk of the creature would have easily pulled him from his feet. As it was, he acted like an anchor, holding it in place. The struggle lasted for nearly 30 seconds before the creature succumbed to its injuries. Duke let it fall to the ground with a final crash of its bulk. I need a heavier weapon for this sort of thing,
Myra remarked.
Here, try this.
Laia handed Myra a rifle she had gotten from somewhere.
Where did you... You have a dimensional storage unit,
Myra exclaimed. Laia checked her holstered sidearm and pulled a rifle of her own out, smiling.
I'm a fully licensed and registered hunter. Of course I have a dimensional storage unit. These rifles pack a much larger punch, but they only get 10 shots per core, so they will use up our resources quickly. That, and they are shit in close combat. But given how hard it was to hurt that thing, heavy might be what we need.
A good call, I'd say. Do either of you have any offensive abilities that would help? Duke asked.
A bit late to be asking things like that,
Myra responded.
I'm a pilot. My entire class is built around flying anything, anywhere. My abilities all lie in that area.
Laya nodded.
My class is related to being a researcher, which was what I was before everything changed. I use all sorts of magitech to enable my current career. Maybe someday I'll find a class change stone, but they're not exactly easy to come by.
Duke filed that desire away for investigation later. Wasn't the option to change your class part of tiering up? Hell, I don't even know what tier Laya and Myra are. It would be rude to ask, wouldn't it? Oh, fuck it. Gotta do it anyway. Okay, it's personal quiz time. What tiers are you two?
That is rather personal,
Myra replied.
It is, but since we seem to be all in this together, I'll go first. I am at peak tier 2,
Laya confessed.
And you took on a tier 4 contract? That's insane,
Myra replied.
I'm mid-tier 3, and I am only the pilot. They hired me to bring them to the target, but tier 2? That's madness. You really should tier up. I know I should, but I was just into tier 2 when I lost Hollis. I haven't been able to move on from his loss in so many ways. This is one of them. I feel like if I move to a new tier and take a new class, I'll forever admit that he is gone.
The tears that followed had Aurelia holding Laya as sobs racked her body. Duke stood nearby, unable to do more than project emotional support. He kept an eye on the jungle with his abilities and sent anything approaching away with a nudge of force. He would not let this moment be interrupted. Chapter 19. When they had all recovered and re-centered, Laya had decided to tier up after they finished the dungeon. The debate over that decision had lasted longer than Duke felt comfortable, but, again, he was not going to cut it short. In the end, it was Myra who ended the debate with a simple acknowledgement that it was now, and always had been, Laya's decision to make. The training aspect of the trip had soured for Duke. He had planned on a light-hearted romp through the newborn dungeon. Instead, he wound up with an emotion-filled journey that taught him things about his new companions that he had not expected to come out at all. As they advanced through the jungle, he took a far more active role in the party's defense. He still allowed threats to reach the party, but never allowed more than even odds to reach the trio. Doing so, he was able to push their advancement speed considerably, and they arrived at the pyramid hours ahead of his original plan. The pyramid stood in a clearing that struck all of them as unnatural. The jungle simply ceased 5 meters all around the structure. When they burst out of the jungle, they all stopped to stare at the structure and, more importantly, the pyramid's guardian. Wrapped around the entire structure was a winged serpent. From the number of coils around the pyramid, The creature had to be well over 1,000 meters long. At its widest point, it had to be over 50 meters wide. The group became silent, observing the basic rule of not waking impossibly large predators if it could be helped. Even Duke was surprised by the serpent's size. He had known there would be a guardian or a boss monster, but he had not looked ahead to see what it was. Now, he identified the thing to find out just what they were dealing with. You have encountered the winged serpent of eternity. This is a Tier 6 boss monster. Tier 6. Health, 1,619,000. Mana, 1,687,500. This creature is immune to poisons and has resistance to earth, nature, and water magic. It has a slight vulnerability to fire magic. Duke gestured to the women to step back into the jungle. They obliged without complaint, throwing glances at the enormous sleeping serpent. When they were far enough back that Duke judged it safe to talk, he started. Okay, that thing is just so far beyond what should be in a dungeon like this. It is insane.
I know it's way too big, but what else do you know about it?
Aurelia asked, her sword sheathed for now. It's a Tier 6 boss monster with more than 1.5 million health. That has no business in a dungeon of this age, size, and type. Nothing like that should be in a dungeon even 10 times the size of this, and certainly not without aging for decades. It has to be there as an obstacle rather than a fight. There must be some sort of puzzle associated with it.
Can you beat it, Duke?
Aurelia asked. Probably, he responded. It's been a bit since I fought something up a tier, and this is a boss monster on top of that. It will have unique abilities that might make it more than just a bit interesting.
So what do we do? Go talk to it? Say screw it and leave?
Myra asked.
It seems to be sleeping. Maybe we ignore it and head into the pyramid,
Aurelia suggested.
And if it wakes up?
Laia asked. Then we talk to it, Duke responded.
And if that fails?
Myra continued. Then I teleport you three out of the way, and I fight the giant serpent.
All by yourself?
Myra asked. You are all welcome to stick around if the shit hits the fan, but I may not be able to protect you if it comes down to it. I am comfortable fighting up a tier or two, as I've done it a bunch of times before, but this thing will have abilities far beyond what any tier 2 or tier 3 could handle. But again, it's your life, your choice. Aurelia was the first to respond.
The challenge is worth the risk if you can keep the boss's attention. The gains I would receive from defeating a boss monster 3 tiers above me would have to be beyond measure.
Myra looked at Aurelia, counting all the extra heads that had suddenly sprouted from her neck.
Yeah, if that thing wakes up and wants to fight, send my happy ass right back to the entrance of this place. Pick me back up if you kill it, but I'm not fighting something that might be able to fight the damned heavy cruiser we left in orbit to a standstill.
Laia nodded along.
I am with Aurelia on this one. The rewards could exceed the risks immensely. The breakthrough I would achieve after such a fight would almost guarantee my Tier 3 class change to be something unique.
Myra shook her head.
You two are crazy. But I guess that's why I'm a pilot and not some battle-crazed fighter. Let's sneak our way in and not wake the world-ending disaster wrapped around the pyramid. How's that for a plan?
That is the plan, Duke replied. But having a backup plan is just good policy. Activate whatever stealth capabilities you have and let's get to sneaking. All four activated their stealth. For Duke, it was a skill that he had learned early and had not used much since. For Laia and Myra, it was a pair of Magitech items that concealed their presence. For Aurelia, it was a potion that Baslin had made for her, turning her invisible. She still had to be very careful about her movements because it only slightly dampened the sound of her movement in the armor. The four of them quietly crept through the jungle and back into the clearing. No other creatures were in the area, perhaps in a natural response to the presence of a beyond apex predator, Stepping out into the clearing, they paused like they had done the first time. Thankfully, there was no reaction from the serpent, so they began skirting around the perimeter looking for the entrance. The entrance, of course, was on the opposite side of the pyramid. They approached slowly and cautiously, noting that the entrance was a large opening that held no door. Duke couldn't help but notice that the entrance was just big enough to allow the serpent's head to fit with a little bit of room on each side. He did not take that as a good sign and was happy when the corridor took a sharp left turn. He paused and dropped his stealth skill. The others did the same and looked to him for an explanation. Did any of you notice that the entrance hallway is just wide enough for the serpent to reach all the way down to this corridor? He asked. It might even be able to squeeze down this one. I'm not sure about that.
I was too busy sneaking to notice.
Laya responded and received a similar agreement from the other two.
What do you think it means?
Aurelia added her thoughts.
I think it means that if we don't solve things just right in here, we have a big-ass snake blocking our way out.
Oh, that's great. Let's make sure we get it right then,
Myra responded.
Anyone happen to be able to read the writing on the wall over there? My optics picked it up, but I have no idea what language it is in.
All three others looked over to the wall where she was pointing, with both women shaking their heads. Duke nodded. I can read it. It's a riddle of some kind. He read it out loud. 4 choices lie before you. 1 leads to power, 1 leads to fortune, 1 leads to life, 1 leads to death. 7 seals bar the path, 6 turns incur the wrath. 5 lights burn but do not laugh. 4 corners complete the math. 3 hands in the darkness dip in the bath. 2 eyes are akin to the fatted calf. 1 stands tall but still may fall like a giraffe. Duke finished reading and shook his head. That's utter nonsense. Can any of you make something out of that?
What in the 7 is a giraffe?
Aurelia asked.
All that? And that's the only thing that strikes you as odd?
Laya responded, exasperated.
And no, I have no idea what a giraffe is. I don't know what all that means, but only one of the choices listed in the first part is bad. I actively avoid death, so I'm going to avoid that choice,
Myra declared. A giraffe is a creature from my home world, Duke explained. It stood very tall at the shoulder, but its neck was extremely long, probably twice the length of its body. It was an herbivore that used its long neck to reach the higher branches of trees. But I don't know what that has to do with the riddle.
Each of the numbers has a bad result but the number 4,
Aurelia ventured.
That sounds like it's tailored to the 4 of us. That makes me more than a bit nervous. You think we need all 4 of us to solve the riddle?
Myra asked.
Sounds like it. Any other insights?
Laya said. Although that sounds like the potential answer to the riddle, the fact that there is a riddle in here doesn't make any sense. Up until this part, this dungeon has been entirely combat-focused. Why is it switching to a puzzle dungeon at this point? Duke mused.
Well, we could move on and see what lies ahead of us,
Aurelia suggested.
And keep our eyes open for any additional riddles or clues.
Having no better ideas, the rest of the group agreed. Duke fired up his dungeon sense as he simply hated puzzle and riddle dungeons. The fact that this dungeon had turned into one galled him. His anger seethed below the surface and waited for release, keeping him thoroughly distracted. They followed several other corridors until they came to a large open chamber. The chamber seemed to take up most of the space of the inside of the pyramid and was dominated by a single black obelisk that reached most of the way to the ceiling. There were golden runes carved on each of the obelisk's sides that the group could see.
Those look like Magitech runes,
Laya commented.
Not like any I have ever seen.
They are connected to the pyramid as a whole, Duke replied. Give me a few minutes to study them. I may be able to figure them out. Please, stay here. Duke didn't wait for a response as he circled the obelisk, studying the runes. He made sure to stay behind what he guessed was a triggering line encircling it at about 10 meters. After the third circuit, he was confident that he had guessed the rune's function. He returned to the waiting trio. Okay, here's the deal. There is a hidden triggering line about 10 meters out from the obelisk. From what I can see, it will cause some 40 doors to open in the walls of this chamber. Presumably, that would lead to the release of some monsters or traps of some sort, so I don't think we want to trigger that. Next, the obelisk's runes are all tied to the serpent. They are keeping it sleeping, so again, I don't think we want to trigger any of them if we can help it.
Okay, so that's a lot of what not to do. What do we actually do?
Laya asked. There is a chamber below the pyramid, and I think that is the goal.
Great. Let's get to the chamber without triggering anything. Now, if we only had someone who could teleport us right there, then we would be all set,
Aurelia added, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Duke sighed and teleported the group into the final chamber. The chamber was dark, illuminated only by an oddly shaped golden reward chest. The chest was nearly 3 meters long and only about 30 centimeters tall. It was held closed by a series of 7 clasps, and the entire chest glowed with a soft golden hue.
Nice chest you got there,
Myra remarked.
Thanks.
Aurelia and Laya responded in unison. The three of them devolved into laughter. Duke chuckled along but said nothing, knowing the minefield that was laid out before him. With a shrug, he moved to the chest to open it up.
Don't you want to check it for traps first?
Myra asked.
There are always traps on something like this in all the games.
Duke shook his head. Reward chests are not trapped. Occasionally, they will require a key, but they are never trapped. He proceeded to open all 7 clasps and made sure everyone was watching before gently throwing the lid open. The glow of the chest briefly intensified, nearly blinding all of them before it faded into darkness. The room slowly brightened as Duke used his light ability to fill the room with a gentle radiance. Inside the chest was a single item. It was a long spear with an obsidian spearhead and what appeared to be vines snaking up from a clear gem at the base of the shaft. The wood of the shaft was dark and highly polished, giving the vines a more sinister look. Well, there's the dungeon prize, he said. Anyone any good with spears? I know I'm trash with them.
I'm not touching that thing,
Myra announced.
Me neither,
Laya agreed.
There's no way I'm trading my sword for the veiny spear of unholy poking,
Aurelia concluded. Duke ignored the trio laughing behind him and identified the spear before he took it. You have found the spear of Hulthorn. This is the weapon of an elder druid and will be most effective in the hands of someone of similar ilk, providing an enhancement to all nature-based spells and abilities. Additionally, it allows the wielder to call vines up from the ground to entangle their foes, and will allow for the calling of woodland creatures to support the wielder twice a day. Finally, the gem at the base of the staff will glow with light reflective of the holder's mood. Once Duke removed the spear from the chest, the exit portal formed behind them. He smiled. Well, that's it. Dungeon completed. Let's head out and enjoy our rewards. Chapter 20. The ship was back in orbit, and they were going through their notifications. All of them had received 10,000 experience for completing the dungeon. Duke smiled as he saw their reaction to the added experience. For Laia and Myra, this was their first dungeon ever, and they still had mixed feelings about the adventure. While it gave them great gains, the seeming risk from that massive serpent made them hesitant to try another one. Duke had minor gains in a few of his abilities, but had not received enough experience to even level. He quietly teleported back down to the surface and started planting dungeons. One by one, he covered random spaces with dungeons. He spent the next few hours planting 1,000 more dungeons on the surface. He pointedly avoided the area around the emergency shelter dungeon, not wanting to have to deal with those desperate souls. A hungry voice in the back of his mind kept reminding him that he would get experience if he killed all of them, but he pushed it back down into the depths of his mind. Upon returning to the ship, he found all 3 women waiting for him. A raised eyebrow got a response from Myra.
You going to jump us to the next location, or should I engage the star drive and start heading us for our destination?
Give me a minute to locate our next stop and we'll be on our way. I take it you all decided on the plan to leave the heavy cruiser here and let the Landasians know where they can pick it up?
Oh, no, not at all. We're going to leave it here for now and come back with a crew to man it. We'll have to take it to a rather sketchy place to get its registry changed and get it repainted. But we are going to have a heavy cruiser of our own. That's just too valuable a ship to not hold on to.
And how are we going to know that the crew we hire won't turn on us the second we put them in control of the ship?
We'll have to vet them very well. Maybe introduce them to the previous crew and explain what happens when someone crosses us, even if they have a much bigger ship.
I'm not sure I like this plan, but we have some time to figure it out before we get to that point. We have 3 more stops before we get to the station you identified for us, right?
If your jumps are still around 10,000 light years, then yes, 3 more stops.
Then let's get to it then. Duke teleported the ship to the next stop and waited while his mana regened. A strong sweep of the scanners showed the world to be as dead as the star charts had shown. While Myra parked the ship in orbit, Duke dropped down to the surface and began seeding dungeons. It took him a few hours to seed his typical 1,000, and when he was finished, he was greeted with a welcome notification. Your Dungeon Core Creation ability has ranked up to Adept 3. The cost for the new dungeon cores can now be variable. The base cost remains 5 million mana, but it can be increased to specify certain dungeon features. As your ability continues to mature, the number of options and complexity of these options will increase. Duke returned to the ship, smiling ear to ear. He didn't hesitate to take them to the next location he had plotted out on the star charts. Again, he planted dungeons, experimenting a little with the type and parameters of the dungeons. He did not go back to investigate as he was in a rush to get to the final destination. He moved the ship to the last waypoint and repeated his dungeon creation spree. When he was done, he sat on the bridge and looked over to the rest of the crew. Well, this is it. One more jump and we will be heading to the spaceport to pay off some debt and start our next adventure. Does anyone need anything before we go? Duke spent the next few minutes restoring weapons and items before Myra took him back down to the engines to refill their mana cores. Of course, that reminded the ladies that he could refill the mana cores of their weapons. That took another 15 minutes as they kept pulling spent cores out for him to refill. Now that we are all done with that, Myra, would you come over here and pick the spot we should appear? I am assuming you want to approach like any normal vessel and not give away our extra capabilities. I know that I damn sure don't.
Thank you for thinking of that before I had to bring it up. Yes, I want to enter the system on normal star drive, so put us right here.
She indicated a set of coordinates on the star map.
That will put us a few light days outside of the system and shouldn't raise any eyebrows. It will only take a matter of minutes with the star drive to get us into the system.
Sounds good. Everyone ready? Receiving nods of acknowledgement, he teleported them to the last waypoint. Myra took over and smoothly engaged the star drive. When they emerged into the system, the sensors lit up with activity. The system had thousands of ships moving around it in countless formations, but one stood out to Duke as he looked at the sensors. Most likely because the sensors identified it as the Galactic Alliance ship, Intrepid. It was listed as a dreadnought and had dozens of escort ships in formation with it. Duke put the visualization of the ship on the main screen. "Think we can get our hands on something like that?" Laia answered him with a laugh.
Ha! First off, you do not mess with the Galactic Alliance. And secondly, you need a crew of at least 50,000 to man a ship of that size. So, no, we are not getting our hands on anything like that. We have a perfectly fine ship right here.
"Thank you, Laia. The Iron Reaver is more than enough for us. And if we need something bigger, we have another ship to modify already, right? Anyway, sit back and relax. I'll get us landing clearance and then the real fun will begin." It took 4 hours to get landing clearance and to get docked. Duke and Aurelia eventually scurried off to their cabin for some alone time, but came back out in time to watch the docking procedure. As they watched the ship become engulfed by the space station, the scale of it all started to become apparent. The ship landed on a pad within the enormous hangar area they had been directed to. Duke was looking out one of the few actual windows of the ship and saw ships of all different sizes around. The smallest seemed the size of an average SUV, while the largest was even bigger than the heavy cruiser they had left behind. It was nowhere near as well armed, but it was bigger. Duke guessed it might be a freight hauler, but he was too distracted by the sights to put more than casual thought into it. It took 10 minutes for the ship to be fully secure and the crew ready to depart. As they headed down the ramp, they were greeted by a group of individuals. There were 7 of them, with 6 being armed security guards and clearly not human, while the 7th was too well dressed to be simple security but appeared to be human. He greeted them.
"Welcome to Turin Station. I am Galvin, and your liaison for the docking portion of your stay. The docking fee is 100,000 mana per day. That is payable in filled cores or, if you are so inclined, directly into the station core."
Myra looked at Duke, who smiled in response. "Where is the station core? I'll pay the fee directly."
"Excellent! Right this way."
He led Duke off to a central pillar of the hangar along with half the security guards. The rest remained at the ship, preventing anyone else from leaving until the docking fee had been paid. When they arrived at the pillar, Galvin unlocked a door with his handprint and a 24-digit code. He entered it rapidly, and if Duke had not been paying attention, there would have been no way he could have kept up with the code being entered. As it was, he was watching closely, and the combination of his intuition and reason made it possible for him to memorize the code. He didn't think he would need it, but the new situation pushed his awareness level higher. The door opened to reveal a chamber lined with crystalline structures intertwined with Magitech runes. Duke started to trace and translate the runes, but was interrupted by Galvin.
"As I said earlier, it is 100,000 mana per day for the docking fee. Simply channel your mana into the red crystal over there and, when you have hit 100,000, it will light up and your daily fee will be fully paid."
"Can I pay for multiple days at once?"
"If you like, certainly."
"Is there any discount for multiple days payment at once?"
"If you have the patience and capacity to pay for 10 days, that will cover you for 2 full weeks."
The amount of snark in Galvin's tone had increased significantly as he offered the impossible discount. No one was willing or able to part with that much mana, or had the patience to sit for so long. Duke nodded to the man and placed a hand on the red crystal, and began pushing his mana transfer ability with Overchannel. In a little over a second, he was pushing 25,000 mana a second into the crystal. When the crystal lit up, Duke smiled and kept pouring his mana in. He kept the rate steady at 25,000 a second. Every second that passed, he increased the look of strain on his face and body. When he hit the 1 million mana, he collapsed to the floor, gasping for air.
"That's incredible,"
Galvin said as he helped Duke to his unsteady feet.
Please, give me a minute. I am tapped out and need to recover.
Duke gasped, clutching his head in mock pain. Galvin gestured to the guards to help Duke out of the chamber, and they jumped to the task, their strong grips helping Duke outside so the door could be closed and locked behind him. Duke tried to get his feet under himself and wobbly tried to steady himself. Galvin handed Duke a receipt with an appraising look.
You are all paid up for the next 2 weeks. Please let me know if you need any assistance with the docks, refueling, cargo handling, repairs, or anything else you might need for the ship.
He handed Duke what appeared to be a large coin with Magitech script on it.
Use that at any terminal on the station, and you will be able to reach me. Been a pleasure doing business with you.
Duke steadied himself. Thank you, Galvin. I believe our chief pilot has already secured the cargo services we require, but if there is anything that we need, I will reach out to you first. With that, he headed back to the ship, making his gait steadier and steadier as he headed across the hangar. Chapter 21. The ramp closed behind them, and Myra locked the ship down.
Everyone ready for this?
She asked.
Clothes shopping first, right?
Aurelia asked. As agreed, Duke said. Lead on, Myra, since you know this place.
As agreed,
She echoed as they followed her out of the hangar and into the main station. Once they exited the hangars, the corridor was much wider than Duke had expected at nearly 60 meters across. He did find exactly what he expected right outside the hangars, that being bars and brothels with the occasional pawn shop thrown in for good measure. Just like stepping off any airbase. Oh, and there's the no-tell motel. Perfectly familiar. At least some things never change. They quickly moved to a nicer part of the station where shops catering to the more long-term residents were to be found. It did not take long to find a clothing store they all agreed upon. They were greeted by the sales clerk's automatic upbeat greeting. Welcome to Mozzie's. It was immediately followed up more seriously as she looked up and saw the four of them.
Okay, what's the budget? There's an awful lot to fix here.
Laya spoke up before anyone else could say anything.
Let's not worry so much about the budget, but try to keep it under 1 million credits. That should cover anything we need.
The clerk brightened up as Duke's face fell, realizing that he did not have a single credit to his name. Aurelia gave him a look saying the exact same thing. Laya smiled at the looks and rescued them.
Don't worry, this one is on me.
Myra gave Laya a look of her own, to which she answered,
We'll talk about it later, okay?
Before any of the group could say anything more, the clerk grabbed Aurelia and took her into the back of the shop.
Oh, honey, the Armored Knight style is so last century. Let's get you something more up to date.
When Aurelia emerged, she was wearing a short top that gave the hint of a uniform in black with golden accents with a matching short skirt. The outfit was finished with a pair of high boots and a flat newsboy hat that fit the outfit perfectly. Duke's jaw dropped, and Aurelia's smile broadened.
Yep, that's the reaction we were going for.
The smiling clerk grabbed Myra next. As they disappeared, Aurelia did a twirl in front of Duke.
You like it?
I'm going to get into so many fights, but damn, you look good. Real good. Too damned good. Aurelia blushed and wrapped Duke up in a hug before kissing him. He kissed her back forcefully, causing her to utter a soft moan and kiss him back just as passionately. Moments later, they were zapped by an electrical jolt.
Enough of that! My shop is not the place for that, no matter how beautiful I make you all look.
The sales clerk waved a glowing wand in their direction. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, Duke replied, stepping back from Aurelia but still holding her hands.
Have you seen this woman? Yes, I've seen her. Who do you think picked out the outfit? Now go sit over there and wait. How am I going to find pants that fit you like that?
Duke realized what she was talking about and took the seat indicated, slightly chagrined but not entirely able to take his eyes off Aurelia.
You're next.
The sales clerk beckoned to Myra. She thought for a moment before adding,
You come back here again too, Blondie.
Aurelia followed Myra into the back of the shop, leaving Duke and Laya alone. He turned to her, but she shook her head.
We can talk, but keep that thing pointed away from me.
He sighed. Are you sure you can afford to pay for all this? She laughed and came up to him, whispering at his ear.
The Landassians are paying for all this. I drained the ship's account before we left it behind.
Duke looked at her quizzically.
How did you do that? And how much was in the account? I've had their security codes cracked for years, and without anyone there to actively manage them, it was child's play to drain the accounts. All 19 million credits worth.
That's a shit ton of credits.
Sure is. So going shopping on their dime is just fine with me. It doesn't even begin to pay back the debt they owe me for betraying my Hollis. They are the ones who betrayed him to the Concordiate. They could have left well enough alone, but no. They had to get involved, and they got my beloved Hollis killed.
I'm sorry that happened, but I am glad that we have one of their ships then. Maybe we can find a good use for it.
Load it up with well-cloaked but barely contained antimatter and fly it on autopilot back to their homeworld. That would be a good use for the damned thing.
Her voice burned with the intensity of a star, her gaze fixed on a point in the distance that none but her could see. Duke let it drop as the sales clerk came out to grab Laya. He quietly waited until it was his turn. When he came back into the back of the shop, he did not see any of the ladies, but the sales clerk rushed him into a changing room with several outfits to try on. It took 10 minutes for them to create an outfit for Duke. Ultimately, he decided on something that looked like a military uniform in his favorite black and red. The shoulders had epaulets that carried the silver oak leaf of Duke's Earth rank with a crimson braid looped through the left shoulder. The jacket had golden buttons that each had the imprint of a glowing red gem. The pants were sharply creased and carried a faintly glowing red stripe down the side. Duke felt that the uniform looked menacing and intimidating, and he had checked with the sales clerk to make sure that he hadn't unintentionally enlisted himself in someone else's military. Duke wasn't sure what fabric the uniform was made from, but he found that he had full freedom of movement despite wearing a jacket.
Okay, now it's time to integrate a storage device for you. Would you like it in one of your pockets? Perhaps the inner pocket of the jacket?
That won't be necessary, thank you. Duke came to the sudden realization that he hadn't known where Aurelia's armor or sword had gone, but now knew she had a storage device for them.
Are you sure? They are rather convenient, and it's already paid for.
All right, make it the front left pocket of the pants. It took another 5 minutes to complete, but the storage device was integrated into the pocket.
That will hold up to 5 cubic meters of material.
Duke smiled and thanked the sales clerk, suppressing the urge to brag about his 1,000,000 cubic meters and counting of storage space in his inventory. The clerk mistook Duke's look and quickly spoke.
Your companion set a rather significant budget, and that includes the high-capacity storage spaces.
Duke simply nodded in response, as if acknowledging the high capacity that the clerk mentioned as something truly significant. When he returned to the front of the store, all 3 women were there waiting, and they were all stunningly beautiful with outfits that accented their curves beautifully. Even Myra's alien beauty was enhanced. They looked up to him, and he received 2 approving nods from Myra and Laia, and 1 very hungry look from Aurelia. Laia stepped up to pay the sales clerk, thanking her with a generous tip.
Please do come back any time if you need something adjusted or if you would like something new.
The sales clerk's smile appeared genuine and warm as the group headed out. As they moved down the corridor, many eyes turned to look at the 4 of them, human and otherwise. After a few minutes of this, Duke stopped them.
What's the matter?
Laia asked. Have you noticed how much attention we are getting just walking the halls looking like this? I have a serious question that is probably going to make me look like an asshole for asking, but I want the understanding laid out beforehand. Laia furrowed her brow.
What's on your mind, Duke?
All 3 of you are attracting more than casual glances, which will inevitably lead to someone hitting on you. I know all 3 of you are capable of handling yourselves, so I'm not going to step in for you or Myra unless you want me to. Aurelia, sorry, you were stuck with me stepping in. Aurelia grinned.
I wouldn't have it any other way, love.
Laia shrugged.
If someone wants to proposition me, they are in for a rude awakening. Hollis may be gone, but he still firmly holds my heart. They won't enjoy what comes if they are persistent or pushy. If it gets truly violent, they'll get to see what a Tier 3 celestial tracker can do. You teared up?
Myra asked.
Sure did. On our flight in, and it's a badass class. Holding off for so long got me an epic grade class. And I even had enough experience left in the bank to jump all the way back up to level 50.
Duke wondered how to bank experience like that intentionally and would have to ask about it sometime, but for now, he still needed 1 more answer. Laia, that is so freaking awesome. Congratulations. Myra, don't think this gets you out of answering my question. Myra grinned at Duke.
Simple answer is this. I don't mind if someone hits on me. If they get handsy at the bar, I'll break something. If they have friends that want to get in on the action, then stepping in might be a good idea. And thanks for asking and not assuming. It doesn't make you an asshole. It means you are a friend who doesn't want to spoil my fun. I appreciate that. Now, let's head to the monster parts dealer. Rubrix is not far from here, and Laia can brag about her new class on the way. Celestial Tracker? I've never even heard of anything like that. Dish girl?
Chapter 22. The 4 of them stood inside the entrance to Rubric's shop, taking in the atmosphere. There were display cases lining the walls and some octagonal glass cases on pedestals with the most prominent items arranged on the main floor. Myra gave them a few seconds to take it all in before she hooked Duke's arm and dragged him to a door in the back of the shop next to one of the display cases filled with parts of some sort of black chitin creature. The door she took him through was clearly marked, "Sellers, come in here." Duke chuckled at the explicitly directive nature of the sign. They make it pretty clear, don't they?
Yes, we do. It keeps the sales staff from having to field the same stupid question over and over again.
The man speaking was completely bald and short, barely coming up to Duke's chest, and was dressed in heavy boots, similarly heavy work pants, a heavily stained white shirt, and a long leather apron that covered most everything up but his arms. He also wore gloves that looked like they were made out of some rubber-like substance. He continued,
You have come to sell, yes? What can Rubric buy from you?
Myra smiled at Rubric.
It's been a while, but my friend here has something that I know you want. Do you have any sort of privacy tech or magic that you can put up?
That good?
That good.
All right. Give me a minute. But if you disappoint me, I'm going to charge you for the mana to recharge my stones.
It took Rubric a minute to set up the multiple layers of privacy screens around the shop, but eventually came back to Duke and Myra.
Okay. What do you have that is so special that I have to spend mana in order to see it?
Show him,
Myra ordered. Duke held his expression neutral as he removed one of the dragon corpses from his inventory. It nearly filled the entire workspace and wound up knocking a table over. Rubric's reaction was immediate. He rushed forward and began to examine the corpse with all manner of devices. They ranged from what looked like handheld electronic scanners to glowing gems that were passed over the corpse. He muttered to himself the entire time, ignoring Duke and Myra as he examined the dragon's corpse. Finally, he started asking questions as he continued his inspection without looking back up at them.
This is a fully intact extra-dimensional dragon corpse. Where in the cosmos did you get it? How did it die? What could even kill a dragon of this quality? I can't even read the tier. Must be at least a 5. Yes, at least a 5. Amazing.
He finally paused and looked up, locking eyes with Duke.
Where did you come across this corpse?
We will not be revealing our source for the corpse,
Myra said.
No, I suppose not. What do you want for it?
Myra looked towards Duke, who nodded back to her. She began her bargaining.
We all know just how rare it is to get actual dragon parts and how impossible it is to get a fully intact corpse in such pristine, undecayed condition. I would bet that you have never even seen one, let alone had one in your shop before. I am placing the price for this at 200 million credits.
He spluttered.
200 million credits? Are you insane?
You and I both know you can part it out and make 300 out of it. That's a 50% profit margin for you.
I'll be lucky if I can get half that, and it will tie up most of my free capital until I can find buyers with enough free credits to afford it. It would take some special clients to be able to afford this, you know.
Okay, then let's make it 125 and you will still make a healthy profit. The heart is intact. That alone will get you 50.
He paused and thought, considering what Myra had said. It seemed she had struck a note as he went back to measuring the dragon with his instruments again. After some consideration, he finally came to a conclusion.
The best I can do is 110.
Myra looked back over at Duke, who gave her a nod.
110 million credits. Done. Please credit it to our ship, the Iron Reaver.
He looked at Duke to make sure that he was okay with that direction. Yes, that is exactly what we need to do, Duke responded. Send it to the ship.
Okay.
He went over to a wall terminal and entered several commands. Myra looked up from the device she was looking at.
Transfer confirmed. Pleasure doing business with you again, Rubric. And you will not reveal to anyone where you acquired this, or I will make damn sure that our next exotic and rare specimen finds its way to Edelman's.
Always a pleasure, and I keep my hunters confidential. You know that.
He responded while transferring the dragon corpse to his own storage. Duke looked at Myra, who nodded with a slight smirk. Same price for the second dragon? He pulled another dragon corpse out of his inventory. Duke knew he had the merchant in a tough spot now, as another dragon corpse coming onto the market would devalue the first. Rubric stared at Duke, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Myra nudged Duke.
I think you broke him.
Apparently that was enough to free Rubric from his vapor lock.
That's impossible. One was incredible, but two, I can give you another 90 million for the second one, but that's it, really. I can't give you any more than that.
Duke nodded. 90 million to the ship's account, and it's yours. Rubric numbly entered the transfer on his terminal, and Myra confirmed receipt. The pair left Rubric with his conflicting emotions of joy at the dragons with their extreme potential and despair at his current finances. Gathering up the rest of the group, they headed for the next stop, Myra still in the lead. This time, they were headed for the inner sections of the station. As they progressed, both the inhabitants and the businesses they passed became cleaner and clearly more affluent. Finally, they came to an institution that was unmistakable. It might have been the iconic columns in front of the building, but most likely it was the gilded sign that read, Intergalactic Credit Bureau. Myra paused before the building, addressing the other three.
I have only been in this building twice before, but let me make something absolutely clear here. This place is 100% business 100% of the time. Nothing out of line is tolerated, and they have the people and the power to back that up. You piss them off and you will find a tier 15 bounty on your head before your foot hits the outside steps. No joking, no innuendo, nothing.
Everyone's expression became serious as they entered. The first thing that happened as they crossed the threshold is that each of the group felt an enormous presence wash over them with the sense that they were being invasively scrutinized. The feeling passed quickly, and an impeccably dressed elven woman approached the group.
What can the Intergalactic Credit Bureau do for you for?
Myra quickly spoke up.
Myra Calder and companions here to resolve an outstanding credit balance and establish additional accounts.
The woman looked off into the distance for a moment before responding.
How convenient. We were 3 hours from issuing a repossession order on the Iron Reaver. Are you here to pay your debt in full with the additional interest and fees? Yes, ma'am. Excellent. Follow me, please.
She did not wait for a response, but walked to a desk on the far side of the lobby with precisely measured steps so that she could walk behind the desk and slide into her chair with the ideal economy of motion.
Please, do sit down and make yourselves comfortable while we conduct our transactions.
She pulled up some sort of holographic screen and projected it to the group. It listed the ship's name and the debt associated with it. Exactly 103,624,812 credits in debt. Myra smiled wanly as the elf continued.
You see the debt on the screen. How are you going to resolve this?
Myra brought out her own device and projected the current account of the Iron Reaver, showing the 200 million credits that they had just earned. Her face firmed with resolve.
A direct transfer from this account, please.
The elf smiled along.
Excellent. Please confirm your authorization for the transfer. Perfect. The Iron Reaver is now completely free of debt, and all liens have been released. Congratulations. Few manage to resolve the debt once it exceeds the value of their collateral. Your credit score now reflects this status change. Now, you had mentioned other banking you wished to conduct? Yes, ma'am. I would like to split the remaining balance up 4 ways into our accounts. Obviously, 1 share will remain in the existing account, but at least 2 of the group will need initial accounts established.
She pointed to Duke and Aurelia.
I already have an account of my own established.
Laia provided the elf with her account information. The next 10 minutes were spent in a laborious process of establishing accounts for Duke and Aurelia, which involved blood samples, magical aura readings, and personal mana signatures. In the end, the elf escorted the 4 of them back to the door with a smile. They were happy to depart. "We were that close to losing the ship?" Duke said.
I didn't know it was that close, but I knew we were critically overdrawn. Good thing we took that shortcut to get here, otherwise the ship would have been repoed before we even got to the dock,
Laia said.
Yeah, that would have sucked and cost more to get back. Thank you, Duke, for saving the ship. And me.
If I didn't, who would be ferrying me all over this galaxy, right?
Right. I'm the best ride you'll ever get.
Aurelia stiffened at that and began to scowl. Myra jumped right back in.
Don't worry, Aurelia. I'm not going to steal your man. I'll find one of my own.
Dressed like that, it won't be hard. Shall we go hit some place to celebrate our good fortune? Duke said.
I know just the place,
Laia said. Chapter 23. When they strode into the bar, a few heads turned. None of them were human. There was a trio of tusked humanoids dressed in stained red uniforms that looked to be a leather substitute of some kind. They got Duke's attention immediately as they were pointing a device in the group's direction and making animated gestures. Freaking space orcs. I just know they're going to be trouble. Duke had noticed that his ability to read people had become significantly heightened since his stats had gotten the dungeon bump. It was what drove him to trust Laia and Myra. Not necessarily a sixth sense, but the combination of his senses, stats, and abilities had pulled in information and was able to process it into this ability to read people. He was not getting a good sense from the orcs, but he really didn't need much more than to look at them staring to come to that conclusion. You clocked the excited trio near the bar, right? Duke poured a little extra mana into his aura concealment ability that he had been running since he arrived on the station. Aurelia answered,
Kinda hard to miss them. We seem to have garnered their interest.
They casually sat down at a table, and Duke waved the waitress over, who greeted them with a smile.
Hi, I'm Trellix. What can I get for you for?
The waitress was close to human, with her green hair that appeared natural, matching her eyelashes, but the feature that stood out the most was the third eye in the middle of her forehead. I would really love some Scotch whiskey, but I doubt you have any. What do you have available? Duke asked, while keeping an eye on the trio at the bar. They were arguing while looking at some device with a screen. Duke had instinctually sat himself with his back to the wall, able to get a full view of the bar in front of him. That way, he could see trouble coming and act before it could get out of hand.
Scotch whiskey? Not sure that I've ever heard of that, but let me look at our exotic drink reserve menu. What about you three?
Laia and Myra ordered their drinks, but Aurelia looked hopelessly at Duke. What's the matter, love? Aurelia blushed.
I can't understand anyone here. I can understand the girls for some reason, but nobody else since we got to the station. It's like they are speaking gibberish.
Duke's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, I'm so sorry. It never occurred to me that you couldn't understand what was being said. He pulled a potion out of his inventory that he had been keeping for no other reason than he was a bit of a pack rat. He handed the potion of tongues to her. Here, drink this. It will help for a while. How long, I'm not sure, but it should be at least a few hours.
Guess we know what our next shopping item needs to be. You need a translator. They're one of the more common pieces of Magitech, and you can now afford one easily.
Laia showed Aurelia her own translator. It was a tiny earpiece that fit inside her ear canal.
It's so tiny,
Aurelia remarked as she examined the device. She then downed the potion and met the three eyes of their patient waitress. Context clues had made it easy to figure out that the waitress was taking their drink order, so she made an order of her own.
I would like some honeyed mead. Is that possible?
The waitress nodded.
Yes, that is possible. And I can even get the Scotch whiskey you asked for, sir, but it will be rather expensive.
Duke was surprised and delighted. He was going to order it anyway, but decided to ask first. How expensive is expensive? Trellix pulled on one of her long green locks of hair, placing it behind her ear.
10,000 credits for a glass, or 100,000 for the bottle.
Duke thought for a moment before responding. I'll take the bottle then. The waitress stared at him, momentarily stunned.
I'll bring it right away.
Before their drinks could come, Duke spotted the trio of orcs heading their way. He quietly got the rest of the group's attention and prepared himself for what he just knew was coming, deciding to not reveal any abilities here if he could help it. The lead orc stepped up to the table, flanked by his two companions who stood half a step behind. He was as tall as Duke, but was far bulkier. His head was larger than what a human's would be for his size, and he had porcine features complete with a pair of tusks protruding from his mouth. He was dressed in what looked like thick black leather with electronics of some sort inset in seemingly random places down his arms, across his chest, and on his shoulders. His left eye was obscured with some sort of red screen that was attached to a metallic band strapped to his head. With a deep and wet voice, he addressed the table.
Terribly sorry to interrupt you all, but aren't you Blaze Calder, Captain of the Iron Reaver?
Duke's mind ground to a halt with the dissonance of someone approaching and him not being the target. A smile slowly spread across his face as he looked to Myra.
Yes, the Iron Reaver is my ship. What can I do for you?
She met the orc's gaze with a calm demeanor and a fair bit of patience. The look of relief on the lead orc's face was unmistakable as he jumped into his request.
I'm Gronok, leader of this triad of the Steel Tusks, and we have been stranded on this station with our mechs for 6 months now. Our former transportation was the 7-star cluster, but the ship was too heavily damaged fending off pirates that wound up being scrapped at the yard here. We are in need of transportation to Altus Marin 6. There is a contract waiting for us there.
Myra kept her eyes locked on the orcs, as if in a play for dominance. When she spoke, it was with a flat, unemotional tone.
You are asking me to bring you to one of the most war-torn worlds in this entire galaxy, and freely admit that your last transport wound up being so damaged it needed to be scrapped?
Gronok's gaze did not waver.
That is what I'm asking, yes. We will not hide our situation as deceit does not help our cause.
Why don't you pull up some seat and we'll talk about it? I'm not going to say that I'll take you just yet, but let's get to know each other a bit better before I make any decisions.
She proceeded to introduce Aurelia, Duke, and Laia. Greetings passed around the table as Gronok introduced his two teammates, Turfald and Tuka. While the orcs settled into their seats, the waitress brought over the drinks that Duke's party had ordered, placing the bottle of Glen Turret whiskey and a glass tumbler in front of Duke. She came over to Duke to take payment, but Gronok intercepted her.
I have interrupted these people. Their drinks are on me.
Duke held up a hand to stop him. You might not want to do that. My drink is rather expensive.
I have said that I would pay for the drinks. Do not make me a liar.
Gronok's voice now had an edge to it that Duke did not appreciate. For amusement's sake, he backed down, allowing the orc to pay for the drinks. Trellix happily held her payment device out to the orc to pay. He placed his wrist to the device that beeped and flashed in acknowledgement of the payment. Immediately, his visible eye widened in shock as he apparently saw the amount.
Grannis killed you? What in the realms did you order?
Duke smiled faintly. I did warn you. I ordered this bottle of Scotch whiskey. Trellix, would you please bring glasses for my new friends so that they may have some as well? It took but a moment for Trellix to bring glasses for each of them, and Duke poured scotch for everyone. He slid the glasses over and took his own. First off, this is a precious drink, so sip it. It is not meant to be taken all at once. Savor the flavor. Feel the warmth as it goes down your throat. He paused, making sure that he had everyone's attention before continuing. I offer a toast to meeting new people and perhaps making new friends. Duke had been carefully observing the trio with his xenoglossia, looking for any signs of deceit or guile. Everything he had read so far had been completely honest. He was becoming concerned that either these three were as earnest as they seemed, or that his ability wasn't working on them. Still, he raised his glass with the rest of them. When he took his first sip, his eyes closed, and a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. The scotch was so smooth and flavorful that he held it in his mouth for several seconds before finally allowing the warmth to travel down his throat to his stomach.
This is like nothing I have ever had before,
Tuka said.
It has as many flavors as a feast yet offers heat to the body. Where did this come from?
Ask Trellix where she got it,
Aurelia responded, her protective instinct kicking in over Duke's homeworld. Turfald raised a hand and waved.
Trellix, come on by when you have a moment.
She, of course, came right over with a smile.
Is everything all right? Can I get you something else?
Gronach stepped in.
Where does this Scotch whiskey come from?
I have absolutely no idea,
she confessed.
That bottle had been sitting on the reserve shelf for longer than I have worked here, and you know how long I have worked here.
He then turned to Duke.
So, you were the one who ordered the bottle. Where does it come from?
Duke's heart rate increased as he realized the corner he had trapped himself in. He wanted to protect Earth from outside attention and influence, but even mentioning the existence of the planet could put it into jeopardy in this wider cosmos he had stepped into. So, he lied. Smoothly, but he lied nonetheless. It comes from a closed world that now lies beyond the reach of magic. That is why it is so hard to find.
A closed world? What does that mean?
Gronach probed. It is a world that the entities have somehow closed off from magic, making it inaccessible by any means that I know of. Duke hoped his lie was convincing enough. Apparently it was. The three orcs made the same gesture to ward off the attention of the entities. The topic was dropped immediately. Myra steered the conversation back to the actual reason the orcs were there.
What is this contract you have waiting for you on a death world, and is it really worth it?
It is a matter of honor. We are all bound by our word to come to the aid of an old friend, a clanmate who is trapped on the planet.
Duke interrupted. If it's such a war-torn planet, are you even sure that your friend still lives?
Of course he still lives. The great system would inform us if we have failed the quest set before us.
Myra took the conversation back.
So, this is a rescue mission?
It is. We have no desire to stay on such a world, but without our mechs, we will probably not survive long enough to rescue our friend. That is why I am so overjoyed to see you here. You bring hope to us that we had all but lost.
I will have to discuss it with my crew before I give you a decision and a price for this trip. There are a lot of...
She cut off in mid-sentence, apparently receiving some sort of message. She leapt to her feet.
We have to get back to the ship. Someone's messing with it.
Everyone quickly followed suit, drawing weapons. Duke gave her a questioning look, taking the orcs into his gaze. She gave him a nod, and all 7 of them appeared before the Iron Reaver. They were greeted with gunfire. Chapter 24. Sizzling projectiles flashed past Duke's head the moment he appeared. He immediately split the group by using his teleportation to send Myra, Laia, and Aurelia to the bridge of the Iron Reaver. He sent himself and the steel tusks about 60 meters further into the massive hangar and out of the line of gunfire. He hoped. A quick assessment showed that they were not likely the targets of the gunfire. As the trio of orcs scrambled to get their bearings, Duke had already spotted 2 groups of individuals exchanging gunfire in the hangar. One group was arrayed by the Iron Reaver, using its landing struts for cover, while the other group was spread out around the ship, using glowing barriers for their own cover.
Syndicate! It's the Syndicate!
Gronok shouted, raising his weapon to his shoulder and firing at the individuals behind the energy barriers. His 2 companions joined him and, after the first combatant went down from their fire, additional barriers appeared facing their way. Who the fuck is the Syndicate? And why are they shooting at people huddled around our ship? Duke was confused, not knowing who any of the players were or what the conflict was all about. Wait, didn't one of the mutineers say something about the Syndicate? Between shots, Gronok answered,
They are the real reason we are trapped here. One by one, they are taking out the competition. They mean to be the sole name in mech transport. Most they have bought out, but I'll bet the pirates that trashed our ship was Syndicate in disguise.
Duke nodded. Corporations doing corporation things. Guess it's the same everywhere, and it gives me an idea of who the attackers are. But who are the defenders? Who are the others, then?
Turin Station Security. They are doing far more than they normally would, but they are not going to last long pinned down like this.
As Gronok spoke, gunfire started to erupt at them as more Syndicate forces came pouring out of the halls, sparking the 4 of them to take cover behind some random supply crates. Duke felt he had a good handle on the players and was about to act when a high-pitched whirring sound came from the Iron Reaver. He stared, stunned as he saw a pod pop out of the ship, spinning at a tremendous rate. Without warning, he was slammed to the ground as Gronok tackled him.
Get down! That mad Ignori is going to kill us all!
Duke watched as the spinning pod began to spit what appeared to be tiny fireballs at a ridiculous speed. The entire area around the ship was filled with flaming death in seconds. The Syndicate attackers huddled behind their barriers for the scant seconds they held the fireballs back, but, ultimately, the barriers collapsed, and they were burned to ash. Seconds later, the fireballs stopped, and the pod spun to a stop. Duke was relieved to see the security forces were unharmed, but the area where the Syndicate forces had been standing was melted to slag with rune script exposed and glowing ominously. The security forces warily emerged from under the landing struts of the ship. As they got clear of the ship, the entrance ramp began to lower, the sound making them snap their heads around, still keyed up from the fight. Duke noticed that the security forces were dragging more than a dozen of their comrades' bodies out with them. Clearly, the fight had a toll.
How did we get to this spot?
Gronok addressed Duke. Magic? But is that really the most important thing right now? He left the conversation by hastily walking towards the ship. Damn it! I reacted rather than acted. Again. Now my teleportation ability is out in the open. What do I do now? Damage control? Not likely. We'll have to downplay the ability to a limited use item. That might work. Or I could just stop trying to hide what I can do. Soon, but not right now. As Duke approached the security forces, the doors to the station opened up, which surprised Duke. He had not noticed that they were closed, but the sound of them opening was unmistakable. He slowed his walk, looking over his shoulder at who was coming in, and came to a complete stop when a pair of 10-meter-tall mechs marched in. The security forces behind Duke bolted, which told Duke the most important piece of information that he needed to know. These mechs were not friendly. As he quickly glanced around himself and processed the situation, he noticed a few more things. The ramp to the Iron Reaver was already almost closed, and the steel tusks had also bolted. This left him the sole person standing in the path of the mechs. The mech's amplified speakers rang out.
Stand aside. There is no need for additional bloodshed. Surrender the pirate vessel and you will be permitted to leave peacefully.
Duke set his jaw and stared the mechs down. What pirate ship would that be?
The Iron Reaver is a known pirate ship, and the Syndicate has been given writ to capture it or, failing that, salvage rights should it resist.
The mechs continued to strive forward. These mechs were different from what Duke had expected, being quadrupedal with no discernible head or cockpit. The expectation that was met was that they were bristling with weapons, none of which Duke was familiar with. Duke felt a humming come from the Iron Reaver and saw that some sort of shield had surrounded the ship, shimmering with a slightly bluish hue. As he watched, multiple weapons sprouted from the hull, trained on the pair of mechs. The ship's external speakers flared to life.
This is no pirate ship, and you are heavily outgunned. Go back to your masters and tell them to piss off.
Duke smiled at Myra's response and paused, waiting for the Syndicate's next move. I want to do something, but I'm really enjoying the standoff, and, more importantly, I am not about to reveal any of my capabilities to this Syndicate. They seem like a large-scale faction that could cause no end of trouble. So, I wait. Duke watched as things kept static in the tense standoff. The hum of shields and the occasional crackle of misfiring runic circuitry from the previous fight were the only sounds for a full minute. The silence was broken by the appearance of 4 more mechs that marched in, blending their own shields with the existing mechs. These were nearly identical in appearance, save for large protrusions on their backs that seemed to be projecting stronger shields than the original pair of mechs.
Now who is outgunned? You wouldn't dare fire any of your anti-ship weaponry inside a station hangar, would you? Nothing else you have on that relic will punch through a 6-fold shield.
Duke used his jewel of whispers to reach out to Myra. Myra, this is Duke. Nod a weapon if you can hear me. One of the multiple weapons, an energy cannon of some sort by Duke's guess, moved up and down slightly. Good. Now, are they right? Do they have you outmatched? The same weapon nodded again. Okay, if you have to run, do so. I'll meet you at our last stop. Try not to trash the station if you can help it. I don't want us to get blacklisted for destroying a hangar or worse. One more nod, and Duke turned back to the Syndicate mechs. You heard the lady. Fuck off! He started slowly walking towards the mechs as their weapons carefully began to track his movements. Got a plan here, Duke? Some of those weapons are as big as your torso. Might not leave much of you left. Duke continued to advance, slowly trying to piece together a plan that wouldn't reveal his abilities. He wasn't coming up with much. I don't think I can punch my way through those shields. Well, maybe I could. I am a lot stronger than any person has a right to expect. It might work. Call that Plan B. As more weapons trained on Duke, he paused his walk forward just at the edge of their combined glowing shield. He reached up and touched it, feeling a tingle of magic and the start of an idea. This was, of course, interrupted by the mech's speakers erupting to life again.
Please stand aside, citizen. There is no need for you to be caught in any crossfire that may or may not occur.
One of the weapons aimed in his direction began to glow an eerie pink, as if charging up to fire, giving him the not-too-subtle sense of what kind of crossfire there would be. Duke chuckled inwardly and started to walk around the mechs, his hand tracing the shield as he moved. They seemed to be waiting for him to get out of the way before engaging, which left Duke with an odd feeling. He was not used to being overlooked and dismissed like this. The feeling firmed his resolve to act as he completed his walk behind the mechs. Ignore me, will ya? It has to be the aura concealment making me look innocuous. Good. Maybe I can lull them into a false sense of superiority and catch them by surprise. His thoughts were interrupted by a large group of Syndicate troops entering the hangar, heading right for him. Well, Plan C it is. He used the Jewel of Whispers. Myra, Get out of here if you need to. I'm about to get this fight started. He turned to face the approaching troops. There was more than a dozen of them, but Duke was full of confidence. They were just people, and Duke couldn't remember the last time he had trouble in a hand-to-hand fight. You boys want to tangle? I'm unarmed, but I'm not surrendering to the Gestapo. I'm more than happy to beat you all to a pulp. In unison, the Syndicate troops unstrapped batons that crackled with an electric red energy and advanced. Duke had an immediate flashback to the cage under the arena and the toad-like creature and his shocking baton. With a shudder, he dismissed the haunting memory of pain and helplessness. He shook his head and clenched his jaw before stepping towards the advancing soldiers. His lips curled up in a feral grin as he forcefully engaged his combat sensibility before launching himself forward. Chapter 25. Duke's more than 11,000 points in strength allowed him to apply phenomenal force to the floor. The floor, being the reinforced deck plating of a space hangar, resisted the force better than most any other surface he had run on before. This translated to an acceleration that Duke had not anticipated. The Syndicate forces had no time to react. Duke hit them like a freight train, sending broken bodies flying around the space. There was no technique, no bracing, no grand flourish. Duke simply ran through the line of troops and slammed into the far wall of the hallway. Despite his relatively high agility, Duke did not have enough time to react and stop himself from hitting the wall. Surprisingly, the wall held up to the impact. It was severely dented, but it was still intact. Duke rebounded off the wall, flying back towards the scattered bodies of the Syndicate. He scrambled to his feet as the remaining foes closed in on him with their batons crackling with energy. He met them with a feral grin, and the fight started in earnest. The Syndicate troops did not let the initial shock of Duke's charge deter them. They swarmed him without hesitation, but he did not stand still and try to absorb their attacks. Duke lashed out with fists, knees, elbows, and feet. He even added the occasional headbutt when the positioning was right. Despite his combat sensibility firing on all cylinders, there were still too many attackers for him to counter effectively. The first baton strike that hit Duke sent a wave of pain throughout his body and a disturbing system message. You have been struck by a variable intensity stun rod Mark IV. All physical characteristics have been temporarily reduced by 10%. Well, that's not ideal. Note to self, minimize those hits. Duke immediately changed his tactics for the fight, dodging blows whenever possible, even if it gave up an opportunity to strike out at a target. He wove through the Syndicate troops, making sure that he kept out of reach of the batons. As he fought, he could hear the sounds of heavy weapons fire striking the mech's shields and returning fire striking the ship's shields. Slowly but surely, Duke took down the remaining 8 Syndicate men, striking whenever a true opening presented itself. The mech and ship fire had become a steady beat of weapons striking shields, helping Duke to keep his moves timed and on pace. Despite his dodging and evading, when he was down to the final 2 combatants, Duke had been hit close to a dozen times by the batons. He was thankful to discover that each hit was a 10% reduction of his current physical stats and not his original stats. Had it been the latter, he would be largely incapacitated now instead of having a bit under 30% of his physical stats left. But even with his strength reduced by such a percentage, he still hit harder than the regular troops could handle. Every strike that connected shattered bones, taking the unlucky trooper out of the fight. Duke stood facing the final two combatants, grinning in anticipation of finishing this fight. They stood opposite him with grim resolve. They had never seen a single combatant take this many stun strikes and keep fighting effectively. Still, they had called for even more backup and were hoping they would get there soon. Duke advanced on the pair slowly, measuring their responses and reading their body language. He could see that they were stalling. He stepped up his pace, and the pair started wheeling to the side to put their backs to their own mechs. Duke wasn't sure what they were planning, but he fired up his dungeon sense to get an idea of what was going on around him. He quickly noted that there were more ground troops coming, but these seemed oddly larger than the ones he had been fighting. It only took a second, but Duke concluded that they were coming in powered armor. That will escalate things, and the mechs and ship are exchanging blows, but it looks like that's a stalemate, unless Myra opens up with something truly heavy. But what the hell is that? Duke focused on 3 massive mechs charging across the hangar towards the fight. They were bipedal, and each was slightly different as if they were built for different purposes. They each stood about 2 meters taller than the quadrupeds, but seemed more heavily armed and armored. That's too many reinforcements. I'm going to have to tell Myra to bolt. With that many mechs and the armored troopers, they will crack the ship's shields, or I'll have to reveal abilities. Damn it! Duke brought the Jewel of Whispers up to his mouth to tell her to leave, but was interrupted. He dodged a swing of a stun stick as the pair of troopers re-engaged, thinking he was too distracted by the sound of the approaching mechs. Given the approaching armored troopers, Duke decided that he didn't have time to play around with the remaining normal troopers. He used his flight to give himself the extra boost of speed needed since his agility was currently sitting below 300. He slammed the pair of troopers into the mech's shields, knocking them unconscious with the impact. Duke turned his attention to the trio of mechs approaching quickly. They opened fire before he could even let the bodies of the 2 troopers fall to the floor. Duke braced himself for the impacts against the ship's shields. Instead, he was nearly knocked from his feet as the blasts made the shield he was leaning against shudder violently. Duke looked more closely at the approaching mechs as they were now in his line of sight, and quickly noticed they all had the same emblem emblazoned on their chests. It was a large shield with a pair of gleaming tusks. Steel tusks. So they didn't bolt. They went to get their mechs and help out. That gets them a big +1 in my book. Even outnumbered, they are not hesitating to engage. Time to shift things in our favor before the powered armored troopers get here. We have a minute, at most. Duke activated his rarely used mana drain ability, draining the collective shield's power as shot after shot impacted on it. He hadn't used the ability in a long time, and suddenly came to a realization that it was one of the few that used his psyche modifier as a multiplier of its effect. His multiplier that was sitting at over 7,000. It took less than a second to drain 1,000,000 mana from the shields. Duke was sure that the cores powering the mechs had more mana than at their disposal, but the sudden drain caused the shields to flicker and briefly fail. That brief failure was more than enough for the combined fire of the ship's anti-personnel weapons and the 3 mechs' full weapons to tear deeply into the lead quadruped's armor, causing rune scripts to fail and shut the mech down. The shield snapped back into place, pushing Duke away from the remaining mechs. He immediately began draining the mana from the shield again as impacts made it shudder. It collapsed again, allowing fire to rain down on the other of the 2 original mechs, shutting them down quickly. The remaining mechs shifted their fire to the trio of Iron Tusk mechs, but the quadrupeds' overly defensive nature showed in their ineffective fire as Duke collapsed their shielding for a 3rd time. It took no more than 10 seconds to render the rest of the quadrupeds ineffective. Decidedly not wanting to wait for the reinforcements to arrive, Duke started running towards the ship. He used the Jewel of Whispers to tell Myra to open the doors and let down the ramp. He definitely did not whisper, as his dungeon sense picked up more mechs moving into the area. "Steel Tusks, follow me!" Duke shouted as he leapt onto the lowering ramp. Halfway to the lip of the lowering ramp, Duke realized his jump was going to fall short and activated his flight to finish the leap, making it look like a video game double jump. He smiled at the thought and rode the ramp down. The Steel Tusks mechs were standing on the deck, waiting for the ramp to come down. Duke waved them on and pointed them towards the mech mounts on his left. Duke dashed over to the communications panel and shouted to the bridge, "Close us up and get us the hell out of here. There are more mechs and armored suits on the way. This is no longer a friendly place for us."
What part of people shooting at us seemed friendly?
Funny, Myra. Just get us out of here before it gets any worse. Duke watched as the ramp began closing and the trio of mechs locked into their brackets. He could see the approaching mechs and armored suits in his senses, and saw that the numbers were growing. There were at least 10 mechs and 30 armored suits swiftly heading for their hangar. He opened up the comms panel again. "I don't mean to rush you or anything, but we have a small army headed for the hangar."
"I'm moving as fast as I can."
She apparently kept the channel open as she rapidly ran down the pre-flight checklist.
"Ramp closing, 6 seconds. Umbilicals detached. Engines warming from cold start, 20 seconds. Mana capacity at 37%.
Duke didn't hear any more as he charged to the mana stones and poured his mana in as fast as he dared. Distantly, he heard the sound of the ramp closing in place. His senses told him that the Syndicate forces would be in their hangar in about 10 seconds, and his internal clock told him that the engines would not be warmed up until 5 seconds after that. He reached over to the comms panel and opened a channel to the bridge. "Looks like we will have a 5-second overlap between when the engines are warmed up and when they can open fire on us. Are the shields going to be able to hold?"
"Only if we have enough of a mana charge. We are down to 62%. Are you charging the stones, Duke?"
"You bet your ass I am."
"Thank the gods. Keep that up and we might have a chance."
"How long will it take to get somewhere we can jump out of this area?"
"We can't engage the star drive until we are out of the gravity well of this planet. I mean, it's good that we are leaving from orbit already, but it could take us a while to get clear."
"Okay, I'll keep charging." Duke's response was cut off as the ship was rocked by dozens of impacts on its shields. Duke could see the mana capacity falling before his eyes, despite the mana he was pouring in. It was being used up faster than he could safely restore. The reading was down to 52%, and still falling despite Duke's efforts. He could feel that if he pushed his mana in any faster, it would damage the cores. The ship rocked again as the mana level dropped to 31%. Duke kept up his concentration, pouring mana into the cores as the levels continued to drop. The ship lurched as the mana level dropped to 19%. The sensation of motion became constant as the hum of the engines peaked. The ship was moving fast. A final salvo as they left the hangar brought the mana levels down to 7%. Duke kept pouring his mana into the cores, finally increasing the mana level. As Duke relaxed slightly, bringing the mana level back to 23%, the comms announced all over the ship.
"Attention, everyone. We are going to have some unfriendly company real soon. If anyone has any ideas on how to hold off a trio of heavy cruisers and a dreadnought, go ahead and tell me, because that's what's waiting for us out here."
Duke cursed, even as he got the mana stores up to 46%. He didn't know enough about the capabilities of this ship or any of the other ships involved. He remained silent as he focused on filling the mana cores. A voice that he didn't recognize at first spoke up.
"Make a lens jump."
Duke realized that it was Gronok speaking right before the response came in over comms.
"Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? We could wind up in the middle of a star."
We could also wind up on the other side of the solar system. But either way, how else are we going to survive all the guns pointed at us? The minute we are clear of the line of sight to the station, they are going to pound us to microdust.
Damn it! I just got this ship paid off and fully prepared!
Duke suppressed a chuckle at Myra's outburst as he watched the mana level reach 61%. He chimed in. Give me another minute and I can have our mana levels back to full.
Understood. Slowing down our outbound to give you time and to... Fuck! Give me time to prepare for a lens jump!
Duke cut back in. While we are chatting for the next minute, can anyone explain what the hell is a lens jump?
I've got this, Captain. You continue your preparations.
Grodok joined Duke in the mana core room and started his explanation after giving Duke an intrigued look.
Okay, Duke. Do you know how the star drive works?
Not really, but I get the impression that it takes us through another dimension.
Yep, that's pretty much it. It works through very specialized spatial magic that needs what is called flat space to work correctly.
Flat space. Got it. Is that space where there are no major gravity fields in play?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. The gravity fields of large objects like planets can screw up the spatial magic of the star drive, sending us way off course even into unknown dimensions. That's why it's so dangerous to jump in a gravity field. The gravity lens distorts everything.
So, we're going to do it anyway?
It's our only chance to get out of this bullshit situation.
Why didn't Captain Myra come up with this idea?
I have no doubt that she did, but it's one hell of a risk. No one takes a chance if they have any other option.
So, we're probably fucked if we do it, and definitely fucked if we don't.
That's pretty much it. And just how much mana do you have?
He was watching the mana level of the cores steadily rise as Duke filled them. Duke grinned. I have a trick or two up my sleeve, but I have a lot of mana to work with. And there we go. Mana stopped off. He called back to the bridge. I'm headed up to the bridge.
Thank you, Duke. Might as well bring everyone else along with you. We have enough chairs for all 7 of us up here. And everyone's going to want a front seat view of this insane move.
Shortly later, all were seated and ready.
They are repositioning so they can hit us without having the station in the line of effect. We're about out of time. Anyone have any better ideas than this? Last chance to speak up before I throw the switch.
Myra looked around at the 7 of them, seeing nothing but apprehension.
All right. They will be moving into the earliest firing position in 7 seconds. I'm going to wait until they fire before making the jump. If everything goes right, it will look like they vaporized the ship and will stop any attempt at pursuit.
Can the shields take that kind of hit? Aurelia asked, completely out of her depth and trying her best to keep it together.
We'll find out, won't we?
Laia joked. Duke watched the countdown carefully, preparing his own move to coincide with the end of the countdown. 3... Everyone gripped something to brace. Not that any of them thought it would help. It was pure instinct. 2... Duke concentrated and prepared himself. 1... Duke flexed his ability, and the captured shuttle appeared in front of the Iron Reaver an instant before the dreadnought opened fire and Myra initiated the star drive. Chapter 26. The transition through exospace was silent, as was the transition back into material space. The sound of alarms blaring was not unexpected, but jarring nonetheless. Myra launched into action, her hands dancing across controls as she tried to understand their situation. Her cursing did not help the others achieve any sense of calm, not that the alarms would have allowed it. Duke looked over to Aurelia, neither of them able to actually do anything with the ship. Laia worked the communications console slowly, adjusting controls that were a mystery to Duke. The three orcs remained in their seats, a look of calm resignation on their faces. Finally, the main view screen snapped to life, showing a distinct image. It was a line of light. On one side of the line was a black void, and the other side was brimming with brightly glowing objects. It was mesmerizing and surreal.
Is that the edge of the world?
Aurelia asked. Myra responded, her voice gripped with tension.
You could think of it that way, but it's the event horizon of a supermassive black hole. We're in the accretion disk of the thing, and the gravity well is pulling us in.
Is that all?
Tuka asked. Myra glared at him as she finally silenced the alarms.
The gravity exceeds the thrust ratings of our engines, so, yeah, that's a problem.
How long until we get pulled in? Duke asked. Myra shrugged.
No way to answer that. Too many conflicting theories. But I'll answer the question you really wanted to ask. We have about 40 days to figure out a way out of here before we are pulled too close to the event horizon and reality completely breaks down for us.
That seems like a long time, Aurelia said.
Every day, really every second, we are getting pulled closer, and the closer we get, the more the pull increases. Our engines already are straining to keep us from being pulled in faster, but they are not enough to even keep us at the same relative distance.
She looked at Duke meaningfully. He understood her request. Duke nodded. The time for secrecy, at least for this one case, had passed. He shook his head resignedly and started working with the navigational console. He was interrupted by a system message. You have successfully absorbed a new magical effect. The multiple stunning shots you have received have been converted into a new ability. Devolution will allow you to decrease the effective physical characteristics of a target. This is a touch-ranged attack at its current rank of Untrained 9. The effects of this ability can be resisted by someone with a comparably higher psyche than you, and will last for a duration dependent on rank and level of the ability. Duke could finally feel the stun rod's effects slip away. Those lasted a long time. I wonder what the actual duration of them are. Could the effects have been otherwise permanent? If that's the case, that's a really nasty device. I should have grabbed one. I bet Baslin would have loved to study it. Oh well, time to find a teleport target for the ship. Duke also noted that he had received a paltry 600 experience for beating the Syndicate troops. He shrugged, agreeing that they were no challenge beyond their unique weaponry. If he had been using his abilities, they wouldn't have lasted past the initial strike. As it was, he merely left them beaten and broken, as he was reasonably sure he hadn't killed any of them. He pored over the star charts of their location and quickly became confused. None of the charts matched up to anything he could find. Hey, Myra, can you come over here for a minute? He asked. She sauntered over calmly. Despite their situation, she had seen what Duke's ability was capable of and was not concerned for their safety. They still had plenty of time before things got dicey, even with the ship's mana reserves down to 42%. With full confidence, she approached the navigation console and pulled up the alternate chair to sit upon. First off, where did that chair come from? Duke asked.
I just pulled up the alternate chair. All the stations, save the captain's chair, have one. But that's not what you called me over for. What's on your mind?
I can't find our location. Myra peered the console data, and her brow furrowed. After several long minutes of adjustments and study, she sat back with a contemplative look on her face.
This is quite odd for sure. The gravity well of the black hole is distorting everything the sensors are pulling in, so nothing is lining up. I don't have any tech on the ship that can account for this. Actually, I don't know if there is any tech that can account for this. I hate to say it, but we're going to have to do this blind. Again.
That's what I was afraid of. Anything else we need to prep before we do this?
Mana reserves are low again.
Did the jump take that much out of the ship?
It wasn't the jump. It was the hit to the shields as we jumped. A few tenths of a second more and the shields would have completely failed.
Cut it a bit close then, wouldn't you say?
Just a bit. Now, go recharge us and get us out of here.
Duke left the bridge without another word, heading down to the mana cores. He spent the next several minutes filling them back up. As he did so, he examined them very closely, using every sense he had available to himself. He was determined to figure out just how these cores were created and what made them so special. He poured all his focus and attention into the intricacies of the flow of mana within the cores, how the structure swirled inwards, how the crystalline structure aligned and formed the overall structure.
Duke, are you all right?
He was startled out of his thoughts by a voice in his ear and a hand on his shoulder. Yes, Aurelia, I'm fine.
You've been standing there staring at the wall for over an hour.
I've been what?
You heard me, love. You haven't moved from that spot in over an hour. Myra sent me down to check on you.
I'm fine, really. I think I have figured these mana cores out.
What do you mean?
They seem to be at the core, joke intended, of all the Magitech. They store and regulate the mana that everything uses from this ship to the mechs to even the sidearms that everyone seems to be carrying around. Have to get myself one of those, by the way. You as well. If we are going to be gallivanting around the universe as space rogues, we should look the part, right?
I suppose, but I much rather prefer my sword.
I know. But anyway, these cores are not nearly as complex as everyone thinks they are. Don't get me wrong, they are complex structures, but these cores, Duke gestured over to the bank of cores, are horribly flawed. They are, in essence, highly flawed dungeon cores without any sentience built into them. I could make better cores than these in a matter of seconds. Duke activated his dungeon core creation ability and carefully manipulated the core he was creating to make it flawless, but non-viable as a dungeon core. He stripped the design of any sentience and proceeded to fill it with mana rapidly. By his calculations, it would hold nearly 10 million mana. A few seconds later, the core was filled up, and Duke replaced one of the standard cores with the new one. Immediately, there was a surge of energy throughout the ship. The intercom next to Duke rang out.
What the hell was that? What did you do, Duke?
How do you know it was me?
You're really going to ask that? Now, tell me what the hell you did.
I upgraded one of the mana cores.
Is that why I just got a nearly 40% boost in the ship's mana capacity?
Must be. I can upgrade the others if you like.
Let's just do one at a time for now. I don't see any ill effects, but let's not be too hasty.
Roger that. I'll go slow. I need to regen my mana anyway. What the hell? Duke paused, looking at his character sheet. His mana was far lower than it should be. His regen rate was more than 500,000 a second. He had spent about 15 million mana creating and charging the core. That should have only taken about 30 seconds to fully recharge his mana pool. Myra, I think there's a problem. I'm coming up to the bridge. Everyone was nervously waiting for him when Duke entered. Myra did not give him time to speak before nearly leaping at him.
What's wrong with the ship?
Oh, sorry, it's not the ship. There's nothing wrong with the ship, as far as I know. Except for the whole waiting to be sucked into a black hole thing. No, the problem is my mana regen. It's like 40% of what it should be. Is anyone else having similar problems? Duke's sense magic picked up on everyone using their magical spells or abilities. It was entertaining to watch, but he was more interested in finding out if their mana regens were similarly affected. It did not take long before everyone chimed in. The regen rates were anywhere between 10% and 30% of normal.
Why the variance?
Myra asked.
And why the reduced regen in the first place?
It could be the black hole, Laya suggested.
Everything gets weird around them.
Then all the more reason to find a way out of here,
said Gronok. Duke looked to Myra, who responded,
If you can upgrade the rest of the cores, we might have enough power to push ourselves out of this gravity well.
Give me an hour, or 3. I'll go slowly to make sure nothing gets overloaded with the additional power.
Makes sense. We'll all be up here waiting for you,
Myra said, as Duke headed down to work on the ship's mana cores. Chapter 27. Elsewhere. Gannerlin Vosh sat behind his desk as various reports came in from throughout the sector. It was a demanding position, managing an entire sector for the Syndicate, but he was paid very well. He had long ago placed a dozen layers of underlings below him to filter through the reports and only allow the most pertinent information to come to his attention. That was why he was confused as to why a simple ship's seizure action came to his desk. What is this, Edgemont? Why should I concern myself with such a minor action in Project Mechrise?
Read the report, sir. There's too much in there to summarize, and it is decidedly worth your attention.
Very well, dismissed. Gannerlin pulled up the report and read through it. At first, it read like a botched seizure attempt, but the more detail he read, the more he realized that there was something more to this story. How had an unarmed, Tier 1 human defeated an entire double-strength seizure squad? The stun rods should have easily been enough to subdue the new slave. One hit should have done it. He delved deeper as it got curiouser and curiouser. The human had been stunned nearly a dozen times, yet was still able to keep fighting, and highly effectively. This human is now on the list. Gannerlin stopped reading and switched to the recording of the event. The longer he watched, the more intrigued he became. He's faster and stronger than any Tier 1 human should ever be. Even after being stunned more than 10 times, he took apart those Tier 2 agents like they were training dummies. He displayed no abilities, no spells, no indication of his class, nothing. Edgemont, get in here!
Yes, sir?
The underling asked, masking the fear in his voice masterfully. This guy? Gannerlin pointed at the figure on the screen. Who is he? I want to know everything there is to know about him. If it takes time to dig deeper, then take the time. Yes, you heard that right. Thorough is better than timely on this one.
Yes, sir. The preliminary report is attached to the imagery in a subfile. We will dig as deep down the well as it goes, sir.
Good. Thank you, Edgemont. Excellent job kicking this report up to me. This is exactly the kind of thing that should come across my desk. Is there anything else I might have missed?
The only other thing of significance is that we lost contact with one of our privateers. A heavy cruiser acquired from a competitor. It's just one ship, but if it becomes a pattern, it could be a drain on resources or revenue.
Very well. Monitor the situation and keep me informed. As Edgemont left, he returned to reading the file. Iron Reaver. Don't think I've ever heard of that ship before. Looks like a run-of-the-mill mech transport. So why this much trouble? And the reports call this guy Duke. Is he a member of some royal family hiding out, in exile? And the report says the ship was destroyed with all hands. Let me take a closer look at that. He watched the crystal recording over and over before applying his abilities to the task. The image slowed down even further, and the clarity enhanced by an order of magnitude. He watched as the beam closed the distance to the mech transport, slowing the image even more as it came to impact. He noted the artifact that had made him look closer. There. He focused in even further, pushing his abilities to their limits, and saw a shuttle appear in the path of the beam as it impacted the transport shield. The shuttle was destroyed, creating the reported debris field, but the ship itself, this Iron Reaver, vanished before the beam could penetrate its shields. So, this defiant ship has managed to escape us. Clever trick with the shuttle. I'd like to know how they did it. And, most of all, where they are now. Don't worry, children. I'll find you. I always do. It wound up taking Duke all 3 hours to upgrade the mana cores with as much care as he was taking. When he was done, the ship had 10 times the available mana as it had previously, and, with the upgraded cores, it could draw on the mana 5 times as fast. Duke was pleased with his work, but was still annoyed at the nagging question at the reduced mana regions. What is the connection? Why are they such even percentages, but so varied between us? Laia, Myra, and Aurelia are all reduced to 20%. I'm at 40%, and the orcs are at 0% or 10%. What could it be that is driving those numbers? Duke stopped in mid-thought. Could it be that simple? He raced up to the bridge. Duke, once again, charged onto the bridge and turned to Tuca. I know this is a very personal question, but you wouldn't happen to be Tier 1, would you?
Yes, that is a rather personal question, human.
Tuca responded with irritation. And you, Gronok, you're Tier 2, right? Gronok nodded, unsure what Duke was up to. Duke immediately continued. I figured out the mana regen percentages. They are based on your tier. A Tier 1 has 0%, a Tier 2 has a 10%, a Tier 3 has 20%, and so on. I don't know what that means, but at least we have the mechanics figured out.
Glad that's all figured out,
Myra cut in.
But the more important thing right now is that we now just might have enough power to get us out of this gravity well. It's going to tax the engines, but I think we will be able to make it. I'd say hold on, but I don't think that will help.
With a shudder, the engines fully engaged, drawing on the new mana capacity and mana throughput of the ship. Slowly, Myra increased the power to the engines beyond their original limits. She knew that the engines would need maintenance when this was all done, whether it worked or not. But she also knew that she had the best mechanic in the cosmos on board. It felt like cheating to her, having Duke's abilities in their back pocket, but with him reluctant to use them, she had mixed feelings. She understood his desire for anonymity, given the price on his head, but he could have gotten them all out of this situation in an instant. Then again, her ship just got an unimaginable upgrade.
My ship. Duke may have official ownership, but this is my ship.
She returned her focus to monitoring the engines and piloting them out of this mess. Aurelia sat in her chair, contemplating the turn her life had taken. She had left her home, her planet of origin, but she still had mixed feelings about Teldon. It really wasn't her origin. She was born out of a soul trapped in a dungeon. What was she really? The ship and space and all this stuff were just beyond her comprehension. And the potion Duke had given her had worn off, so she really couldn't understand what anyone but him was saying. He didn't even seem to notice, lost in his own thoughts and frantic activities. Did he even care about her anymore? They were growing apart, and she wasn't even sure that it upset her. Her place was with the Legion. That is where she fit, not in space. This is not where she belonged. Laia stared off into space, watching the accretion disk unfolding before them as the ship fought its way out of the gravity well. She considered the course of her life from this point. She knew that she had been clinging on to her husband's memory, and that had dragged her into the life of a hunter. She now was a celestial tracker with some remarkable abilities. It was a class she had never heard of, even in the hunter circles she had been running in for the past few years. But was she still clinging on to the past, even in this new stage of her life? Was she really making the right choices for her? Gronok stared at the readout on his mech. It, like all the Steel Tusk's mechs, was heavily damaged. He had the funds to pay for repairs. They all did, but the Syndicate's noose was tightening. Was there even a place where they could get their mechs repaired that wasn't under Syndicate control at this point? Had he made the wrong decision? Should he have just accepted Syndicate control like everyone else had? Had his decisions set his team on a path to destruction? Had his leadership skills finally failed them all? And what would this mean for the clan? Duke was reviewing his notifications, annoyed that he had only received 600 experience for all that fighting. Should I have just stayed on Teldon? All the bounty hunters coming after me were giving me good experience. Did I really need to spread dungeon cores around? I have enough to maintain my title. Why should I bother with more? His thoughts were interrupted by another notification. Mental fortitude has increased from Adept 32 to Adept 36. Why is my mental fortitude increasing? It's not like I'm doing anything. I'm just sitting here reading notifications. Mental fortitude has increased from Adept 36 to Adept 38. What the hell? Mental fortitude has increased from Adept 38 to Adept 40. Duke's head snapped up, and he looked around the bridge, his xenoglossia working overdrive to translate the despondent and forlorn looks of everyone else. As he looked around, he grew more confused and curious as to what was going on. Mental fortitude has increased from Adept 40 to Adept 42. Duke started cycling through his additional senses to see if they could tell him more than just his eyes. He started with sense magic, and he instantly saw some sort of swirling eddies of magic that he couldn't figure out rippling around the bridge. When he switched to dungeon sense, what he saw sent a wave of terror down his spine. A dark, ephemeral creature stood in the center of the bridge. It had the general size and shape of a humanoid, save that it was wider and thinner, looking like a floating blanket draped over a surfboard. It had a dozen tentacles stretching out from its body, and one was latched onto the head of everyone on the bridge. The tentacle in front of Duke seemed to be having difficulty latching on. His identify ability instinctively kicked in. You have encountered an umbral gloom wraith. This creature is rarely encountered and even more rarely survived. Its insidious attacks drain all hope and positive emotions from its victims, typically leading to self-destructive behavior. The umbral gloom wraith then feeds on the emotions released upon the death of its victims. Duke immediately attacked the creature with a burst of light. It was not impressed and seemed to start pulling even harder at the crew. Duke followed up with his entire repertoire of elemental attacks, none of which, even force, had any effect other than to have the creature's remaining tentacles that did not have a victim already move to attack him. I only have 3 more attacks that might work. I'm pretty sure Umbral Reaper would be a bad idea here. Probably would feed it. Soulfire it is. Duke unleashed his Soulfire attack as a trio of tentacles went right through his defending hand to latch onto his head. The result was immediate. The creature screamed in a tremendous psychic wave. Mental fortitude has increased from Adept 42 to Adept 45. Duke gritted his teeth against the pain and continued to pour the Soulfire on, bathing the creature in the terrible energy. It writhed in pain, retracting all its tentacles and wrapping its body in them in an attempt to fend off the soul-burning flames. It did the creature no good. After a full minute of sustained attack and countless psychic attacks in response, the creature finally succumbed to the soul fire and dissolved into burning vapor. You have defeated a Tier 5, Level 150 Umbral Gloomwraith. You receive 62,250 experience. You are now level 124 and have 18 characteristic points to spend. Your Soulfire ability has ranked up to Initiate 5. Duke looked up from his notification to see that he had burned a hole straight through the floor of the bridge, including the rune script buried within. He did not hesitate to activate Restore to fix the damage, reflexively adding additional mana to ensure enough volume was covered. The shuddering and whining of the ship that Duke hadn't noticed stopped to be replaced with the vibration of the straining engines pulling them out of the gravity well. One by one, the others stirred, groaning and holding their heads. Duke tried to help them, but really had nothing that could help them, other than kind words and a shoulder to lean on. It took most of the next hour to explain what had happened. The looks of horror on everyone's faces as Duke explained the monster's attack grew even more deep-seated as each recalled their thoughts during the attack. It was quickly agreed that everyone should head to their cabins to get some rest. Duke volunteered to stay on the bridge and monitor the ship. It took no small convincing, but Myra left only after being assured that he would get her immediately if anything went wrong. And then Duke was alone on the bridge with his own thoughts. Chapter 28. Hours later, the crew started coming out of their rooms and back to the bridge. Myra was first, relieving Duke at the command console.
Anything of note?
Not really. I think we are finally getting some real acceleration. Maybe we are finally getting out of the gravity well. Oh, and I restored the engines a few times just to make sure they don't get strained too badly.
Thanks for that.
Myra checked a few readouts before continuing.
Yep, we are pulling out of the gravity well. We should see increasing acceleration until we cut the engines off. It looks like we have used up over 40 million of our mana capacity to get this far. That would have depleted our entire mana supply almost twice over before. Now it just brought one core down to 40%. That's an unimaginable upgrade.
I know a thing or two about what cores should look like. The cores you had in there were passable at best.
Passable? They are the best I could find. The standard that anyone can find.
Then don't let anyone know you have them. Or we will have to fight people off for yet another reason. The more I look at things, the more confused I get. The technological level of mechs and ships are far beyond what I've ever seen before. But every time I delve into it, I find things that need improvement. It's like whoever developed this stuff got to a point where it worked and then they decided that they were done. Where are all the incremental improvements? The cores are just one example.
Magitech is different. There are only so many things that can be done with it. I'm no expert on it by any means, but I've had to learn a bunch to keep my ship running. There is a science to combining the runes together for different effects. And there are only so many runes, so once you find something that works, you stick with it. The rune masters control that knowledge tightly. Other than them, there are technicians who can repair rune script, but only the standard rune layouts. They know that A comes after B, but not Y.
So it's a monopoly situation. But I still would expect someone to figure it out on their own. Let me guess. Anyone who does gets hunted down and given the join or die ultimatum?
Probably. That's way above my head. I am happy to just keep my ship running and delivering mechs to where they need to go.
That sounds like it's becoming a problem, though.
Yeah, the Syndicate is really taking over. I don't know where I'll be able to operate without running into them.
Maybe we make it a habit to run into them. Make it too expensive for them to operate and they will back off.
They have more resources than you can imagine. They can handle any losses we give them. I'm actually surprised they didn't identify you and try to collect the bounty.
That thought did cross my mind. If they try, I'll do what I need to do. I tried pretty hard to not reveal my capabilities, so hopefully they won't be able to handle me if it comes to it.
Sorry to disappoint you, Duke, but expect them to have retrieved every recording crystal and collected every eyewitness account of what you have ever done by now.
You think so?
They are one of the few organizations in the cosmos that actually could pay the bounty on your head. You need an alternate path to deal with them. And your bounty. Any chance you can get it lifted?
I doubt it. But the Tier 4 restriction makes it almost laughable for me at this point. I really don't think anyone in Tier 4 could take me down no matter how many resources are put into them.
Confidence is good, but that level of arrogance is going to get you killed.
She paused as the sound of the engines changed, becoming a deeper thrum than previously. After checking her control station, she gave Duke a slight smile.
Can you hit the engines up with some repairs? We are almost completely out of the gravity well.
Duke flexed his restore ability across the entire ship once again, and the sound of the engines returned to a quiet background hum. Better?
I think I'm going to keep you around just for that.
Another voice entered the conversation.
It looks like we're out of immediate danger.
Gronok strode his way onto the bridge, his face pulled in an annoyed expression.
I know we never negotiated passage to Altus Marin 6, or that you even agreed to take us there, but I would like to do so now.
Myra looked over to Duke, who gave her a nod in response.
When the Iron Reaver was under attack, you and your steel tusks leapt in to defend us without question or request for anything. Even now, you come to me requesting to negotiate, not demanding or insinuating anything. This places you as a friend of ours. Friends help friends. We'll get you to Altus Marin 6 so you can help your own friend and clanmate.
The look of annoyance and worry drained from Gronok's face.
You have our thanks and our loyalty, Captain. The Steel Tusks will answer your call should you need us.
He spoke with particular gravity, and the notification that followed let Duke know just how serious his words were. Attention! You have been included in an oath of loyalty. The Steel Tusks have pledged to come to your collective aid should you ever call upon them. This is an enforceable oath and cannot be cancelled. Myra bowed her head as the same notification crossed her vision. When she raised her head, she moved to the navigation console and began to try to figure out their position. The longer she looked, the more worried her face became. "What's wrong?" Duke asked.
I thought the black hole was messing with our positional data. The gravitational lensing is known for warping sensors and making it hard to determine location. But we are out of the gravity well, and the lensing should only affect the sensors behind us. But I can't even get a fix on anything in front of us.
There's nothing in front of us?
Gronok asked, concern raising in his voice.
No, there are plenty of stars ahead of us. We are in the middle of a galaxy after all. But none of the stars, or even this galaxy shape, corresponds to anything in my star maps. I can tell you that this is a barred, spiral-arm galaxy, about 100,000 light-years across. Best guess is that there are about 300 billion star systems in the galaxy. So, yeah, the data is coming in, and the systems can even account for the black hole's lensing effect now that we are out of it. The problem is that this is no galaxy that I have ever seen in any of my cosmological maps.
We are so lost that we are in an unmapped galaxy? Is that what you're saying?
Gronok asked, concern growing deeper in his voice and demeanor. Duke joined Myra at the navigational console and started his own exploration of the galaxy they seemed to be within. The visual that Myra had put on the main screen had piqued his interest.
I'm sorry, Gronok, but I don't think it will be possible to get you to your destination anytime soon.
I understand. We all knew the risks when we made the lens jump.
What happened now?
Laia asked as she joined the rest of the crew on the bridge with Aurelia and the rest of the steel tusks in tow. Myra looked up and noted that everyone was now there.
So, we seem to be a bit lost. We are in a galaxy that is not on any of the star maps.
That sounds like a serious problem, Laia commented. Is it possible that we shifted to another dimension? Duke asked, as he continued to sort through the data on the navigational console. This console is amazing, by the way. How can it pull up data on individual star systems that are not only not on the charts, but this ship has never visited? Where does it get the data from?
It is a form of scrying magic,
Myra responded.
It can pull up details as far as planetary data for about 100 light years, but for anything finer than that, we're going to have to get close enough to do an active scan, which is anywhere within about a light week of the target. General star information and galactic structures are easy to get to, so the range for that is a lot farther.
Duke shook his head in wonder as he continued to filter through data. He mumbled to himself as he narrowed his search down. 15 billion. How about those with planets? 12 billion. That's still too many. The others soon realized that there was nothing better to do than to watch Duke sifting through data. They soon all took seats and watched as he narrowed his search down further and further. 8 million. Well, that's closer, but still too many. How about ones on the outer half of arms? 421,000? Better. I wonder... Yep, here it is. Breathable atmosphere with nitrogen being the primary gas. 812. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Water and continents. Yes, 67. Okay, let's take a look through those. One by one, planets appeared on the view screen as Duke flipped and rotated each with the controls, briefly studying them before moving on to the next. When he reached the 27th one, he stopped and stepped back from the controls, whispering, "Well, shit. I know where we are. I have no fucking idea how we got here, but that's definitely it." All eyes were locked on Duke as he sat back in the chair, his head resting on his fingertips. Aurelia tentatively came forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, causing him to startle and nearly leap out of the chair. He looked up to see everyone staring at him.
"Where are we, Duke?"
Aurelia asked gently. "This is the Milky Way galaxy, and that is a planet called Earth." Chapter 29.
Is that supposed to mean something?
The usually silent Turfald spoke up. Duke was torn in how to respond. The Overmind told me that it is a closed world with all its magic contained and inaccessible. If we go there, we may never be able to leave, but someday I will go there. It is a world closed to magic, a place this ship cannot go and survive. I need some time in my room undisturbed. Can you keep this ship stationary, Myra?
Of course. I can park us here. How long do you need?
Give me 2 hours. That should be sufficient. Duke went to his cabin without another word.
What was that all about?
No one answered Gronok's question. Instead, Laia and Aurelia set off together while Myra started poring over the data Duke had sifted through. She was not sure what she was looking for, but she had 2 hours to kill, and doing any maintenance on the ship was essentially pointless after Duke's ability.
Gronok,
She casually called back.
please take the steel tusks down to the mech bay and make sure your mechs are still secure after that bit of jarring we went through.
When Duke got back to his room, he immediately locked the door and teleported to the rocky planet he had identified that was only a light year away from the ship. It was yet another barren world. Seconds later, he planted the dungeon core he had created and waited for the dungeon to form. It took longer than he had expected, growing slowly over the next 15 minutes. When the cave entrance to the dungeon appeared, Duke went right in. Inside the dungeon, it was dark and lifeless. He reached out with his dungeon sense and saw that the entire dungeon consisted of this small cave that he could barely stand up in, and absolutely nothing else. Well, that's not what I expected. What the hell is going on here?
The dungeon is starving and dying. Feed it some mana.
Duke snapped around to see the Overmind's avatar standing in the entrance.
It's been a while. I was not kidding. You have about 3 minutes before this dungeon collapses entirely if you do not start feeding it mana right now.
Duke released 10 million mana in a restore that flashed out into the dungeon. He could swear that he heard the dungeon breathe a sigh of relief.
What's going on here? You just bought the dungeon about a week of life. Certainly long enough for us to have a conversation. Much has happened since last we spoke.
You could say that again. Are we really in the Milky Way? Is that really Earth?
Yes, on both accounts, but you should not go there. At least, not yet. You are not fully ready for returning to this dimension. Your best course of action right now is to leave and return to the dimension you just came from.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that. You have the ability to do so. It will be difficult and will tax you, but you can do it. I'm sure you noticed that your mana regen is reduced in this dimension.
Yeah. Besides the supermassive black hole we popped up next to, that was the first thing I noticed. What's the deal with that?
This is a scarce magic dimension. You do not have enough weight to your soul to resist its effects yet.
So, you were saying come back at Tier 10.
Tier 11 would be better, but you could survive here at Tier 10 easily. The entities of this dimension will be coming for you before too long, and you are in no way ready to face them despite their relatively low rank. And, more importantly, there is not enough of an appropriate challenge here. Things are either laughably weak or entity level. There is little in between for now.
For now? Sounds like you have plans to change that.
Me? No. But I fully expect for you to do so when you return.
So that's your advice? Go out and get stronger, then come back and remake an entire dimension?
Well, aren't you ambitious? You have a few things to get through first, but I fully endorse your plan.
Cute.
The contest is beginning very soon. I feel you are ready for your role.
Are you going to tell me what the contest is and what my role is supposed to be now?
In this particular dimension, inside a dying dungeon where my domain reigns supreme, yes, I can finally tell you. Try not to be disappointed. I'll try my best, but that's not much of a setup. That is true, but here goes. The life of an entity can get downright boring. A surprising number just give up and fade into nothingness. The older the cosmos gets, the more prevalent this becomes. A handful have been brought back from the brink, but many more have simply dissipated their power back into the cosmos. When an entity dissipates, it causes all manner of disruption throughout the cosmos. For some, it's a tremendous boon, as the mana density in the area will spike to nearly unbearable levels. For the vast majority, however, the change is overwhelming and deadly. Countless worlds have been lost to this phenomenon. The contest was devised as a way to prevent this cosmological loss, to keep entities engaged with the world around them. Whenever certain conditions, which I will not go into here, are met, a new contest is declared. Each participating entity then chooses a contestant, a champion, if you will. That contestant will represent the entity's interests in the contest. There are more rules than I care to mention on how and when entities can interact with their chosen contestants.
Why is that? It seems too strange to not allow you to at least guide me.
The rules are based on many things, but they are designed to promote fairness. The more powerful the entity, the less guidance and support they are allowed to provide their contestant. That is why I haven't been able to really help you along at all, but was left to giving vague hints at best. I have pushed the limits on that one a few times, but my interest in you extends far beyond the contest. I am invested in your long-term success.
Because of what I am? A dungeon emperor?
The Dungeon Emperor. That's part of it, yes. You are helping me by seeding dungeons in places they have not been before. The more you seed, the greater long-term effect we will have on the cosmos.
Okay, but can we get back to the contest itself? What is the actual contest?
Yes, right. Sort of went off on a tangent there. The final stage of the contest will take place on a single planet that will be created for just this purpose. The planet will have countless challenges on it. By completing the challenges, you will accumulate points. The contestant with the most points at the end of the contest wins.
So, it's like running a gauntlet of challenges. I can do that. Sounds like fun.
There are darker parts to it, too. Killing other contestants usually winds up being the most lucrative way to accumulate points, as you take all the points they have accumulated.
Okay, I get it. It's a planet-sized PK dungeon.
PK?
Player killing. Old gaming term.
Apt enough. The formation of the planet is beginning. The earliest contestants will arrive in the next few weeks, but the bulk of contestants will arrive in about 2 months. The world will be closed in 6 months, and the contest will end soon after that. My question to you is this. When do you wish to arrive?
I guess that will depend on how I'm going to play this out. Do I go the PK route, or play it straight up?
Inevitably, you will have to kill other contestants in self-defense, so plan on that happening. It is not uncommon for groups and alliances to form, and it is not winner-take-all, so there is no benefit being in the top 100. Even the top 1,000 will receive something as a prize, but being in the top 10 is where you want to place.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to win it all.
That would be ideal, but you will be facing things that are far beyond where you are now. The weakest entities have been actively building their contestants for over a year now. Expect them to be near immortal ranks.
So how do I fight something like that?
With absolute aggression and no thought of mercy. Against that level of foe, you will have to hit them with everything you have and hope it's enough. Or trick them into weakening themselves against others before striking. There are thousands of ways to take on a foe that should exceed your capabilities.
Kill stealing, got it. Let's shoot for the 2-month mark where the bulk of contestants arrive.
Very well. You will receive notifications leading up to the time of transit. In the meantime, you need to build up your strength like never before. The average contestant is going to be at least Tier 7. There may be some as high as Tier 11.
Isn't that in the immortal tiers?
Yes, but not far enough up that they can't be killed. They just have stopped aging and will not die of natural causes. That is the tier where you find many planetary gods.
What tier are you?
That's a rather personal question, and one I will not be answering. I will put it this way. When it comes to the contest, I am among the most restricted of entities. Now, you have a choice to make with this dungeon. You can let it die from mana starvation, or you can feed it until it hits Tier 2 and can sustain itself. I must leave before I leave an impression in this dimension, but make a decision and push your power gain as much as possible in the next month or two. Oh, one more thing before I go. Your ship is in the same relative position to the dimension you want to get to, so use that knowledge to guide your passage.
With that, the Overmind was gone, and Duke was left with an empty dungeon. Do I save the dungeon, or let it go? What kind of dungeon emperor would I be if I let it die? Duke started pouring his mana out into the dungeon, matching his reduced regen rate, a rate that was still over 200,000 a second. Even with that much mana, it took him over an hour to tier the dungeon up. It took over 1 billion mana. Duke felt exhausted as he returned to his room on the ship. He stretched out on his bunk just to rest his eyes for a minute. Chapter 30.
It's been 4 hours. I really think we should disturb him.
Laia stood nearly nose to nose with Aurelia outside Duke's door.
I said we let the man sleep. You know he is the only person who can get us out of here. Wouldn't it be best if he's well rested when he tries it?
Aurelia leaned forward, pushing into Laia's personal space. Laia considered pushing back, but realized that this wasn't an argument that she needed to win. She stepped back.
Quit fighting! I'm up,
Duke announced, as he opened the door to his room. Immediately, both women stepped away from the door to give him room to step out. He strode into the hall, eyeing them briefly.
The stress is getting that bad, is it?
In short, yes,
Laia answered. Then I need a few minutes with Myra in private.
I think I have a way back, but I'm going to need her help to pull it off.
He didn't wait for a response, but instead headed up to the bridge. Both women stared at his back as he headed to the bridge before hastily following him. Duke strode onto the bridge with the confidence of a god.
Myra, your quarters, now.
She stared at him for a moment before quickly following his retreating form. He waited outside her door for her to open it and followed her in.
Well, Duke, this is not really how I expected this to go,
she said as she reached for the seal of her suit with a smirk.
Enough of that.
I have a way to get us back to our own dimension, but I don't want our new guests to see how I do it. They may be true allies, or they may not, but I don't want anyone to see what I really can do. Myra's face swam with disappointment that Duke took careful note of before continuing. Here's what I need you to do. Elsewhere. Gannerlin's peace was disrupted as his office chime sounded. He quickly checked to see who it was, and upon seeing that it was Edgemont, he opened the door and deactivated the set defenses. What is it, Edgemont? I have information on the Duke you had me researching. Oh, do tell. Gannerlin didn't have to feign interest for this particular conversation. He genuinely wanted to know more. This Duke is not a Duke of some royal line. He is actually a king of a small kingdom on a backwater planet called Teldin by the locals. But the most interesting thing is that there is a semi-open bounty on his head. The bounty is open to anyone of Tier 4 or below. Interesting. What is the bounty? A custom-created solar system. That's beyond rich. Why hasn't anyone cashed in the bounty yet? The last count was that 86 have tried. None have survived encountering him. And yet, every one of our Tier 2 agents survived the encounter with him. Curious. What is actually known about him? We have some eyewitness accounts that indicate that he is a mage focused on some form of death or dark magic. But here is the most interesting part. Remember the heavy cruiser that went missing? Quite. Well, we have recovered it through the auto-recall functions we put into all our privateer ships, and its recording crystals tell us some rather interesting things. First off, it encountered this Duke's ship, the Iron Reaver. Wait, are you going to tell me that a single dropship took out a heavy cruiser? No, the ship is entirely intact, but the crew simply vanished. Their life signs on the ship simply terminated. It happened in groups, so not all at once, but it was quick, over in less than 30 seconds. The entire crew was killed, just like that. No warning, no defenses. That's where it gets truly interesting. The ship's sensors were focused on the dropship, but they did pick up some activity on the planet below. Given the potential for ship-to-ship combat, I think we can understand this oversight. I have our fastest investigatory ship on its way to the planet now and should have more information about the planetary activity in 1 to 2 weeks depending on how long it takes them to search. I think I'm going to have to contact Valen for this. I want to collect that bounty, but I'm going to need the hounds to do it. You are going to release the hounds? I have the feeling that I am going to need to. Make the necessary preparations to ensure the safety of our operations. I am willing to take a full 10% hit to revenue for this endeavor. 10%? Are you sure? Gannerlin's gaze turned cold. I will have that prize. Make the preparations. Edgemont left the room visibly shaking. Nobody ever wanted to see the hounds released, especially not in their own sector. Gronok stood in the mech bay and stared at his own ebon war charger. He was dumbfounded as the mech was in pristine condition. Even the scars of past battles that were painted over countless times were gone. She looked like she had just been released from the forge. His hands caressed the warm metal of the mech's leg.
It's unbelievable. Joker, I would say impossible. We all saw how much damage our mechs took in the hangar. We were outnumbered for sure, and I am absolutely certain that I took a hit cleanly through the left shoulder.
Gronok gestured to the shoulder.
As you can see, it is pristine, not even a paint scuff. Something is going on around here. I don't think they are telling us everything. Still, is it not better? We can now charge in with new steel. But how?
Turfald broke his silence again.
When an engineer increases your weapon output, do you ask how or do you use it to kill your enemies? Why worry about how it was done and let us concern ourselves as to what death it means for our enemies?
The trio went back to inspecting their mechs with wonder and appreciation. When Duke and Myra emerged from her stateroom, The pair were met by an irate blonde woman. Aurelia glared at both of them.
Just what is going on here? Sneaking around and conspiracies?
Myra immediately replied. Aurelia flushed with heated anger, sputtering before Myra continued.
Oh, don't worry, girl. I'm not making a play for your man. We're just coming up with how to get us out of here without letting our new passengers know what he can do.
Aurelia burst into tears and fled down the hall to her own room. With an apologetic look at Duke, Myra followed after her. Duke simply stared as the two women disappeared. Well, shit. I was never good with relationships. I have the string of exes to prove it. The hell do I do now? I can't go after her because the two of them together... Yeah, no. It's not like Myra and I even have a hint of a thing, despite her jokingly flirting. Everyone seems so on edge since we got to this dimension. Could it be a side effect of the umbral gloom? Might be. Still have no idea where that came from. It just appeared on the bridge, sucking the emotions out of everyone. Work. I'll get to work. That's the best thing I can do right now. Duke headed towards the engineering section of the ship to prepare for what he was calling the big show. As he entered the section, he bumped into Gronok heading out. Before Duke could say anything, the big orc grabbed him by the arm and all but dragged him to the mech base. What's so urgent down here? Is one of the mechs going to explode?
No, Duke. Look at 'em.
Duke looked at the mechs, noting their apparent newness. Your mechs look deadly and extremely well maintained. I can see why you were so proud. Gronok bristled.
Yes, we are very proud of our mechs and what we can do with them. But this is not the condition they were in when we boarded this ship. Each mech was battle damaged, and one was rather heavily damaged. They look like they just came out of the rune crafter's shop. They look new now. All the battle scars have been erased. The left knee joint of Tuka's mech has been sticky for 2 years, but now it moves smoothly. What is going on around here?
Duke was immensely thankful that he had already had this conversation with Myra regarding the repairs to the ship from his restore ability. He smiled at the three concerned orcs. Oh, I didn't know the ship's self-repair magic extended all the way into the mech base. That's awesome.
Self-repair magic? What are you talking about?
Oh, nobody told you that the ship can repair itself over time? That is one of the reasons I selected this ship. There's nothing like being able to rebuild an engine after it's blown and doing so purely from the ship's own magic. It saves tons on spare parts. I guess the magic of the ship extended to cover your mechs. I'd call that a great side effect, wouldn't you?
Yes, that is a great side effect. I've never heard of a ship that can repair itself. What kind of magic is that? Who created that rune script and why isn't it everywhere? That could change everything.
I can't tell you who invented the rune script, or even where it sits within the ship, but I can guess as to why it's not prevalent. What would happen to the spare part and maintenance market if such a rune script became commonplace? How much money would be lost by those groups? How much would they be willing to do to make sure this rune script never became known? Nods of agreement spread through the orcs like a virus as they latched onto the idea.
I see what you mean.
That's why we don't tell anyone about this, right?
That's why we make this ship our permanent base of operations,
Gronok mused.
Do you think Captain Myra will allow the rest of the Steel Tusks to join her crew?
1, you've joined her crew? When did that happen? And 2, how many more Steel Tusks are there?
We will join her if she will have us. She is honorable and a good captain. With the Syndicate taking over all of the mech transport, we could not hope to find a better place for the clan. And there are enough of us to fill this ship. All 30 mech bays would be filled and enough families to fill the rest of the ship. I must speak with her on this.
She is a bit occupied right now, but once we get back to our own dimension, that would be a good time to speak with her about it. I have to go finish my work on the star drive to get us home.
Explain.
Turfald asked, stepping forward and shoving his way past Tuca. Tuca growled in response. It did not seem that Tarfald noticed. I am going to modify our star drive to reverse the lensing effect that happened the last time we jumped. It should bring us back to the right dimension. And before you ask, no, I do not want any help with this. I need to concentrate, and anyone looking over my shoulder would be a potentially deadly distraction. He grunted in response, clearly not happy but accepting Duke at his word. An hour later, Duke emerged from the engineering section after having sealed himself inside for a quick nap. He had discovered an alarm feature in his interface and spent at least 10 minutes cursing himself for never thinking of looking for one before. He set it and got in his nap. When he left the section, he sealed the door behind himself with the key code Myra had given him and headed for the bridge. The entire crew was gathered there, and all looked to Duke expectantly. He gave them a confident smile. It is prepared. Let me get set up at the navigation station so we can get out of here.
Let me know when you have it all programmed in, and I'll hit the button.
Roger, Captain. Preparing station. Duke's fingers flew around the navigation station, pulling up maps and dismissing them in what may have been perceived as a set sequence, but was purely random as Duke was focusing on preparing to teleport the ship across dimensions. He had no idea what to expect, so he was putting his entire mana pool into the effort. When he was ready, he closed out all the navigational data and looked up to Myra. Everything is ready for you. Make the jump whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Duke. Everyone take a seat and strap in. This could be bumpy, and who knows if the rune-scripted gravity will survive this trip.
She waited for everyone to get ready and nodded to Duke.
Beginning countdown. 5, 4, 3.
Her finger hovered over a large, glowing red button that she had installed while Duke was down in engineering. The button was not hooked up to anything, but it looked really impressive with an emergency protective cover that she had flipped open.
2.
Many hands gripped armrests tightly. The creak of the leather-like fabric squeaked across the bridge, breaking the otherwise silent anticipation.
1.
Myra's finger began its deliberate descent as jaws tightened around the bridge, all eyes on her descending finger.
Go!
Myra's finger stabbed at the glowing red button, and Duke activated his ability. The ship vanished. Chapter 31. The ship appeared in empty space, and, to everyone's surprise, not a single alarm went off. The only sounds were of the navigational system plotting their location and the sound of Duke's body hitting the floor.
I told everyone to strap in, damn it!
Myra announced without looking back to see what happened, still focused on determining their location and if there was any danger to the ship. Aurelia scrambled out of her chair and to Duke's side. She rolled him onto his back, and that is when she saw all the blood coming from his eyes, ears, and nose. She put his head in her lap, knowing that she had no healing magic, and Duke had recovered from worse. Duke was still conscious but unable to react. His big flashing notification was all he could focus on through the shattering pain in his head. Attention! You have pushed your teleportation ability beyond its limits by bringing such a large mass with you across a strong dimensional barrier. The strain has caused both of your cerebral arteries to burst. Your regeneration will repair the damage shortly. By pushing your ability this far beyond its limits and surviving, you have gained 20 levels in the ability, bringing it to Grandmaster 69. You have similarly increased your regeneration to Adept 159, and your Overchannel to Adept 95. The pain quickly subsided, and Duke regained his ability to act. His eyes fluttered open, and he became aware of where he was and what position he was in.
Did we make it?
You bet your ass we made it.
Myra called back from the command chair.
We're about 2 light days from the Sanction system and Turin station. Then we should probably get out of this area considering all the Syndicate activity around here,
Laya said.
How far is it to Altus Marin 6 anyway?
Duke leveraged himself back to standing, leaning back down to help Aurelia up and into a hug. Thank you for taking care of me.
Always,
she whispered back. Duke picked up a hint of something he couldn't identify in how she spoke. He decided to pursue it later as they were likely still in danger. He focused back on the navigation console just in time to see Myra bring up the data he was about to look for.
It's about 9,000 light-years away. It will take us about a week to get there.
Gronok frowned.
Is there any way we can make the trip faster? We are already heavily delayed in reaching our friend, and I fear he will not be able to hold out much longer.
Myra looked at Duke and stared with a brief start.
Duke, you should probably go wash up.
What are you talking about?
Just go. You'll see.
Duke reluctantly left the bridge and headed to the nearest washroom. When he saw himself in the mirror, he could see the blood all over him and nodded. One quick cleanse later, he was headed back to the bridge. He entered to hear a conversation about engine modifications.
We will have to modify the engines from what we did to get back here. Maybe we can modify them to eke out a bit more speed, but it is likely to damage them in the long term.
But the ship's self-repair function should take care of that, right?
Myra looked pointedly at Duke with a serious frown on her face.
Let me speak with my engineer and see what can be done.
The sneer on the word engineer was obvious to all. Duke shrugged and stepped off the bridge to join Myra in a meeting room. She whirled on him.
What the hell was that about self-repair function of the ship?
I had to tell them something. Their mechs were fully restored. What other explanation could I give them without telling them about my abilities?
Hiding your abilities is growing less and less practical as time goes by. How well did you hide them on Teldin?
Not at all, really.
So, how long until someone gets there and starts asking around? It's not like hunters aren't still flocking there. That's your last known location. Or it was until the Syndicate got involved. They probably have everything by now.
Fuck.
Yeah, so stop telling people my ship can do things it can't and let's get these guys to their friend as fast as possible. You can handle that, right?
I can. My mana has refilled. I'll put us 1 light day out from the planet and you can take us in like we did at Sanction.
That's the plan. Now go and fess up.
Duke hung his head and sulked for a few seconds before lifting his head and squaring his shoulders on his way back to the bridge. He was met with a trio of anxious orc gazes. Okay, here's the deal. I've been trying to hide what I can do because there is a price on my head, and I didn't want to be found just yet. Now that the Syndicate is involved in this mess, shit is going to be found out sooner or later anyway.
What are you saying, Duke?
Gronok's tone became wary and concerned, with a hint of restrained anger. Myra's stare could have bored holes in Duke's head. The ship doesn't have a self-repair function. That was all my ability. Duke held up a hand to forestall the questions. Let me finish and we will talk more. I also didn't modify the engines to get us back here. That was another ability of mine. It was pushed beyond its limits to do it, but we made it. Similarly, I can get us to your destination faster than any star drive could. We'll be arriving in orbit in a matter of hours.
Hours? And what was all that about you doing all this? This makes no sense, human.
It's a bit of a long story, but the Cliff Notes version is that I pissed off some very powerful individuals who then put a bounty contract on my head. It's a weird bounty in my mind, but I guess there are some rules they had to play by. The contract can't be fulfilled by anyone over Tier 4 and... Laya cut in.
There ain't no one in Tier 4 that can handle the Duke.
Myra, Aurelia, and Laya burst out laughing while the trio of orcs stared at them incredulously.
So, now you run and hide?
Gronok's tone dropped from confused to derisive.
Not exactly.
I killed dozens of hunters and assassins back home before deciding to venture out into the wider cosmos. I really didn't want to cause too much trouble for my ride, but it seems trouble was going to find us regardless. With a player like the Syndicate stepping onto the field, not that I really know the extent of their reach, it's time to stop pussyfooting around and start walking tall. They want to come after me, I'll just keep killing them all.
Now you sound like an orc. There's hope for you yet.
Your diplomacy skill has increased to practiced 12.
Well, that's amusing. Guess the skill helped out a bit there. Time to get us going. Myra, you ready for us to make the jump?
Yeah, all set. Take us whenever.
Duke teleported them to their target. He smiled as she finished her sentence, fading off.
You're ready.
All done. Go ahead and set your course for the final destination. I have to speak with Gronok and his team on how we are going to rescue their friend. Duke pulled the trio of orcs to the side and got the conversation going. A few questions to get us started. Do you know where your friend is located on the planet? Do you know what the situation is, and do you have a way to contact them? Gronok answered with a scowl.
Our friend is located in planetary sector 26 Delta, and is nearly completely surrounded by now. His unit is a triad of steel tusks holding a fortification with a battalion of infantry. They have been under siege since before we left on this journey, and their time is running out. When we get close to the planet, I should be able to establish communications.
Okay, that's a good rundown. Do you care if any of the attackers survive?
Let their blood run in the rivers.
The rest of the orcs joined him in their sentiment with raised fists and roars to the heavens. Duke's grin turned feral as he unconsciously reacted to the orcs' bloodlust. I have an idea on how to make an entrance that will make one hell of an impact. How do your communications work, anyway?
It is a shared set of communication crystals that are built into every Iron Tusk mech. They only have range across a singular star system. For anything farther than that, you need a ship system.
So, you could possibly reach them from this ship now?
Not while we are in exospace. That is, unless you have some ability that can do that too.
We'll be in the system in 20 minutes. Make your preparations.
Myra called back from the captain's chair. Duke looked at the orcs. They looked back at him, bloodlust brimming in their gazes. Gronok put his hand on Duke's shoulder.
Join us in the mech bay. You can tell us your ideas while we prepare for a hot drop. Steel tusks, prepare your mechs.
They thundered off the bridge with Duke in hot pursuit. It was time to get fighting. Chapter 32. Duke had laid his plan out for the steel tusks, and they agreed to it on one condition: that Duke carry and keep a recording crystal going for the whole fight. Duke was inclined to say no, but he was now resolved to fight with his full self and not hold back for fear of discovery. He, instead, was going to make a statement to his enemies. Hesitation was lethal in a dogfight. He was done holding back. It had taken a matter of minutes for them to get in contact with the steel tusks that were pinned down at the fortress. The situation for them was deteriorating rapidly. The fortress's mana core was fading. When it ran out, the fortress's shielding would fail, and the dozens of mechs surrounding them would easily break through their physical defenses. The enemy mechs were anchored by a Titan-class mech that was doing the vast majority of the damage. It would take the ship an hour to get into place, an hour that the steel tusks could ill afford. The shielding would fail far before that with the pounding the Titan was pouring out. Duke was in the mech bay with the steel tusks, making sure everyone was ready before he moved to execute the plan. The trio of mechs stood ready, fully loaded and as clean as the day they were created. They knew that the odds were heavily against them, but to not come to the aid of clanmates was unthinkable. Duke absently allocated his pending characteristic points into his psyche. "Weapons free? I'm going to start things off with that damn Titan mech. If I can take that one down, things should be much easier even if we are still outnumbered."
I still don't like relying on an unarmored human to kill a Titan mech. It's madness,
Turfald groused.
"Drop me on it, and I'll tear it to scrap with my axe."
His mech's axe glowed with enchanted power as he tapped into his mana core to light it up with power. "I'm going to hit the mech like the hammer of a god. If it does survive by some miraculous quirk of fate, it won't be for long after that."
Enough talking about it. Let's get to the killing.
Gronok's shout set the trio into roars of bloodlust strong enough that Duke wondered if that was an actual ability. Regardless, Duke set his jaw, a smile starting to form as his eyes locked into what he had always called target elimination mode. With a glance back towards the three mechs, he raised a fist and slammed it down into his hand with a shout. "It's go time!" He vanished from the ship. Duke appeared high over the battle and immediately accelerated his flight as fast as he could manage without pouring extra mana into the ability. The near-instant acceleration allowed Duke the few seconds needed to orient himself onto his target and eject the ordnance from his inventory. The 10-kilometer drop passed in little over 2 seconds before Duke used the momentum-canceling properties of his teleportation to stop himself a kilometer above the Titan mech. The thundering of sonic booms preceded the hypersonic rain of steel projectiles slamming into the mech and the area around it at just under 3,500 meters per second. Duke had stopped about 1,000 meters above to watch the destruction. The Titan-class mech was immensive, a humanoid shape 40 meters tall with thick armor and weapons built to scale. The most prevalent were the pair of 50-centimeter cannons mounted on its shoulders that dwarfed even the 16-inch guns of a historic battleship of old Earth. It had been using these cannons to batter down the now flickering protective shield of the fortress. At least it was, until Duke's strikes descended from the heavens and each struck with the force of a rain of steel meteors. Of the nearly 800 items Duke committed to the attack, over 200 struck the mech. The rest had been spread out, impacting a radius more than 100 meters from the primary target, striking many of the mechs sheltering in the Titan shadow. Of the 17 mechs struck by Duke's attack, 14 were destroyed by the impacts. The Titan-class mech, however, remained standing and started to swivel its guns up towards Duke. He stared open-mouthed at the monstrosity that had only received minor damage after its shielding ultimately failed. Astonishingly, the shielding had absorbed nearly all the impact of Duke's attack. The remaining mechs reacted in coordination. Their sensors scrambled to find the source of the attack while they regrouped. All they found was a single man-shaped object floating 1,000 meters above them. It took a full 3 seconds for them to actually coordinate and unleash their combined firepower on Duke's hovering form. Missiles streaked into the sky, accompanied by physical projectiles. Beams of coherent light and particles stripped from molecules and launched at near relativistic speeds. Thankfully, their accuracy at this angle was nowhere near as good as it was in a more horizontal plane.
Shit! Time to be elsewhere!
Duke's reaction was almost in time as he saw the attacks coming before they launched. He teleported to what seemed like the safest position at the moment, the back of the Titan mech's neck. As he clung on, he realized that he could only hold on with his left arm as the right side of his chest and shoulder had been blasted away.
Another fucking arm blown off. I need to get fucking tougher if I'm going to be able to handle opponents like this.
Your armor skin has increased to Adept 60.
Oh, that's fucking cute.
Duke clung on as his body regenerated the missing limb and organs.
Plan A didn't work. Time for Plan B.
He activated his dungeon sense and quickly found what he was looking for. A significant open cavity inside the Titan mech. He had figured that it would be too heavy if it was solid, and apparently he was right. Another quick teleport and he was inside the chest cavity of the enchanted monstrosity. Inside the open cavity, Duke got another perspective on the size of the mech. Inside, there were catwalks at various levels in the chest cavity. He could see areas that were clearly labeled, such as the pilot's chamber and the area he was looking for, the mana core. He quickly made it to the mana core chamber, choosing to fly rather than navigate the network of catwalks in a moving mech. As he arrived, he realized that most of his chest and part of his arm had been regenerated. As he reached for the latch to open the door, he received another notification, one he felt was long overdue. Your regeneration ability has ranked up to Master 1. You can now regrow your body from as little as a single surviving extremity, eventually. With a grin, he opened the latch, which had no lock on it at all, something he found at least odd, if not insane. The chamber was big enough to fit a few people, but the thing Duke was fixated on was the single large mana core. Whereas the cores the Iron Reaver used were individually able to fit in his palm, this one was the size of his head. It was also covered with silvery runescript. Duke stepped closer to look at it and started to wonder if the runescript was actually engraved into the core. He shrugged, realizing that it didn't matter. He reached out with his ability and teleported the core to his hand. Or, at least, that's what he tried to do. When he activated his ability, a barrier surrounding the core flared brightly and somehow resisted his ability. He frowned briefly before muttering, "Okay, we do this the hard way then." He reached forward with his now fully formed right hand and touched the barrier. It flared and sent a shock down his arm. His spell resistance flared to life and the pain of the contact diminished to a bearable level before he activated his mana drain ability. Immediately, the painful tingling disappeared, and he could feel the mana draining out of the barrier. That was when alarms started to sound throughout the interior of the mech. Guess the jig is up. No idea if there was more than the pilot in here, so I'm going to buy myself a little time. Duke slammed the door to the chamber shut behind him with his foot and traced the outline with his foot encased in lightning. That's not going to get me any points at the Tulsa Welding School, but it will hold for long enough. The barrier flickered as the mech's mana core began to drain. In a matter of seconds, the barrier winked out and Duke received yet another notification. Your mana drain ability has ranked up to Initiate 1. He immediately tried to teleport the core to his hand and was overjoyed to find that it worked. The mana core was half depleted from Duke's quick estimation, but what was more important was that all the runescript that had been glowing surrounding him had quickly gone dark, and the motion of the mech ceased. Duke couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. Almost time for Phase 2. Fuck! Phase 2 on hold! The runescript flared to life again from the bottom of the chamber to the top. Must have a secondary mana core. I suppose that makes sense. I wouldn't want this behemoth to be taken out by a single lucky shot if it were mine either. Duke activated his dungeon sense and searched for the other core. His jaw dropped as he found 6 more. They were smaller than the apparent main core, but they were powering the thing right back up. Fuck you! Duke teleported all 6 of the other cores straight into his inventory, grinning once again as the mech completely powered down, plunging the room into full darkness. Duke weighed the large core in his hand for a moment before putting it in his inventory. New toys for me, yeah! Duke considered departing, but heard the sound of someone outside the door straining against the creaking latch. Must be the pilot. Better to totally neutralize them now in case they have another backup plan. Duke teleported to the catwalk near the door. The area was lit up by a brightly burning orb floating overhead. The supposed pilot ceased his straining on the door latch and whirled to face Duke. He looked remarkably like Jomblock, but a head taller and far more muscular in build.
You shut down my mech!
It was not a question, rather more a statement that held the full weight of an avalanche. Duke's xenoglossia barely warned him of the demon's muscles tensing before he leaped at Duke with unexpected power, his dark crimson and black wings unfurling behind him as he flashed across the gap in nearly an instant. Duke was slammed into the far wall of the mech, the inner armor actually denting with the impact. His vision flashed white for an instant as the impact jarred his brain.
I am going to flay your skin and make a hat out of it while you still breathe.
Is that the best threat you have? Duke flexed his own strength and flight ability to slam the demon into the wall across the other side of the mech. It was nowhere near as impactful as the demon flexed its wings, stopping its flight just as they touched the wall. It laughed, displaying its fangs.
Is that the best you have, human?
Duke's smile spread across his face. Not even in my top 20. You really want to do this? The demon's fingers started to extend into black claws.
Nothing would make me happier than bathing in your blood.
The fight started in earnest. Chapter 33. In the time since Duke had come to Teldon, he had taken his basic military fighting instruction and his bar fighting skills to a level far beyond where he had been by learning how to truly fight with practical martial arts. He was confident he could win any fight that he had walked into so far. Right now, he knew he was losing, and losing badly. The only things going for Duke in this fight were that he was physically stronger than his opponent, and his regeneration kept fixing him back up because his strength didn't make much of a difference. The problem he was consistently running into was that the demon was so much faster than he was, and was a far more technically efficient and effective fighter. Every move Duke made, every punch or kick he threw was blocked, slipped, or countered before it ever landed. Even with his xenoglossia giving him warnings, he was always an instant too late. It prevented him from receiving any mortal blows, but he was constantly being beaten and torn down.
You are good for a mewling human, but you must sense the inevitability of this fight. I'm just better than you.
You ready to give up? I can do this all day. Duke knew the lie of his statement. He could fight like this all day without tiring or taking any permanent damage, but the remaining mechs were still hammering away at the fortress's defensive shield. Without the Titan mech's firepower raining down, the fortress could hold out for longer, but time was still ticking down and he needed to end this.
Although I admire your fighting spirit, even my eternal patience is growing bored with toying with you. It's time to end this farce of a fight.
The demon launched into a sustained flurry of attacks that Duke just could not keep up with. Every few seconds, a claw slipped past his guard and tore another slice into his body. The claws now burned with a black fire that reminded Duke of soulfire, but definitely was not, and it hurt. A lot. His regeneration was losing ground to the assault, and injuries were starting to compound. Duke pushed the demon away from him with a full power wave of force that swept everything away from him, tearing catwalks from their mounts and crushing them against the armored walls of the mech's insides.
Okay, you've had your fun, but it's time to be serious.
The demon didn't respond with anything but a wave of what Duke was calling hellfire that burned through his force construct, coming to a standing stop just before Duke's nose. It then smiled with unrestrained malice.
If you want to take this to the next level, I am fine with that, but I assure you that you are completely outclassed. By now I'm sure you have figured that you are hopelessly out-tiered, and you have foolishly put way too much emphasis on your strength. Speed kills, and I am going to show you just how much.
The hellfire dissipated as the demon charged back into range with Duke. If I have to keep this melee, then I'm going to have to wear this asshole down somehow. Time to overchannel devolution and see if it can work when the fucker hits me because I can't seem to hit him. Duke overchanneled the ability by a factor of 50. Since the ability was at untrained level 1, it carried such a minor effect and initial mana cost. This only increased the cost to 5,000 per activation, but it increased the effect from 10 characteristic points to a full 500 per instance. Even though the ability activated at the speed of thought, he barely had the ability combo in place when the first strikes made it past his defenses. Over the course of the next 5 seconds, the demon struck Duke 50 times, tearing open as many new wounds for his newly ranked up regeneration to close. After that time, however, the demon collapsed to the floor of the mech, gasping with exhaustion. Using his abilities had drained more than 25 million mana, cutting Duke's reserves significantly, but it seemed to have been worth it. Duke jumped down next to the struggling demon, staring it in the eyes. Always so arrogant. Always so sure of yourselves. The only reason to let you live would be to spread the word that you do not fuck with the Duke. He had placed his hands on either side of the demon's head and began to mana drain and devolve the demon continuously. The mana coming in was fueling the devolution, and Duke could see the demon's health plummeting rapidly as its physical characteristics had already bottomed out. With nothing more to take, the ability was pulling from the demon's health. Duke overchanneled the ability just enough to match the mana drain, allowing his own mana to naturally regen as he literally sucked the life from the demon. It took a full minute, but as the withered corpse collapsed in on itself, Duke received the notifications he craved. You have slain Carlyle, the Eater of Souls. This was a Tier 8 outer demon. You gain 1,700,000 experience for this remarkable accomplishment. You are now level 137 and have 234 characteristic points to spend. Your abilities have increased. Teleportation has increased to Grandmaster 71. Regeneration has increased to Master 6. Overchannel has increased to Adept 99. Force has increased to Initiate 36. Spell resistance has increased to Initiate 39. Inventory has increased to Practiced 47. Armor skin has increased to Adept 70. Mana drain has increased to Initiate 11. Flight has increased to Practiced 75. Combat sense has increased to Practiced 36. Devolution has ranked up to Novice 11. Your dodge skill has increased to Adept 12. Your martial arts combat skill has increased to Adept 75. Duke went to pull the demon's body into his corpse collection in his inventory, but it collapsed into red dust before he could do so. He pulled the dust in anyway and performed a cleanse and restore, making certain to only target himself and his gear. He did not want to repair the mech and, in some crazy quirk of his ability, power it back up. He activated the comms crystal that Gronok had given him. "The Titan is out of the fight. How is your clanmate holding out?"
He is holding his mech in reserve for our signal. The infantry is running low on ammunition and mana while keeping the remaining 24 mechs from charging through the shielding. The steel tusks must enter the fight, and soon.
Duke teleported to the top of the Titan's head to get a good vantage point of the field. He kept himself low to the top of the Titan's head to cut down on his exposure and activated his lasting disguise ability to try to blend in as much as possible. The terrain reminded him of Monument Valley back on Earth. There were mesas and buttes scattered around the red desert of the area. The fortress was built into one of the mesas, providing some natural shelter. Against the weaponry of the surrounding mechs, the natural formations would not last long. As he scanned the area, Duke saw the fortress's shielding starting to show the strain yet again as mechs poured fire onto the fortress. "There is a butte that I can place the three of you on that will get you a nicely elevated firing position. It will create a good crossfire with the fortress's forces. Getting down might be an issue, though, as the walls are sheer."
We'll take it. Place us there and move to phase 2.
"Roger. Transition in 3, 2, 1, now!" The trio of steel tusk mechs appeared on the butte Duke had selected. He watched as they took a moment to orient themselves before firing down on the mechs below. The surprise attack from above swept chaos through the mechs as they had shifted the majority of their shielding forward, facing the fortress. In the initial salvo, 7 enemy mechs went down before they shifted their formations. Duke wished the steel tusks luck as he no longer had time to watch. He had his own tasks and targets in this phase. His dungeon sense spread out over the area, taking in everything. It took him a full minute to find what he was looking for. In the midst of a battle being fought around him, it seemed like an eternity. But he was now locked in on the fortress's mana core. It was easy for him to see that it was near depletion. One quick teleportation put him next to it, where he could quickly pour mana into it, which he did. He poured 500,000 mana in every second, rapidly returning it to its full 20 million mana capacity. He teleported back to his vantage point before anyone came to investigate. From there, he could see the fortress's shield renewed and solid. Next came the part he wasn't sure would work. Mech shielding was something different and seemed to interfere with his teleportation in some way that he hadn't had time to experiment with just yet. No time like the present. He scanned the field and saw that Turfald's mech had already descended from the butte and was fighting a trio of other mechs in close combat. His mech's axe was glowing with power and seemed to be frighteningly effective up close. None of the other mechs were able to keep up with him. Duke continued to scan. He stopped scanning when he spotted a pair of mechs land on top of another butte. These mechs each had what appeared to be massive missile packs mounted on them, and were turning towards the remaining 2 steel tusks on the butte where Duke had dropped them off. "Not so fast, assholes!" Duke pulled with all his will and his Grandmaster-ranked teleportation ability and, with the added concentration, was able to grab hold and remove the mana cores from each of the mechs. "Shielding? Fuck that! Grandmaster rank is awesome!" He placed the cores in his inventory and paused to recover. The effort had cost him nearly his entire remaining mana pool, but the pair of mechs were out of commission for now. Unlike the Titan, these 2 mechs did not have additional backup cores. Duke did not know if that was a space consideration, some form of expense control, or just an unusual setup for the Titan mech. Either way, he was happy with the result but knew he needed more than a minute to regen his mana. He considered how he should approach things now that his part of Phase 2 was complete. They had not really gone into detail on what Phase 3 would be other than to keep attacking. He looked back down to see Turfald's mech still attempting to run amok but showing heavy damage. The axe was no longer glowing and was missing the top quarter of its blade, while there was a pair of considerable holes in his left leg, causing the leg to drag and slow his mech's movements. Clearly the Berserker's mech was in trouble, as 4 mechs stood a dozen meters back from him and poured damage down upon him. Duke's mana had only recovered to about a quarter, but he knew he had to act. With a combination of remote casting and restore, he repaired Turfald's mech. The response was immediate, as the sudden restored mech launched itself at the mechs that had been cutting it down, closing the dozen-meter distance in a second. 1 mech was decapitated by the once again glowing axe, while the remaining 3 scrambled to open up some distance where they could once again effectively fight. Turfald did not give them a chance. Duke watched, fascinated, as Turfald slipped past awkward swings of arms and kicks of legs, slicing pieces off as he went. It was an art form in how quickly and smoothly he moved his mech, as opposed to the slowly responding mechs that seemed only able to operate with projectile and beam weapons. By the time Duke's mana had regened, Turfald had wiped out all the mechs near him, and the tide of battle had completely shifted in the Steel Tusk's favor. The remaining 9 attacking mechs had begun running for a descending dropship. Both Duke and Gronok shouted over the comms, "That's a Syndicate ship!"
"Take cover! They are going to hit us hard to cover their mech's retreat!"
Tuka called out as both his and Gronok's mechs scrambled down the far side of the butte. It was just in time as the ship opened up over the heads of the retreating mechs. Lances of energy struck the area, sending geysers of dust and rock projectiles flying in all directions. Duke slid behind the head of the Titan for cover, but was still pelted with countless fragments which his armor skin contended with. 30 seconds of barrage later, the area was completely covered in rubble, as half the butte had been blasted apart. The fortress's shield still held, but the Syndicate ship was already rocketing for orbit. Duke called over the comms to the Iron Reaver. "Myra, you have a Syndicate dropship heading your way. We still have some cleanup to take care of here. Are you ready to come down here for pickup?"
I'd rather not encounter the Syndicate ship on the way down. Ship-to-ship combat in atmosphere is always messy.
"Roger that. I'll bring you down. Let me know when you're ready."
Born ready. Go for it.
Duke teleported the ship down to an area free of debris and waited for the main ramp to lower. He had not really ever noticed the perspective of the ship before. He knew it was a large ship, but it stood more than twice as tall as the mesa the fortress was built into. He idly wondered if he could actually fit the Titan mech into the ship. That quickly became the secondary thought as cheering troops boiled out of the fortress accompanied by the most beat-up mech Duke had ever seen that could still move. Time to meet and greet and figure out why the fuck everyone is in this desolate place anyway.